This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
In August. Yeah, exactly. And it's funny when you talk about the consistency between the two white ball sides. And actually, the three players in this Surrey 11 today who played more than 3 games in the T20 Blast were Cameron Steele, but also then Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, who we don't think of as being T20 players, but in a way those are the guys who are getting the most white ball cricket. But first we're going to go to Surrey with the ball.
And some left arm spin to start. I like this. First ball's tucked away for an easy single, and Gloucestershire are underway. Now, one of the first things that strikes my old, decrepit and bent eyes is they're wearing virtually the same kit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and it must be, especially on a day like today, you'd hope to get some whites on so it's not so roasting, but all in black, that's going to just absorb all that sunlight. The other thing is that Majid's bowling with no one out on the offside, so he's got to keep his line very tight here.
Nice. Straight past the outside edge, bit of turn first up. Now, of course, only allowed 2 boundary riders out, and they are long on, pretty straight long on, and deep mid-wicket. Just to give you an idea of what to look out for in terms of the short boundary and the long boundary. If you know where the Archbishop Tennyson School is, that side is short. It really is quite short. Obviously within the regulations, but I don't know if we're able to pan around and take a look at that, but the difference between the boundary away to the cricketer's side and the one over to the Archbishop Tennyson side is marked, which is in large part, of course, why Majid is bowling from the Vauxhall end, because he's got nice big offside to play with, predominantly turning the ball away from the right-hander. He cannot afford to stray too leg side. Bancroft underway as well now with that single.
Yeah, it does make it a real challenge for him bowling to that side, because if you're turning the ball away from the bat, that makes it almost the more natural side to hit with. It makes it harder to hit into the leg side, but if you've got no protection out there in the offside and they do decide to go, seem content to tuck it around so far in the first over.
Bowling tight into the pads from round the wicket to the left-hander. Miles Hammond, first over safely negotiated, just the 3 from it. It's about, I've got to get myself back into the rhythm of 50-over cricket, you know. I mean, not sure I've done any 50-over cricket since November.
And the rhythm of a spinner who gets through us over that quickly as well. There's very little time to analyse what he's doing between balls. A bit of seam now. Who have we got coming on here? Is that Connor McCurr, or have I got that wrong? James Taylor. Let's see what he can do.
Looking forward also to seeing Nathan Barnwell, as we mentioned before, playing just his 3rd game for Surrey. Gloucestershire have got a side that looks very much almost like their county championship side, doesn't it? With the likes of Graham Van Buren, Tom Smith, Matt Taylor, Ajit Singh Dale in their bowling attack, and Hammond, Bancroft, James Bracey. Be interesting to see how he goes today. 2 slips in place.
Gloucestershire only losing the 2 players to the other competition. I think in Marchant Longer, I think he's over there, and David Payne, whereas Surrey have only got the 3 players from that 3 mainstays from that T20 Blast campaign who are still there. But it does make it such a great opportunity for these youngsters to get sort of like almost like an internship for 2 months, where you can pick the brains of someone like of Rory Burns or Dom Sibley or Ben Foakes in this format, who's such a brilliant sort of strike rotator.
That's the first boundary. Fine leg is more of a sort of deep backward square for Taylor, so he can ill afford to stray onto the pads. There is a deep third. Those are the only 2 boundary riders allowed out, of course. First 10 overs for a power play in 50-over cricket, and with that being such a short boundary, Taylor will have to try and slant that ball across the left-hander. That's what the 2 slips are in place for. Surrey have lost 15 players to the 100. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Through extra cover, just lent on it. Taylor adjusting his line after the previous ball was clipped away fine. Over-adjusted somewhat, a bit of width, easily put away.
Yeah, but you've got to make your peace with that kind of shot somewhat in the first 10 overs. I mean, he's got the two slips in there to if the drive goes wrong, now one of the slips is coming out, adding a bit more protection to the offside. But they're hoping for the edge. That's why they've also got the deep third in place. So if they get it right, you've got to say fair play, I think.
There is the edge. It's going to run away fine. Just the single. It feels like a batting day today, Ben, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. With the sun blazing down, the pitch looks all right so far, and we've got someone in Cam Bancroft who we know can go really big, and I think in a competition that Gloucestershire should be targeting, which they've started not so well in, with 2 defeats from 2. This is kind of must win for both sides in some ways. It's such an unforgiving competition, the One Day Cup. 3 teams going through from a group of 9, and it's so kind of short and sharp that a third defeat isn't quite fatal, but it leaves you right up against it.
You're right. It's a notably different equation from the Blast, where 4 qualify out of 9, and frequently you'll find in that scenario that if you get sort of like a 50% win-loss ratio, if your net run rate is good, you're in with a chance. You'd rather be just above that, sort of win 8, lose 6 sort of thing in T20 Blast. Similarly, in a sort of round robin of 9 teams, if 4 go through, then you can squeeze in with a win-loss 4-4.
But also, because it's just the 8 games rather than the 14 in the T20 Blast group stages, you just have, if you end up being in a bit of a run, a bit of a poor form as a team, then there's no chance to come back from it really. In the T20 Blast, you can sort of have a bit of a sort of ebb and flow in how a campaign goes. You've got to be on it right from the first game and not have any sort of, you can't let one loss become 2 or 3, because that becomes fatal. Whereas in the T20 Blast, there is that little bit of room to catch up from that.
I make no bones about it, Surrey have struggled in this competition for very obvious reasons. But Alex Stewart is making no excuses. He let it be known that he was very displeased with Surrey's performance in the last game, that it had to be better. And while Surrey can bemoan the loss of 15 players to the 100, you could add to that Sean Abbott or even Spencer Johnson if you like. Take it up to 17. They still have some excellent players in their lineup. They've got former England opening pair Burns and Sibley. They've got Ben Foakes. And the 50 over format does allow players like that to express themselves, to get in. I mean, we've seen Dom Sibley and Burns actually have little cameo moments in the Blast. That's a nice little paddle sweep. You can see the speed of the outfield, and it is very fast. Clever shot that, accessing the leg side, that short boundary. We'll keep talking about it until you get very annoyed with us today, but it is a very short boundary.
Yeah, and that is a bit of the dilemma there, isn't it? Because in a way, that's the area he sort of wants the batter to be hitting him to. He's got to stay straight because he can't allow any room on the offside. But the fielders are in front of square and at log on, so there is that area there if you can get it past the short fine leg.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the jeopardy, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you just have to take your hat off to Bancroft for playing it well, playing it delicately. Fine leg's got a little finer. Majid is absolutely speeding through his overs here. We've had 3 already. We're only 8 minutes into the day's play. 17 without loss.
I suppose part of the disappointment for Surrey in that defeat in their second game, where they sort of collapsed and it was all over as a contest pretty soon, is that they had actually acquitted themselves pretty well in the opening game of the season. It was a narrowish sort of DLS defeat, but there was sort of fight all the way through, including from a couple of young guys, Josh Blake, who's wicket keeping today, taking the gloves in place of Ben Foakes during this campaign. So they managed to stitch together sort of a few partnerships in that and get up to to a fight throughout the game for that then to then go into a second game where there's something to build on there, and the second game it all goes wrong. There's a lot of talent in this Surrey side, and as much as it's difficult for them to progress considering the players that they've lost. There's still lots of individual narratives about players who we stake in claims for places in other formats, and show kind of what they're about, and that will be what's disappointing as much as the result in the second game, I think.
Oh, that's an authentic edge. Squirts down to a very fine deep third. I did a lot of this competition last year and I really enjoyed it. Got to see a lot of players you wouldn't ordinarily see. I think when Surrey played Hampshire at Guildford, there were Eddie Jack that you hear about, but you seldom get the opportunity to see in the flesh.
Big strapping lad, isn't he?
Isn't he?
Yeah.
Josh Hull as well.
Yeah,
see him.
He's tall. We have to mention how tall he is every time.
There's a touch of the top, please, isn't there, to Josh Hull? I think that's what people are hoping for, at any rate.
Yeah, I mean, if he can have the skill of of a Topley, that would be outstanding. But I think he's taller. I think he's when you almost don't believe it until you see him kind of in the flesh, and it kind of it almost feels like he's closer towards you than he is because of how tall he is. And he was in the 100 he did top at 89 miles an hour. I think he's one of those that England have an eye on, despite when you look at his numbers, there's not much there, but there's just so much raw material in two senses, I suppose.
It's a sort of the Father Dougal thing, with the cow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But you have to change your perspective ever so slightly for Josh Hull. And we got a great story out of last year's competition. Leicestershire winning it in that fabulous fashion.
Yeah, Harry Swindles was their wicket-keeper in the final. I think only came in because of an injury, and was looking at job ads, thought his professional career was pretty much over in the week leading up to it, and then makes a century in that game.
That's a fine shot. Beautiful, languid shot from Hammond.
And then I think Leicestershire's coach was saying after the game that he's going to get him by the scruff of the neck and having signed a new contract on Monday, and he's back there this season, Harry Swindles. So yeah, that is a lovely shot, isn't it? That's there's been a little bit of encouragement for James Harry. He's had a couple of thick edges, sort of controlled edges down to third man, but there's been a couple of really pristine drives too.
End of the over, 4 gone. Good start for Gloucestershire, 23 without loss. So far the pitch looks blameless. The sun is out, it's going to be hot today. Might even reach the giddy heights of 32, which in this summer has been notable for its rain for the most part. And it's cold, my God, at the beginning. May and June.
Yeah, they were bleak, and then you see these stats saying, hottest on record. I think it's one of those where it's almost it's never warm is the thing. You're never getting warmed through, but it's
well, the world's hottest day, but that was mostly because of concentrated heat in the middle, wasn't it?
It's going to be Majid to continue.
Is that a little bit of turn out there? It's always interesting watching a Surrey spinner and wondering about the sliding doors moment of what might have been if Shoaib Bashir had not been let go. He'd probably be on loan to Worcestershire anyway. Is he another Guildford graduate, is he, Bashir?
Oh, I think he might be. I suppose there's also, keen directors of cricket around the country will be just inquiring about what will happen with the Bashir Leach situation going beyond this season. It's I don't think there's any huge fault of Somerset for how it's going. If anything, it's to their credit that they produce and nurture spinners in the way that they do. But they do have two of the best spinners in England at the same club, and usually only need one. So the loan system has helped out Bashir this season, but you'd think for next season that he'd want to go to a club where he can, a Division 1 club where he can be bowling every game.
It's such a curious one, isn't it, for the English spinner, because Bashir's not going to be picked up in the IPL, so he'll be available for county cricket in April and May. And April and May does not scream off spinner. Now, that might be because we're misinterpreting the data, or we've got entrenched notions. End of the over, just the one from it. Nice tight over from Majid, 24 without loss after 5. Because actually, the start of this season, Cam Steele, Dan Lawrence taking plenty of wickets for Surrey, and there were spinners taking wickets all around the country. Callum Parkinson, for example. So we might be slightly over-egging the pudding about, April being bad for spinners. But look, it's cold, it's tricky, and whether it's bad for spinners or whether it's better for seamers, which is the other side of the coin, isn't it? So they get fewer opportunities. I mean, April's not a bad month to bat, as we discovered from Andrew Sampson. I believe that it actually moved into top spot this year. If you looked at the runs scored in the last 10 years, it was jockeying with July for top spot. And we had so many runs in April this year that actually, statistically, April is not a bad time to bat at all. It's May and September are bad times to bat. Relatively speaking, of course. When it's warmed up a little bit more, the ball's swinging a bit more for the seamers. First wide, just straying down the leg side.
I think it comes down to just quality of bowler at time as well, like a guy of Bashir's quality, and also the particular way he operates. Obviously, he puts a lot of action on the ball, so you'd think even on pitches that aren't hugely conducive to spin, he can get something out of them. But he's also, because he's so tall and he has that high action, it's about bounce sometimes as much as about turn. And obviously, pitches can maybe be a bit lower in April as well, so maybe that's a bit impacted too. But you'd like to think that a guy of that quality versus your fifth seamer can get a look in. And that was the slight frustration with Somerset earlier this summer, was that Leach was actually injured for the start of the season and Bashir still wasn't playing for that first round. And then you saw up at Lancashire they had the debate between Hartley and Lyon, having signed Lyon before Hartley became the guy with the second best figures, now the third best figures, I think, isn't it, for England on Test debut.
I think the slight difference there is that Old Trafford perfectly happy to prepare turning wickets, and why shouldn't they? That's entirely their prerogative when you've signed someone like Nathan Lyon. And Lyon's workload was being managed as well, so what they could sort of end up doing was playing Hartley and Lyon at home and Hartley away. It didn't work out precisely like that, but broadly speaking they could do that, and that way that could keep Hartley bowling and fulfil their obligations to Cricket Australia for Nathan Lyon. Whereas it's a bit more tricky for Somerset to be expected to go away, come to the Oval early in the season, Kookaburra ball, and bowl Leach and Bashir, for example. Oh, that's been whacked away. That might be the first 6. It is. In case we haven't mentioned it before, that is the short side. And that went pretty flat. A nice pickup from Miles Hammond. Clatters into the advertising hoardings away to our right.
Yeah, right into the Xbox Game Pass, that, isn't it?
Yeah. A satisfying thud.
There's a gentleman just walking around inside the stands there. He thought he might have been in business for a second, but as you say, it was flat, but that boundary is short enough that it went all the way.
So then, as Somerset, you've got to decide if you're going to have one spinner for the most part. That's been squeezed away. This, well, I think it's going to be stopped just inside. They'll get back for a couple of runs. You've got an experienced test player in Leach that England currently aren't using, and so he then becomes very attractive to you because he's an extremely good bowler who knows Somerset inside out, has come up through their system, knows the pitch, and will predominantly be taking the ball away from. Most teams have a majority of right-handers over left-handers against the off-spinner, who's 20 and averages 70 in county cricket. So you can sort of see it from Somerset's point of view.
And when it comes to a decision for them, if they had to choose between Leach and Bashir and one of them were to move away, you've also got the fact that now that Bashir is England's first choice, Leach gives you more availability during the summer. And there's also actually, it sounds silly to say given, he started out for England as a number 11, but Leach does offer a little bit more with the bat now than Bashir as well, which is something to... There's also different roles I think you fulfil as a county spinner versus an England spinner, especially now that Ben Foakes has got that all-round status back again, where England can use their spinner in a very attacking fashion. Whereas if you have a spinner in county cricket, also it's a 4-day game, not a 5-day game, so that aspect of them coming into the game later is a little bit less, and you do want someone who can just dart it in. And I think possibly at this stage, even as skilled as Bashir is, Leach has the edge on that front. So partly it's just different needs for different teams.
Of course, he should become quite an attractive prospect for other counties, perhaps even Surrey, because will get a central contract, and really you sort of almost got like a free off spinner for April and May. And I think only one test match this year, for example, is clashing with County Championship. It's the Old Trafford test against Sri Lanka at the back end of August. When Old Trafford is being used for test match, Lancashire come here to the Kia Oval. Otherwise, there aren't that many clashes back end of the season generally.
That's true. I guess there's also the ECB workload to think about, that they might then keep someone out for a couple of games, which is also one of the funny things about the Lions stint at Lancashire, wasn't it? Where they'd signed, scam through for quick single.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's not been brilliantly backed up, that. I'd like to see that again, see if the fielder actually got a little deflection on it, because there were two fielders in position to back up. The fielder had to throw because there was just a chance of a run out here. It was a very tight single, pushed into the offside. That would have been out had there been a direct hit. Only had sort of one and a little bit of a stump to aim at. But then unfortunately, it slid away to the boundary, which I think poor old Conor McCurr can do without. Few things irk a bowler more than that, especially because he's going to have an end of season review at some point. He's going to want to say, well, at least 4 of those runs I shouldn't have conceded.
It's the week of the 5, isn't it? Did you see the all-on 5 in the Ireland-Zimbabwe test? That was great.
Wasn't that a brilliant example of the complete futility of trying? Because had the fielder just let it run over the boundary for 4, it would have been 4, not 5. Bless him.
I don't think he's been seen since. If you've seen the clip, he goes over the boundary.
Disappears.
Boundary hoardings, and
yeah, that was great. As a very lazy man, I did see that as a sign from God not to bother. Oh, now then. Signs of real aggression here from Hammond as we come towards the back end of the power play. There's only another 21 balls of power play to go. And Hammond, I think there, starting to think up and over the offside field, because the boundary riders are a deep third just in front of the Lee Fortis, the groundsman's hut, and deep square leg. So if you can either pick the gap or loft it over the covers, that short boundary away to our right is very accessible. So McCurr just adjusts his line, goes more into the body, tries to hide it from that offside.
And that was the thing about that 6 a couple of overs ago. There was obviously, it was flat, and on other grounds it wouldn't have been 6, but it would have been 4 because of the field that Surrey had. It was actually a very safe shot, lifting it up over the leg side in that direction, because you're avoiding the fielders in the deep, and I guess that's what's Hammond's thinking as well, is that, okay, if he gets it wrong, he might hit it straight to one of the guys in the field, or he might hit it right up in the air. But if he gets a sort of 80% right, then that will go to the boundary at least.
Slightly too full, but he's got away with that. Hammond will be a bit annoyed. Full toss there, just needed to find the gap between mid-off and cover. He didn't manage it. Still, it's a good steady start from Gloucestershire. The end of the over, 40 without loss, 7 overs bowled. We've had 3 overs of spin, 4 overs of pace. The pitch is looking lovely. It's a glorious hot sunny day. It feels like a fill your boots day today. And also, it's good to see a good crowd in. Now, there'll be many reasons for it. One of it is that it's the holidays and it is a lovely day. But also, because Surrey members have got just 3 days of senior men's cricket from from the middle of July through till 22nd of August, is it, I think, when Surrey resumed county championship duties here against Lancashire.
Yeah, we were talking about the sort of oddity and the challenges of the format of the One Day Cup a bit earlier, and that's another aspect of it, is that, you know, Surrey's games at the Oval finish today. They'll have played 3 games in a row here, and then they go to Guildford, which is obviously another home game, but not here. And yeah, it does mean if you're a Surrey member and you happen to have booked your holidays for this week, then that's your lot, sort of thing. But yeah, I imagine the ice cream van will be doing a roaring trade today.
Do you do ice cream? I've got a tooth issue with ice cream. I find it a challenge.
Do you find that with all ice creams, or
Yes.
with different ones, can you kind of locate it over to one side of the mouth?
Well, I could sort of do that, but I also think, what's the point?
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
it's just cream and sugar, isn't it?
we are sat in a lovely air-conditioned,
Oh, yeah, that's
box.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be thinking more in terms of a sort of pint of spritzer, I think, with ice.
And I guess with that, you might be able to bypass the teeth altogether.
Yeah, you can.
Just open
You
the
can just
gullet.
open the
pour
gullet,
it straight
exactly.
down.
Yeah. I find it has more pleasurable concomitant side effects for brain function as well than an ice cream. But, you know, look, what do I know?
I haven't inspected the contents of your coffee cup.
No, it is coffee. Had an early morning today, Ben.
How early?
Well, for me, hideously early. Alarm went at 7:45. One doesn't tend to like to do that sort of thing if one can avoid it.
Are you catching an event in the Olympics? What was the...
I'm loving the Olympics. I always love the Olympics. Oh, now it goes for a swing there. It gets thudded into the body. Nearly 81 miles an hour from Taylor. Can't see what Hammond's trying to do.
There's a couple in a row, though, where he's either beaten the bat or just found the inside edges. There is just a little bit happening, but obviously a very solid opening partnership overall. But it does feel like Taylor's maybe the most likely so far.
So far, you'd think. Yes, to get back to the Olympics, I love the Olympics. I have a slight issue with the coverage of it, which is that we do fixate on feelings. And it appears to me that commentators must have written into their contracts that they must get a certain quantity of tears out of each medalist, and indeed non-medalist. If they come fourth, that's easy, tears straight away. But you know, if you've got a medal of any kind, researchers are ferreting around trying to find a recently dead relative or somebody that they can just poke. Are you doing this for your second cousin once removed? Yes, I am. Rather than, you know, I'm doing it because I've been up at 6 o'clock in the morning rowing for the last 4 years, and I want that to have some meaning. That's flicked away fine. That's going to be 4 more. You cannot afford to stray onto the pads here. It's a good wicket. It's a short boundary, and that's ruined what was otherwise a fine over. 44 without loss after 8. And I love the human interest stories up to a point. You know, frequently it's a geography teacher doing kayaking, or, you know, a mental health nurse doing taekwondo. Love it. Become an expert on everything about it almost immediately. You suddenly get the terminology, don't you? And we were talking about this off air, how Olympic sports have no trouble at all expecting you to watch it and work out what's going on without some idiot involvement of saccharine nonsense. That's gone fine to fine leg, won't be a run. So, you know, we don't need to play up all these other aspects. We don't need to distract the viewer from what is mountain biking. Just get on with showing it. And sure enough, the congruence of speed and time and competition will be thrilling and dramatic.
Yeah, and obviously with the, you know, cricket always trying to draw in a new audience, and how do you go about doing that? How do you convince people that this slightly odd thing is good? And I guess, you know, it's probably a slightly trickier challenge with a competition like the One Day Cup or the 100, because, you know, people have a natural affinity. They know what Team GB is. They know what a gold medal is. So you can switch something on, and if you see someone with your country's flag in first place, you're instantly invested in a way that when you have to convince or explain to someone what, you know,
yeah,
what a team in the domestic competition is. But also the action does often just speak for itself, and that goes for all sports.
Just a little bit on his heels there at mid-off. Allowed the single to be taken.
And I take your point about the human stories can be over-egged, but they're useful. But then also I think that sometimes what's given me an interest in a sport is just some specific actual intricacy is what it is. It's like that thing that tells you, oh, I didn't know that, but that's amazing that, you know, that humans can do that, or that, you know, they've gone through all that and that's how it works. And then all of a sudden I'm kind of invested in learning more.
There's also the sort of semi-novelty of it, isn't there? Because you never really think about mountain biking until it's on. And it's only on in the Olympics. I mean, I'm going to become an expert on climbing at some point, because I think we've got some climbers in the Olympics. You know, the sort of static wall thing, a bit like they're having gladiators. Only you're not being pursued by a bodybuilder, mercifully. At least I don't think you are.
I'm looking forward to the skateboarding. I've seen on the Chinese team, one of the skateboarders was born in August 2012.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah. I think it might have been after the 2012 opening ceremony.
Oh, good grief. So not yet 12.
Yeah.
It does make you feel somewhat old.
But then does it? I think when they're so young, it's like what were you doing
Yeah,
at
just
12?
pass it
It's
off.
like,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was watching Botham's Ashes when I was 12. That's been carved away, but there is protection down there.
So we haven't
Just been a
actually
single.
got drilled down into why you were up at 7:45.
Oh, well, I was doing recording a podcast with a chap called Matthew Standlin, you may be familiar with, who loves his cricket, and it's called 20 Questions. And of course, being me, we started recording it at 5 to 10, and at 20 to 11 we said we might have to break here and come back in for second tips. It's like, I can't answer questions succinctly. I mean, it doesn't help, if you don't mind me saying so, Matthew. I doubt that you're listening, but if you're going to ask me the question, why is cricket so great? That is not a question that I could fit into a 45-minute podcast, let alone a further 19 questions. I made a stab at it. Swing and a miss. Not seen too much of that today, but that was close to inside edge, close to a drag on.
Yeah, last over the power play, and that Gloucestershire they haven't got away from Surrey here as much as, you know, Surrey haven't created anything. There was that one run out chance, but apart from that, nothing meaningful. But when the rate's just ticking over 5 inside the power play, and you haven't taken a wicket, in some ways Gloucestershire might think, well, actually if we can get some off the last over here before, you know, we have to just sort of go into ticket around mode.
Well, you're right, with that small boundary on one side and with them being none down, I think Surrey will be fairly happy with the score of 47 without loss, with only 4 balls left of power play, at which point the field can go back. As a captain, you start to breathe a little sigh of relief. You can start to plug gaps. Bowlers can be a little bit less predictable because you can start to play with both sides of the wickets a little bit more.
And McCurr started well. I mean, 8 runs from 2 overs doesn't look outstanding, but when you think 5 of those were, or 4 of those were off an overthrow.
Well, he might have been out had he hit, had the fielder hit.
You didn't fancy getting just bringing Matthew in and continuing the podcast on the Surrey commentary?
Could have done that. It was on a Zoom meeting. I mean, that would, I mean, why not? If you've got 20 questions for us, by the way, you can email them to surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And indeed, if you are keeping an eye on the Olympics at the moment, what are your favourite sports? What are your favourite things that you see once every 4 years? I can't quite get to grips with gymnastics because I've absolutely no idea what constitutes good, apart from not falling off.
That's actually one of the ones I've got a little bit more into.
Have you?
Yeah, so the scoring, it took me a little while, because it's no longer just, judge holds up a board and it's either a 10 or a 9. It's the difficulty compounds. So if you can do something that no one else can do, then it doesn't matter if you don't completely ace it. And that's what Simone Biles, she's got, I think, they're not called tricks, are they? But she's got a move named after in all but one of the disciplines, which is something that she first did, and many of them is only she can do. And so even if she only gets them sort of 8 out of 10, she's going to be screaming away at the top of the points table.
Good stop there. Extra cover. Prevents a boundary. Hit very firmly. Got one more ball of the power play to go. Yes, it's a bit like they do in the diving, isn't it? You've got a degree of difficulty. You also do discover, though, how some sports that the local advantage is massive. So in the kayaking yesterday, slalom kayaking thingamajig, the bloke who won, the Frenchman who won by miles. And the reason for that can only be that he'd been practicing on that very course for about the last 2 years. So he knew every eddy, every current. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Home advantage is important. End of the over, end of the power play, 49 without loss. I think Surrey will be not happy. They would have liked a couple of wickets in the power play, obviously, but it's a good-looking deck, and Gloucestershire haven't got away from them. Hammond, you can see there, doing the bulk of the scoring, 33 from 39. Bancroft, the other end, 15 from 21. Just the 3 bowlers used. Majid opened the bowling with his left-arm spin. None for 9 from 3. Parsimonious. Taylor, 5 overs done for 32, perhaps the most threatening. And McCurr, tight in those 2 overs. As Ben said, 5 of those runs coming from a sharply taken single that went for 4 overthrows. So McCurr will stay in the attack. And before long, I dare say, we'll be seeing Nathan Barnwell as well. Looking forward to that. The Winter Olympics provides more comedy, I would suggest, because there's a lot of sliding around and falling over. Like that a lot. Big fan.
Yes, no, that's always good to see. I mean, you get the odd fall in a. I mean, did you see in the cycling the other day there was someone who they needed a new bike for some reason, which seems like quite a big thing to go wrong in the middle of a race.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
And then they had a team mechanic. And this was not too dissimilar to the 5 overthrow situation, also the 5 run situation in the Ireland Test match, where they leap over the sort of the hoardings at the side of the road and completely stack it as well. So while holding a bike, so you can't even put their hands out to. This was on when it was absolutely hosing it down, as it was during the opening ceremony.
Yes,
so that was a little bit of comedy there.
Yeah.
But they don't like comedy; they just like focusing on tears. Those sorts.
That it's that really, isn't it? Some are slightly better at eliciting. Oh dear, that's
the Winter Olympics out there.
It is. We just mentioned it. And there's a slip from Barnwell in the covers. 51 without loss. Yes, I mean, some commentators I think are better suited to inducing tears. I'm quite surprised Victoria Derbyshire's not out there. I think she'd be rather good at that. Claire Balding's brilliant at it, absolutely superb. Just effortless ability to conjure tears. Rishi Prasad, I feel, is a little bit more awkward about doing it. He feels a bit guilty, I think, about saying to the equestrians, come on, cry for me. And I think the equestrians, I don't know, this might be a snobbery of mine, but they seem to have less to cry about, it seems to me. It's harder to get tears out of those.
Surely it's a sort of reverse snobbery, isn't it? With when you're talking about the advantage you need to do well in the sport, the advantage you need to take up equestrianism from a young age.
There must be still sad stories to tell. They're just maybe this mob are a particularly equable group at the moment with nothing much going wrong. I don't know, or maybe they're just reticent to mention it.
This might be one someone can email them in about, but I don't know if horses cry as well. Do they have the capacity to produce tears?
Do you know, I really don't know. I'd be fascinated to know, though. Do let us know if you're an expert on horse tears. surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Hazel Irvine's a true pro, isn't she?
Oh, love Hazel. She manages to straddle that perfect line between fact and feelings.
There's an excellent song by the band The Wave Pictures called Hazel Irvine in tribute
Really?
to her. Yes, yeah.
She deserves a song. Much like it was a half man, half biscuit who had a song about Fred Titmus.
Excellent. See, the Duckworth-Lewis method had many songs about
Yeah.
cricketing heroes.
If you're going to write one song about any member of this Surrey 11, who would you choose?
Well, I've always been a big Ben Foakes fan, and I also think that his surname might have decent rhyming potential.
Oh, it could do, couldn't it?
I mean, you obviously had the England 11s more infrequent than you'd have expected, actually, when they were all coming through. When Foakes, Wokes and Stokes were all in the same 11.
Yeah, and you've got John Noakes as well, former Blue Peter presenter. You can get in there.
Yeah, all good blokes. That's another.
Good blokes.
Yeah.
You've got the actual race, the Oaks. Whereas, for example, that's a wide start, the over, from Barnwell. Playing in just his third match for Surrey here, coming into bowl from the pavilion end. Whereas, if you're going to do an ode to Graham Van Buren, you might struggle a little, I think.
Although, I don't know is he related to Armin Van Buren?
I don't know. Or Martin Van Buren, the great, well, not so great actually, American president of the 19th century.
Been looking forward to seeing Nathan Barnwell in the attack, going back to a bit of cricket, because you obviously mentioned he's only played the two List A games. I think one professional game, but that wasn't in county cricket. That was against a Sri Lanka Development 11, and those games were actually in 2022. He didn't feature at all last season. He's played a bit of second 11 stuff this year, but he is a guy that they like. He's played a bit of under-19 stuff as well for England. Was part of that squad that made their way to the final in 2022.
Gets nice bounce. High enough action to extract the bounce off this pitch.
Yeah, and a decent speed so far for your first few balls. You'd hope that once you get into your spell a bit, that get into your rhythm, that you might be able to even up that a little bit as well. So stuff to like so far. And I mean, only 3 balls in, but
Just taking a look here at the protection that's out here for him. There's a deep square leg and a deep point. Fine leg, deep third. 5 other fielders all in the ring from mid-off round to point, and then mid-wicket up to mid-on.
good time to bring him in as well, when obviously outside of the power play, so he gets that little bit more protection, but also with McCurr at the other end. So even if Bulmer were to go for a couple of boundaries, the rate overall is not going to be, spiralling upwards, because McCurr is keeping it so tight. But at the moment, just a single and a wide from his first 4 balls. He's doing a job of keeping it on it himself.
Oh, now he's gone after that. And, very nearly brilliantly taken down at long leg. It's a bit top edgy, that. Wasn't in complete control, Hammond, but he got enough of it to swing it away over deep fine leg for 6. They found the ball. I want to see how close that was to the fielder down here at long legs. He made a terrific effort. One hand came off the bat. It's not in control at all. Yeah, it wasn't far away. Barnwell just straying a little bit onto the hip of Hammond. Wide signal. Was very close to getting the edge there. But it is a very short boundary, and had that been, say, sort of 4 or 5 pitches away to the left, the angle might have taken that straight down the throat of fine leg, but it really isn't far at all to fine leg here. Mishits will carry.
Yeah, it went really quickly as well. I mean, it really thudded into that chair down there, didn't it? But that is what that pace can do.
That's the end of the over. 12 have gone, 61 without loss. Good start for Gloucestershire, but they haven't run away with it. All from Ben Gardner. And then for the first time today, a man who has presumably and no doubt played with, mentored, or, just knows Nathan Barnwell. It's a friend of a friend. There we go. It's going to be Cameron Ponsonby.
Good morning, Ben. So Conor McCurr is going to continue from the Vauxhall end. And he has mighty fine figures of just 10 runs off his first 3 overs at the moment, 5 of which have come in misfield. So part of him could be feeling deserved to be within his rights, even to feel a bit hard done by. But very fine figures nonetheless. How have you been doing? I assume you've done the pleasantries with Daniel, but I'm going to do them again.
Yeah, I'm still well, but all the better for seeing you.
I think it's the first time we've done commentaries together, which is really bringing joy to my heart, especially because it means I don't have to spend time with Daniel, which is even better. It's well bowled again by McCurr, and Hammond forces the ball down the ground for a single.
You've managed to time that jibe just in between his walk between boxes, so that little gap when he won't have been in earshot.
Exactly.
Well.
I would never say anything cruel about Daniel if it wasn't behind his back. That's the ethos I live by.
It's an interesting situation here, where you have one batter who's somehow taking up so much of the strike. I mean, it won't be by design, but you wonder, can that have an impact, do you reckon, on a guy who's out there in the middle? If you just find yourself, you're only facing one ball over, can you sort of play yourself out of a bit of nick, or are you kind of happy just to be out there? And also, you worried, you're thinking, I've been out here 12 overs when he scored 17. I'm not going to, get up too much as this goes on for the rest of the innings, sort of thing.
Sliced away behind point. Bancroft should pick up a couple. Miles Hammond thinks about turning for a third, but it's well fielded on the boundary. Well, it actually happened a couple of times in the recent Test series, I think namely with Cavum Hodge and Jason Holder, where exactly that happened, where batters kind of found themselves falling out of the rhythm of the innings. There was one occurrence with Jason Holder, I think it was in the final test match at Edgbaston. He was batting with Alzari Joseph. Ball takes an inside edge. They scamper through for a quick single. It's another very fine over from McCurr, just the 3 runs off it so far. And you did see kind of Holder, their partnership was only around kind of 37 deliveries, 6-7 overs, and he only faced about 5 or 6 balls. And kind of the likes of Atherton, the commentators who really know their stuff as opposed to us, who sometimes know our stuff, kind of did comment on the fact you can lose your rhythm within an innings just if you're starved of that strike. It's just short of a length. And Hammond is able to tuck the ball into the leg side for a comfortable single. I believe, yes, that is the end of the 13th over, and the score is 64 for no loss. We have a slight discrepancy between what's on the big scoreboard here at the Oval and what's on the one you'll see on your screen. The umpires, I believe, are discussing, if not the score, then the number of balls gone, but they're all happy with, well, I don't know what they're happy with at the moment. It looks as if Conor McCurr is going to come back and bowl one more delivery. In short, no one really knows what's happening at the moment. And they appear to have changed their mind once more, and that is indeed the end of the over. Were you across all of that, Ben? Were you happy?
Well, it's a bit peculiar, because normally when there's a discrepancy, it is a discrepancy. At that point, actually, we had on our screens that it was 1 ball to come, and we had on the big scoreboard that it was 1 ball to come. And the umpires thought there was 1 ball to come, and yet they eventually all decided that I think there's an extra dot at the start of the over. They must have, that Conor McCurr slipped by everyone, and they all seem pretty comfortable now. And here's hoping there's no drama at the end of the game when Surrey 1 run from victory or whatever.
Well, it happened earlier this season with Ollie Pope being denied his first ever T20 100. He scored what he thought was his 100th run, only for it to be kind of denied on countback. And that's short from Barmel and quick, and that strikes Miles Hammond. Trots down. I don't believe it struck him in the helmet, because, well, we are seeing a flurry of activity, so we will have the concussion check for Hammond. We'll see the replay here. Barmel has such a beautiful action. You see a glancing blow on the side of the head. I thought briefly on first viewing it kind of struck him in the shoulder. But it's part of the reason why Barmel's such an exciting package. He can be quite erratic, but with his kind of very beautiful, kind of languid action, he's able to generate great pace. It's very exciting to see him get the opportunity today in the 11 in the place of Matthew Dunn. See here the score, the kind of tail of the tape so far. Miles Hammond on 43 of 51, Cameron Bancroft on 20 of 28. As Ben was referring to, Hammond having had the lion's share of the strike. And then the bowling figures, Yusuf Majid opening the bowling today, which is a bit of a surprise, given how well Seam has done in the last 2 matches here. But he bowled very tidily to just go for 9 runs off his 3 overs. James Taylor leaked a few boundaries, but all in all, between Majid and McCurr, they've been able to keep a lid on the scoring rate. And Barnwell just getting in to his work now. Were you surprised or at all that Yusuf Majid was given the new ball, or did it strike you as a fairly sensible plan of action?
Well, I think you see it on occasion. I guess in the 3 overs suggested it was sort of a pre-designed plan, because those they only went for 9 runs. It wasn't as if they were getting a hold of him to too great an extent, although there was, I think, the 1-6 came off him over the leg side. But I guess also you wonder if it would come into it that we have talked about that slightly shorter boundary here. But I mean, he did a sterling job with it. I mean, it is a challenge with a spinner with the new ball, because you have to leave an area open, and it is that much easier to sort of manufacture a shot over a particular region. But he he did the job well, and I think that in general the captaincy's been pretty good. I've been impressed with the time to introduce Barnwell.
Yeah, and I think also the factor is we're on the same pitch that we played on Sunday, so it is slightly older. There wasn't the most amount of cricket that went through the pitch on Sunday. I think it was quite literally kind of 49.5 overs. We didn't even just reach kind of the halfway point of the allocated overs. So maybe Majid on a slightly more worn wicket was a factor in their decision-making process. Right, Miles Hammond has been given the all clear, and it'll be Barnwell to Cameron Bancroft. One more run to the total.
You're right to credit the action. It's a really beautiful thing, and it's as much as the pace, he generates some bounce as well, doesn't he? We've seen obviously that one that hit Hammond in the helmet, that sort of top edgy pull shot that went for 6, that just cleared the fielder on the fine leg fence. So he's making things happen.
It was remarkable the speed of which, and you and Daniel commented on it at the time, the speed of that 6 flew to the boundary. It really thudded into the advertising boardings. That's full driven and splits the gap between cover and mid-off. It could be 4 as Taylor pursues. And I believe he's done a fantastic piece of work to keep it to just 3 runs. I did look for all money like that ball was going to race away to the boundary. But Taylor doing his teammate a favour and saving the 1 run. See that just piercing that gap between cover and mid-off. And Taylor, that's very fine work, especially in kind of the format we have here. I think we're in a situation where we have the TV replays where we can see after the fact whether or not a knee might have touched the rope, but we do not have the umpire review afterwards. So I do think on occasion you might spot a boundary denied to the batter, but that was not the case on that occasion. I think Barnwell's just, if not getting an official talking to, the umpire's just making a point of where he might be landing in his follow-through. It's a good delivery into a very awkward area for Hammond, kind of targeting that rib cage. And though you mentioned kind of his action, and it kind of goes back to the way that England are now often selecting in terms of attributes and kind of what people see in players as opposed to what their kind of output of numbers are. I think I'm right in saying kind of both Atkinson and Barnwell had kind of similar trajectories here at Surrey. That's the end of Barnwell's second over, the end of 14 overs for Gloucestershire. Score is 72 for no loss. And maybe trajectory is probably not the right word there, but both bowlers, when kind of picked and selected to keep going through the ranks above others, it was kind of just the fact they had something that they didn't really quite feel others did. For Atkinson, he was able to hit the glove in kind of training sessions that bit harder than the actual pace of the ball suggested, and for how wiry his frame was. And I think for kind of Nathan Barnwell would have been coming through at the same time as the likes of kind of Sean Hunt, who now finds himself down at Sussex. They just thought the extra pace of Barnwell and just how kind of put together when people select and give professional deals now, they want the all-round package. They want people who are excellent in the field. They want people who can hold the bat and strike a long ball. And Barnwell's ticking all those boxes. And so it's excellent to see him getting an opportunity here. He's only played, I think, 3 matches in total in the Surrey first team. He played in a Sri Lanka development game a couple of years ago at Guildford, and he played in 2 one-day cup matches either last year or the year before, one of which I believe was at Radlett against Middlesex. But Majid is back into the attack, replacing Conor McCurr. A very fine start to his spell, so we'll see if he is able to continue his work. Starts for dot ball immediately. The field we have is 5-4 field. We have a short third, backward point, cover points out on the boundary, cover and long off. Long on mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a short 45.
So this is in fact Nathan Barnwell's oval debut for Surrey.
Oh, lovely.
Hove was his other one-day cup game, both of those in 2022.
There we go. Against Middlesex at Radlett. I'm very proud of myself for remembering that one off the dome. I believe he had a little cameo over the bat but didn't bowl. And that's lifted high and straight. It will be safe and it will trickle away for 4 runs. Dom Sibley at long on was briefly interested. There's also half century for Miles Hammond, arriving off 55 deliveries. His first of the competition this year. He started with 2 single-figure scores. But he's faced the majority of the balls of this innings, and he's been batting at a very kind of a beautifully steady tempo. He's putting his team into a very strong position.
And that's a statement shot, isn't it? With Majid back into the attack, sort of saying we're not going to let you settle like you sort of did in your first spell. That it's going to be tougher, even though you've got a few more fielders out now.
There's another hoik. Majid came over the wicket that time to the left-handed Hammond, and perhaps that strike down the ground was just the difference of the ball's slightly older now. When Majid would have had the new ball, it would have been skidding on that little bit more, and that straight shot, that straight lofted shot, probably carried a little bit more risk with it, whereas Hammond felt comfortable to be able to reach the pitch with the delivery. Bancroft defends into the offside.
It's interesting going back to Barnwell, and you know, not saying that this will happen, but just how quickly life can change when you have the sort of the biomechanical freak of a body that allows you to hit those kind of speeds.
And that is out. Miles Hammond wanders down the track and chips the simplest of catches to Rory Burns at mid-wicket. And Surrey have their first wicket of the day, and that was all a bit kind of understated. We'll see here on the replay. Majid bowling a simple stock delivery at the stumps. Hammond wanders down the wicket, clips the ball into the leg side. And such is the simple nature of it. There's hardly a celebration in sight. A nice little fist pump from Rory Burns.
Yeah, it was so understated. At first I thought I must have missed a bump ball. I was like, no, he has hit that straight to mid-wicket, and yeah, then obviously it is confirmed when everyone else starts running in. But you know, I guess that's the gamble. You said there was that aggression coming in earlier in the over, and then he's out, sort of trying to sort of do the same thing again, but not getting hold of it quite as well.
Well, we have some news from the wider world of cricket. Matthew Motts, England's white ball coach, England men's white ball coach, has stepped down, with the assistant Marcus Trescothick taking over on an interim basis. I could read you the statement, but I don't know how interesting they are. Let's find out. Rob Key, the men's managing director, said Marcus Trescothick is well respected in the dressing room and will take charge of the team affairs alongside white ball captain Joss Butler, so Butler remains in place. Marcus and Joss have a good rapport, and I think their partnership will help us maintain continuity and stability. The search for a full-time replacement will now begin. It is essential that we go through the right process to ensure we get the best person for the job. Right, Ollie Price is the new batter for Gloucestershire. He is at the non-strikers end. Nathan Barnwell is continuing from the pavilion end, and we'll get to your tips for replacements after this delivery. With that single into the leg side, a perfect opportunity. Ben Gardner is naturally on the kind of the cutting edge of all things England white ball appointments. Who's your shortlist? Who are you giving the job to? Are you surprised by the news?
Not at all surprised. I think, if anything, it's felt like it's taken quite a long time to get to this point. In you know, I don't think after that semi-final exit, the writing was sort of on the wall. You know, not that Mott's done a bad job on the whole. Had that immediate success, you know, winning that T20 World Cup in 2022, but then the 50 over World Cup was sort of the real disaster. I think he almost needed a real standout campaign in the T20 in order to sort of make a real case there. Especially, you know, we've got the Champions Trophy next year, but no World Cup, so it's a bit of breathing space, which you so rarely get in white ball cricket if you want to bring in someone new. So it feels like the right time, and given that was clear for everyone to see, it's
short from Barnwell. It's called a no ball and beats Josh Blake and runs away to the boundary. That'll be 6 runs in total, 2 for the no ball and 4, well, you would say for the byes, but they do of course go down as further no balls. And it's just that sign of kind of the erraticism that comes with Barnwell. He's able to bowl that quick short delivery. He struck Miles Hammond in the helmet earlier, but getting it slightly wrong on the ball. Trampolines over everyone and away to the boundary.
Yeah, England managed to play a whole Test series between that World Cup and this decision.
Well, they also played another World Cup. They played a T20 World Cup.
Yes, but
sorry, I thought you
were
talking
about
about
the semi-final exit and the decision. They've managed to play a whole Test series, so they've had quite a lot of thinking time, which is fair enough. Mott did come into this with a good reputation with the Australia team, so you don't want to make that decision lightly.
Yes, sorry.
But then who are the candidates? It's in some ways it's kind of hard to say. Owen Morgan has almost ruled himself out of the running, at least for right now. The only caveat to that is that Trescothick is in an interim role until the end of this season, it sounds like. And then Morgan has said that it's not the right time right now, but he'd perhaps like to do it at some point. And I think England don't play any more white ball cricket until the start of next year. I might be incorrect, but I think they return to Test cricket.
They go to the West Indies for 3 ODIs and 5 T20s in November.
Okay, in November. So it's possible they might be able to interim that too, and then maybe at the start of next year Morgan will have a slightly different outlook. I know the bookies' favourite yesterday morning was Andrew Flintoff, which would be a stunning appointment. Not in some ways not out of keeping with how Rob Key has tended to operate so far. McCullum hadn't coached a Red Bull side before he took over as England Test coach and has been a success in that. Flintoff has only just taken over as Northern Superchargers head coach, and that came without a great deal of coaching experience beforehand, sort of been in and around England dressing rooms and that sort of thing. He's obviously a legend of the game, and he's you can see how he can motivate a group of players. I suppose the question as well is what do England need, and how good in a way do they think this group of players are? Do they think it is just about the environment, someone who can come in and create a sort of nice vibe for them to go out and express themselves? And in that case, I can see the argument for Flintoff. Or actually, is there a question about, like we talk all the time about England's batting depth, but is it definitely as deep as we think it is? Do they have the same number of world-class talents as India, as Australia, or is there actually something that you might need someone to come in and actually do some real coaching to explain to some of these young guys who also, the guys who England will be picking for in 50 over cricket aren't playing in this competition that we're watching here. Someone to come in and sort of actually grab them and say, this is how you play this format, kind of thing.
I think the schedule just doesn't allow for that second option of coaching. The West Indies series, the white ball series of 3 ODIs. Yusuf Majid continues from the pavilion end. Just a quick note on new batter Ollie Price. He's in a difficult run of form at the moment. He's got 6 single-figure scores in a row, 2 of which are List A, 4 T20. So there's obviously natural volatility baked within that particular cake. But he'll be looking for a score to make himself feel a lot better at the moment. But no, I think with the England white ball coach role, I think if the Northern Superchargers do well this season, I would be shocked if it wasn't Flintoff. I think he's kind of been heir elect for a little while now. And it will make life, if the Northern Superchargers finish bottom of the pile, which probably realistically doesn't have any reflection on Flintoff's ability or lack of as a coach, it makes it very difficult to give the job to someone who's just been in control of 7 matches and lost 6 of them. If, however, they do very well and they somehow manage to win the competition, it kind of creates this red carpet effect where it's like, brilliant, the guy that the players love and the players do speak so kind of effusively about him, has also got now this medal behind him and gives him some kind of on-the-pitch credentials. Ollie Price is really trying to work the angles here against Majid. It's incredibly short behind square on the leg side from this end, and so it makes complete sense the strategy he's adopting to try and get that sweep away and find the boundary. Surrey are making the change immediately, so they're now dropped 45, who was a kind of more of a backward square leg, out to the boundary to kind of protect. The paddle sweep is probably a better or more productive option for Price now, just to get that ball a little bit finer. And he paddles immediately, but doesn't get much of the ball. So it just trickles away for a single, and Majid's mighty fine spell of bowling continues. His figures are 1 for 19 after 5 overs. After 17 overs, Gloucestershire are 90 for 1. It's Nathan Barnwell to continue from the pavilion end.
I suppose there's also the Ben Stokes factor, isn't there? I mean, we don't know what his future looks like for England in white ball cricket yet. Obviously sat out that T20 World Cup, but looks in some ways as fit as he has for several years. So, you know, the choice is his to make if he wants to, I think. But he is playing for Northern Superchargers in the 100 this year. He's going to double his tally of games in the 100, playing 4 games. And if he, you know, is working closely alongside Flintoff and says to Rob Key, yeah, this is the guy, that will carry a reasonable amount of weight with it. Whereas if he says, oh, I'm not sure, that could also be potentially a factor. And I suppose the other thing is just who are the under candidates, you know? I mean, in a different world, you might say that, you know, would they want to just say to McCullum, you can do it in all formats. We'll give you a healthy dose of interim coaches or assistant coaches so you can just dip your toe in for the big events. That could be something, but it seems unlikely. Jonathan Trott is obviously, you know, he's a very different sort of mould, favours a very different sort of brand of cricket, but has had brilliant success with the Afghanistan team. But he's taking up a role in the SA20 competition at the start of next year. And then I think in some ways the paucity of other options is revealed by, I don't know if you got this email as well, I think several cricket journalists got a PR email from William Hill yesterday listing the odds for who would be the next England white ball coach, preempting the decision somewhat. And 6 to 1 was Formula 1 driver Charles Leclerc.
I think he'd be a good appointment, personally. What was the typo? How did that name come into the equation?
I think, unfortunately, I think it was a case of reusing a table from a previous email, and there was no one at 6 to 1 in the cricket list. So next to the 6 to 1 name in the Formula 1 list, for whatever decision that was, Charles Leclerc managed to keep his spot. I mean, you know, England like to put their pedal to the metal, don't they?
Oh, there we go. Been saving that up for 17 and a half overs. It's a very fine over from Barnwell Hill, just the 2 runs off it. He's bowling a very tight line to this pair of right-handers. And now we see Barnwell. I think this might be an official warning for following through down the wicket. I think it must be a very difficult thing to deal with if you're early in your career, and you probably aren't getting kind of pulled up on that, maybe at second 11 cricket or club cricket. So to adjust on the kind of biggest stage you will have played on is going to be a difficult task for the young bowler. Just there, he loses his line and slips down the leg side for a wide. But there's the other half of this we haven't kind of spoke about either, is there was an expectation it might be a double change. It might be Mott and Butler out. Butler is continuing, at least for the meantime. And again, it comes back to where this kind of like red carpet for Flintoff, you could argue, is being laid out, in that Brooke is captaining at the Superchargers and Phil Salt's captaining at the Manchester Originals, and there's these kind of young white ball players or young multi-format players who are being given leadership opportunities. And so in a dream scenario, or kind of the route of least resistance, Flintoff and Brooke combine at franchise level, or at the 100 level, and they take on the role going forward with England. But the difficult thing with that is, if you are a multi-format player, it's borderline impossible to play. No Test players will be featuring in that West Indies white ball series because it's sandwiched directly between the Pakistan Test Tour and the New Zealand Test Tour.
And also the Australia series in the summer, the first T20I starts the day after the last Test against Sri Lanka is due to finish, so there won't be any overlap there. I suppose the other thing with the captaincy decision is they're probably looking at it as, you don't want to, you want to leave that decision up to whoever the new coach happens to be to an extent, and when they find out who that is,
good point.
you don't want to put off who you think is the preferred person because you've set your stall out behind a captain they aren't hugely keen on getting on board with. Not that any of them are particularly disagreeable, but that is another factor as well.
That's wide from Majid, but gets away with it, and Bancroft's filthy with himself that he's missed out on the opportunity for a few runs there. It was a fine over from Barnwell. The wicket has just applied the brakes a little bit on this innings for Gloucestershire. Ollie Price is on 4 of 13, searching for some form. The two youngsters, Majid and Barnwell, are doing a mighty fine job for their team. It's another dot ball. I wouldn't be surprised to see something here, something about to change, especially from Cameron Bancroft, who will feel more set, more confident at potentially taking on that short leg side boundary. Drives confidently down the ground for 1 run.
Someone who I'd like to see, not in the conversation for the head coach role in particularly, but at least one of these guys who just seems like the vibes men around the England setup, is a guy who'll be familiar to a lot of Surrey fans and listeners, is Adam Hollyoake. Who,
oh yeah, okay.
He, England have had very few successful white ball leaders in their time, and Adam Hollyoake is one of the the select names who has won a global trophy, in effect, not an IC event, but the Champions Trophy precursor during the 90s, and he's won't need to remind people listening on here just how brilliant a captain and a cricket brain he is. I think in some ways his career issue has almost been he's just been too chilled out, too relaxed about the whole thing. When we've spoken to him, he's been saying sort of I'd love to do head coaching at some point, and sort of thing like, but this thing will come when it happens. And almost if someone can identify him as a guy to look to and be like, actually, we think this guy's got something.
A piece of fortune for Ollie Price, who advanced down the wicket. He won't pick up 4, he'll pick up 3 for his efforts. Looking to force Majid over the top straight, and the ball takes an outside edge and trickles away for 3 runs. There was a slight change of tactics between Bancroft and Price. For Price, who has been looking to sweep that previous over, they flipped a fielder over from the offside onto the leg side, giving a little bit more protection, forcing Price to play to take a different option, as he then did, and end up with 3 runs. Bancroft looks to sweep. It could be caught on the boundary, and instead it is 6 runs. That is a tiny hit out there, because Bancroft has just got the slightest of top edges on that delivery, and it has flown for 6. We'll see on the replay here. It's a checked shot. He's hardly even trying to help it on its way. And Cameron Steele at deep square leg watches the ball fly all the way for 6. We were just saying that there was likely to be a slight change of tempo from Gloucestershire as they look to try and re-inject some pace and energy into this innings, and we're seeing it there. That 6 brought up the 100, and the score was 103 for 1 after 19. Bancroft on 34 and Ollie Price on 7. And Nathan Barnwell is entering the 5th over of his spell.
And I will be handing over to John Surtees for his thoughts on England's coaching search.
Tucked away into the leg side by Ollie Price, who moves on to 8. 2 runs away from the double figures he's been searching for. Mr. Jonathan Surtees, the king of the Keir Oval, as many have dubbed him, returns to the commentary box.
Good morning, Cam.
That's short and cut, just for 1 run. Barnwell's really been finding his rhythm in the last couple of overs. Just has to be careful about his follow-through. He's been warned officially once, I believe, by the umpire for just encroaching on the danger area, the danger zone of the wicket. But otherwise, an impressive showing so far.
Yeah, the run up very much a highway to the danger zone, isn't it?
He's been ready. John's always got a line in his back pocket ready to go.
The other thing I bring with me for those people who've been with us all morning is that thanks to Roy West at Surrey Broadcast at gmail.com, we've discovered that horses can cry.
Oh wow!
This is a discussion that Dan Norcross was having this morning, talking about emotion at the Olympic Games and the gold medal that we won yesterday. And yeah, horses can cry, but Roy says, Judy is looking up, they can cry only as a result of an eye infection, not as a result of emotion.
That's one more run. I feel like humans might be the opposite. Can only cry through emotion, but not through eye infection. There would be a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something that's akin to crying when you have an eye infection, but I think it's probably not explicitly crying, is it? I think it's more just, you know, the sort of sad effects of the infection rather than sort of actual crying.
So I'm very much looking forward to the next 2 weeks of kind of. Yesterday I was working from home and was able to have the Olympics on in the background throughout the day, and the skateboarding was on throughout the day, and it was wonderful. I loved it.
Yeah, I was. One run there down the square leg. I was in a similar position myself. I was working from home in the morning. Then I needed to come into the Kia Oval for a meeting at 11 o'clock. So I was on the 159 down Brixton Hill with the synchronised diving on my phone, sitting on the front of the bus. It was. I didn't pick up a lot of the nuance on the screen of my iPhone S, but it was. Gave an impression about how obsessed I'm going to be over the next 2 weeks, I think.
The dots finish for Barnwell. He completes another tidy over. 108 for 1 after 20. I think with diving is actually one of the easiest sports to pretend you understand what's going on, because it effectively boils down to big splash bad, small splash good.
Yeah.
As you go, right, there's not much splash there, that's a 9.2 for mine.
It also, to me, demonstrates the ultimate value of great commentary as well, because the fella that does the diving, Leon, I can't remember his surname, but he used to dive, Leon someone, and I love what I can generally tell. I mean, yeah, good. I'm fully buy into the no splash good, big splash bad, but also it's just his onomatopoeic commentary will very quickly tell me whether it's good or not. You know, the kind of level and style of his yelp, which I really enjoy, because it really sort of helps my vibe with it as well.
Majid just gets tickled round the corner. Price is able to pick up one more run. Moves on to 11. His first double-figure score in 7 innings, so he'll be feeling slightly happier about his form. But to go back to the skateboarding, something that I haven't yet worked out how I felt about it. There's a lot of the skateboarders, and there was this wonderful atmosphere in Paris, and there was this home skateboarder who everyone kind of he was the poster boy. He looked exactly as you'd expect a kind of very handsome young skateboarder from Paris to look, competing for the gold medal. And they're all wearing
incredible.
Some boarders were wearing kind of long trousers and a t-shirt. Others were wearing kind of shorts and polo tops, and like everyone's got a cap on, or everyone is allowed to have their own style. But an incredibly large percentage of the competitors were competing with AirPods in, and they had their music on.
Wow.
And so I was interested that it was allowed. As Bancroft goes for the reverse sweep. James Taylor falls in stages, but gets the job done, so everyone is allowed to kind of congratulate themselves on doing their role. And I couldn't work out if I didn't know whether it was an old man opinion of mine that I didn't like that they were wearing kind of AirPods at the time, because I kind of thought you'd be blocking out the atmosphere in the crowd. And that's an appeal for LBW. Turns down. Or whether that was exactly it, and that these guys have grown up kind of boarding with their music on, and that's how that's their kind of associative way of getting into the zone and where they feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I think that's a really interesting idea because it is such a sort of fully immersive culture, isn't it? Skateboarding.
Majid continues and forces the dot ball.
When I was younger, I wasn't much of a skater. Didn't quite have the sort of physical coordination required. But I sort of hung out with a lot of skaters at the recently built skate park in Salisbury in Wiltshire.
Price goes to reverse again, and this time connects well. They fly back for a second run.
And a lot of what I learnt there, as well as lots of skating terminology, and was impressed by people who are more coordinated than me getting better at skating. I learned a lot about music and fashion and other things down there, and realised that sort of, you didn't necessarily have to be a particularly good skater to immerse yourself in that culture. There was a lot still there for me, despite the fact I probably would have broken my ankle had I gone anywhere near a half pipe.
Majid finishes his 7th over with a dot. Just the 4 runs off the 21st over. The score is 112 for 1.
One thing I wanted to point out from that over, which I've noticed this morning, actually talking about going back to the game, James Taylor. We are now looking at this. We're 21 overs into the game. James Taylor has bowled a significant number of those overs. 5 overs, none for 32, and he's been fielding, largely speaking, sort of down in the deep or on the ring at short fine leg, and he is. As I think has been discussed this morning, it's a hot old day out there. You're looking at, at least 30, probably a little bit more than that out on the at field level. And Taylor's been on 2 or 3 occasions has absolutely sprinted down after that ball and saved probably 3 or 4 collectively. He had a decent stop there at short fine leg in that last over as well, which I think fortunately for him prevented any need to run after it.
Barmold's continue, and he beats the bat of Bancroft.
Just respect to James Taylor. I think. Everyone's putting in a shift today. I think this is a much better performance so far from Surrey than on Sunday. I think they've taken what Stewie said afterwards, and clearly it's going much better so far than it did on Sunday. But it's a hot old day, and they're putting their work in out there so far.
I think Gloucestershire will just about be the happier of the 2 teams at the moment. They're well set, but it has been a fine bowling performance from Surrey. That's pulled unsuccessfully by Bancroft. Barnwell in particular, his first over went for 10 runs, and he's also had that no ball that flew over the wicketkeeper's head that went for 6. So outside of those kind of 2 moments, costly moments, he's been putting together a mighty fine spell. That ball's just kept low on the former Australian opener.
It does have something of the feel of a kind of pre-2017 one-day international so far, doesn't it? If you know what I mean.
This is a really good little spell of bowling from Barnwell. I would slightly pump the brakes on that in that I think Gloucestershire, when I say they're slightly ahead, I think they'll be much happier to know they're well placed. I think if you're 112 for 1 after 20, you're looking at a score of above 300, and then that's always going to be a very difficult run chase, although there is a short side here today, so runs could potentially flow quite quickly.
I mean more in the sense that the run rate so far this morning is 5.21, which
that time Barnwell just gets a bit too leg side, and Gloucestershire are able to come back for 2 runs. Ben Geddes does the fielding on the boundary.
I just mean in the modern 50 over game. I think if most international coaches, if you were scoring at 5.26, having only lost 1 wicket from the first 22 overs of a game, would probably be kicking bins and other things that international coaches use to show dissatisfaction.
You're a hard taskmaster, John. This time clipped away into the leg side. That's 1 more run to the total.
I guess what I mean is it sort of has the feeling of Jonathan Trott getting a century off his 100th ball, and then just sort of speeding on a little bit after that, ending up 134 not out off 122 balls or something.
You've given Cameron Bancroft a lovely day ahead of him here.
That's a target, isn't it? That's a target for Bancroft, yeah, certainly.
driven back at Barnwell, and that was a sharp taut and bold chance, but it flies through the hands of the bowler. It would have been a fantastic catch, but he'd be disappointed naturally not to have held on.
So look at this on the replay.
Slowed down, it's fired back at Barnwell immediately.
That's a tough chance, isn't it?
I mean, it would have been a wonderful piece of reactionary skill from Barnwell. But it was a very fine over nonetheless, just 3 runs off it, 115 for 1 after 22. The batters are having a little drink. Just to go back to people competing with headphones in, I had a friend who once batted with one headphone in, and it was back in the days where obviously headphones were wired, and so he put his iPod in his back pocket whilst he was batting, and he threaded a wire up through his top, and batted with it in his right ear.
I mean, obviously the question there, the obvious question that begs is, what was he listening to?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I reckon he's a bit of a Red Hot Chili Peppers man, I reckon, or was it as a child.
Change of bowling here at the Foxland, Ryan Patel.
Patel begins and is immediately clipped out to the leg side. This change did have to happen for Surrey at some point. They'd started with their 4 kind of frontline bowlers, as it were, in McCurr, Majid, Taylor and Barnwell, and then they need 10 more overs to kind of come together between Ryan Patel and Cameron Steele. So 10 of the next, if you're in Gloucestershire's boots, you know that 10 of the next 28 overs to come down from Patel and or Steele. They may be the ones they look to target.
So it's a shame that Dom Sibley doesn't get a mention in the third bowler category, in that category these days. Bold. There was a time where Dom Sibley's leg spin was considered something of a weapon, particularly in the T20 game.
Well, I remember Dom Sibley having an over for England during that COVID series against the West Indies, and I was really angry with him because he bowled a terrible delivery first up, and you kind of wanted him to prove for batters everywhere that he could actually do it.
Oy.
That's clipped to the right of mid-on. That's a very fine piece of work from McCurr. He dives with his hand, fingers pointing down, almost like an Australian-style catch, but intercepting the ball on the floor. If I can work Microsoft Bing properly, I'll be able to get up Dominic Sibley's career bowling statistics, which I know I can hear the clamours from the crowd that they learn and find out what the numbers exactly are. Well, he has 10 professional wickets, so we shouldn't do him too much of a disservice. No, there's no. Is driven down the ground once more. It's a lovely shot from Cameron Bancroft to the right of mid-off, and he moves on to 45. He wasn't allowed much of the strike early on in this innings, as Miles Hammond kind of wasn't hogging the strike, but he did as a result, if not an intended process. See the replay here. Patel just getting a bit too full. Bancroft is able to lean on that ball down the ground. Dot ball of the 5th ball of the over. Dom Sibley's best bowling figures in first-class cricket. The unusual figures of 2 for 103, which suggests he bowled quite a lot. That's well fielded by Barnwell at backward point to complete the 23rd over.
Going back to what you were talking about, Cam, I'm interested in this now. We're talking about people listening to music whilst playing sport. I think the next obvious place to take this conversation is surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Do you have a habit of listening to music while you play sport? Have you ever had any experiences of people doing this? Do you know what has happened? Does it help you? Do you think it would distract? Also, even if you haven't done it, if you were to do so, what would be your go-to tracks for certain occasions and certain moments? So one thing I would say is that Cameron and I occasionally play football together on a Friday night. I don't think we're letting any trade secrets go there. And we sometimes play at a pitch up at the Black Prince Trust in Vauxhall, sometimes over at a Power League pitch in Battersea. And the one in Battersea, I think there's a session that goes on we play on the 5th floor of a sort of old multi-storey car park. And I think there's a session going on below us that sometimes plays some tunes. And I do enjoy that. It does sort of help me keep going.
we just have another change of bowling. As we mentioned, Cameron Steele has to complete the other 10 overs that are spare between him and Ryan Patel, making up the role of the 5th bowler. He comes on from the pavilion end. I wonder if you could cheat a little bit and say you were playing the piano, you listen to the piece you were meant to be playing, and Ollie Price immediately goes for the paddle sweep, and the ball balloons into the leg side, but safely into the hands of nobody.
Don't think it was meant to go over there.
I think he got the direction, but not the trajectory that he was after. Just seeing a shuffle around of the field here as Bancroft comes on strike. Steele is going to bowl to a 4-5 field, so just backward point. A cover point out on the boundary, cover and mid-off on the offside. 45 mid-wicket in the ring on the leg side, and then 3 fielders scattered across the leg side boundary. And Bancroft finds long on with a single.
Again, I remember watching Jonathan Trott play that shot for years.
Do you have a particular love affinity with Jonathan Trott? Is he just on the mind today?
No, it's just the scoring rate in this 50 over game. It does sort of bring to mind Jonathan Trott anchoring England one-day innings in a previous era of that format.
The data told us 280 was going to be enough.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if someone hasn't written a book with that title, they should do.
That's swept out to the leg side. Ben Geddes does the fielding. Looks briefly like it may split those 2 fielders on the rope. Barnwell at deep mid-wicket, and Cameron Steele, Ben Geddes even at deep square leg.
One thing I would say as well about this game so far in comparison to one of Sundays is there's a really nice crowd in at the Kia Oval again today. It's summer holidays. You can see them dot around 360 degrees. Another single there, down to long on. And we had 6,000 people here at the Kia Oval on Sunday.
Very nice.
Which is really great. You know, people, again, a lot of smoke has spoken about this competition. You know, we had, I think, 5 Test players, I think, playing in the game on Sunday. Surrey, Yorkshire. Yeah, 6,000 people on a Sunday afternoon.
Price once again goes to that paddle sweep, this time successfully, and he should pick up 4 for it. Geddes is diving after in pursuit, and that's a fantastic piece of joint work from Ben Geddes and James Taylor with the double dive. James Taylor, who's spent most of this match on the floor, if truth be told, kind of diving after every ball in every which direction. And between them, they save a singular run.
Here we go. Just have a look at this down here. Absolutely superb work. You can get us barely in the pitch there. You can see him diving in. He just gets it, and then Taylor following his mate in, digs it back, and then Gary straight back on his feet, hard into the keeper.
Cut away for, well, that could actually require a second dive. McCurr. Every Surrey fielder's on the floor most of this innings, to be honest. And but another 2 runs are picked up. At the end of the 24th over, this pair bring up their 50 partnership. They take the score to 129 for 1. Cameron Bancroft is on 49. Ollie Price is on 19.
No, I think we've got Daniel Norcross with us now for a bit, Cam.
Wonderful. Well, I shall take my leave and be replaced by, I was about to say the late great Daniel the present and great Daniel Norcross. Oh well, if one can hope.
What's going on here? Sorry, I was doing a podcast. I saw a wicket go down. Got very excited. I was looking out the window, and I see Gloucestershire going along their merry way.
Yeah, there's a few of those shots being played. More so off the spinner than off Ryan Patel's medium pace. But yeah, it's Cameron. I was just talking about it. In my view, and you'll have commented on quite a few of these games, Dan, so you'll be able to tell about this or not. It has the vibe of a sort of Jonathan Trott era England one-day international innings at the moment.
It does rather, doesn't it?
You know,
5 and over.
5.46 off the first 24. One of the openers still there, but not scoring a run a ball, let alone beyond.
Yeah. Well, I wonder at what point the shoulders get opened, because there's a very inviting boundary away to our right. And in 6 overs time, there'll be 20 overs left and 9 wickets in hand. And you might start, and with 2 players in, you might start thinking more in terms of dynamically taking the game to Surrey, I think, at the moment. Surrey won't be overly distressed by the situation, just giving away singles here and there.
No. And Surrey are bowling nicely. They're bowling tight lines, and as Cameron has said, with absolutely all due respect to Ryan Patel and Cam Steele, both of whom are fine bowlers, they are collectively Surrey's fifth bowler. So Surrey are now, this if anything, this is where you'd have thought Gloucestershire might look to attack, and they haven't done so yet.
Yes, it sort of reminds you, doesn't it, of those matches back in the 70s when England would go into games, all teams would go in with 4 major bowlers.
That's 50 down for Cameron Bancroft.
50 for Bancroft, yeah.
50 of 60 balls, 2 4s and a 6.
And they'd make up their fifth bowler out of sort of boycott and gooch kind of thing. I mean, Surrey are not doing that here, right? Ryan Patel and Cam Steele are altogether more regular bowlers than that. Ryan Patel, of course. Did he not hold the record for the fastest fifer in county championship history against Somerset at Guildford?
Somerset at Guildford, an absolutely extraordinary day, and a game-changing moment. It was. He had it on an absolute string that day in terms of the late swing he was generating, and Somerset firmly lost their heads, and Ryan fully capitalised. It was an amazing day. I remember standing. I watched that with Alex Stewart on the roof of the pavilion in Guildford, with Stewie refusing to move. Classic sort of cricketer superstition. If he moves a muscle, the extraordinary events in front of him would fail to materialise. So he just sat there, stock still. It was an amazing. I won't forget that for a long time.
I love that. The things we do.
Also, Johnny Barron, who I believe was on commentary for BBC London at the time, was so excited he jumped up as the one of the wickets was taken, and didn't necessarily have as much, maybe should we say, headphone cord as he thought he did, and wrenched the headphones out of the ISDN mixer. Which, if you were to do so, I'm not going to demonstrate to our viewers what happens if you do that, but it's fair to say it's quite an uncomfortable noise that goes out on the broadcast.
Yes, I recall. They were halfway through, by the way, the Gloucestershire innings. 134 for 1, the score. Bancroft 50, Price 22. Yes, that was all put out on Twitter, wasn't it? I think I seem to remember Johnny going viral there.
Yeah.
Lovely Johnny. He's been out in Gloucestershire recently.
Yes, he has. Yes, no, he's living an international life. I think he was out in India earlier this year for one of those regional T20 competitions they have out there as well.
Drinks coming on the field, by the way. Hence the
you're not missing anything here, as you can see.
We're nattering.
As you can see on the broadcast, the Surrey players convening at sort of mid off if you were bowling, if you were batting, facing a bowler from the pavilion end.
Yes, I believe that the stars of the show in that competition were Jersey.
Jersey,
yeah.
Okay.
Jersey's had a very good team.
Yeah.
It was European qualifiers.
Yeah.
They had to do some serious work, doing like back-to-back games every day.
Yeah, no, they work those guys hard. It's a fascinating. I do love that cricketing scene. The European scene. I was a lot of. We talked about this a lot in the past, but Surrey have a very strong partnership with cricket in Rwanda. So the sort of African cricket scene below South Africa, and sometimes Zimbabwe is something that I spend quite a lot of time.
Well, Uganda are coming along, aren't they? Both men's and women's cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Uganda qualified for the men's. Obviously, the men's T20 just now. They got a win, didn't they, against Papua New Guinea just early this year, which was
Namibia. Don't forget as well.
Huge, Namibia have been around a long time. Namibia's an interesting one because Namibia is more. Obviously closer to South Africa as that direct border with South Africa, so I think has been affected, has been influenced a lot more by the South African cricket scene. But it's the East African stuff that really fascinates me, particularly countries like Rwanda, which only has Franco-Belgian heritage. There is no. It's a member of the Commonwealth now by its own choosing. It's joined in the last sort of 10-15 years. But there is absolutely no empirical heritage in Rwanda, and yet cricket is the fastest growing sport in the country. The Rwandan under-19s women qualified for the first ever under-19 Women's World Cup, which was held in South Africa in January last year, and not only did they qualify, they beat the West Indies, they beat Zimbabwe.
There's a stadium there. They've been building a stadium in Kigali for a while.
No, it's there. It was finished in 2017. I was out there, lucky enough to go out there for the opening of the stadium. It's extraordinary place. If you don't lose our pictures, but maybe open up another tab and Google Kigali Cricket Stadium. And yeah, it's an extraordinary, because Kigali, Rwanda is known as the land of 1,000 mountains, and there are, it's an incredibly.
Has Rwanda got 1,000 mountains? Because it's not very big.
It's not very big. I may have got that slightly wrong, but it's certainly it's an extremely.
Well, they might call it the land of 1,000 mountains.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what they call it, but it's basically the point they're trying to make with that that description is that it's a very, very up and down country, and you get extraordinary views over valleys quite frequently, and the cricket stadium there.
You watch matches out there, I take it?
Yeah, I've seen matches out there. Yeah, so the cricket stadium out there is built on the edge of a valley, and you sit there and you look out over this cricket ground, and then behind it this extraordinary valley, and it's one of the most beautiful stadiums I've
wow.
I'd say one of the most beautiful grounds I've ever seen.
Oh, now then, was that a chance? Chip back at him. I wonder, was that a bump ball or was that a chance?
Let's have a second. I'll have a second look at that on the replay.
Touch of leading edge.
No,
it's bounced in front of him.
No, it bounced in front of him. Did well to get down and get to it. Yeah, so the Rwanda, the stadium in Rwanda is lost to take another single. Is since it's been opened in 2017, has hosted more T20 internationals than any other ground in the world, which is a sign of the appetite for cricket there is out there, and also the appetite for facilities there is in Central and East Africa.
Taken on the full, and that has been thwacked away a couple of times in this over. Cam Steele's just not quite got his length right, floating that up, trying to find that wonder ball.
Yeah, he'll be frustrated with that because he's got four balls for 3 in this over, and he's just it's not a huge full toss, but just enough that you could come forward and thwack that, as you said, Dan, onomatopoeically through the covers.
Nice use of the feet from Price as well. Oh, now then, he had to get bad on that, or else he was stone dead. That was a risky shot, but Price gets away with it. 7 off the over, 141 for 1. Gloucestershire just ticking along nicely.
It's an interesting tactic that we were discussing briefly on Sunday. You can only really have the opportunity to discuss stuff briefly on Sunday because stuff kept on happening, and it was the
so annoying when stuff happens, isn't it?
Well, I know.
So annoying.
It does somewhat get in our flow, but it was Surrey sort of had this that close infielder on the offside, which was doing quite a lot of work. Quite often the batters were hitting straight to.
Now he's gone for the little ramp.
Nice.
Got enough of it. He's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Nice bit of invention from Bancroft. I wonder if this is signalling perhaps the slight change of gear for Gloucestershire here. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. Overs left, but they are running out of them. This is the 27th over, and finding that short boundary. We keep mentioning it. It is short boundary from the Vauxhall end onto the leg side of the right-hander.
Yeah, so what we were... what we were saying about the fielder, which in this over is being the role is being played by Rory Burns, who has just got the ball now, throwing it back to Ryan Patel, is that with the keeper standing up, there is, because of the angle that fielder is placed at, there is an extra motivation for the batter to get out of the crease and thereby give yourself more angle to play in terms of being able to play it around that fielder, which thereby gives the bowler extra, obviously, could from a Surrey's perspective, when the keeper's standing up, bring stumping into play a little bit more.
Instead, they've now taken somebody out of the leg side, put them at point, which has opened up that long single down to long on deep mid wicket. There's a sweeper out in the offside as well. 5 inside the ring until the end of 40 overs. Oh, that's beautifully driven. Down the ground, it's going to be 4. Going to beat the fielder. Hit back hard and straight.
You really heard that, didn't you? You heard that.
Yeah. 150 up.
Bang of a ball, 150 up, yeah. 20 as we just cut to the replay there, so I can't see the stat, but yeah, 150 up for Gloucestershire again, just still for the loss of only one wicket. But yeah, going back to Rwanda, yeah, it's incredible, the story out there. I do urge people to look into it. There's some stuff on the club website, and lots of other great articles have been written. But the story of cricket out there is amazing.
What sort of kicked it off? I mean, I know it's very close to Uganda, and Uganda had a thriving cricket scene until Idi Amin was responsible for ejecting an awful lot of the cricketers.
Yeah, well,
he didn't like cricket because he saw it as a sort of Indian subcontinent game, didn't he? And Uganda has been revived there by black African Ugandans playing.
Yeah. So actually, what? Just do this ball and I'll talk.
One more to finish the over. 11 off it. 152 for one.
So Yaz Rana's going to be taking over from me shortly, but I'll try and answer your question, Dan, before he comes in. Ultimately, what happened was during the genocide in the mid 90s in around 1994, extraordinary depths of suffering, and just incredibly tragic event. Very many hundreds of thousands of people fled Rwanda and ended up as refugees, taking refugee status in other countries, and some of them stayed there for a very long time, because what they saw happen was such that they really didn't want to go home for a long time until they could be convinced they were safe. And so when a lot of the countries that took them in and gave them refuge were countries with cricketing cultures. So Uganda, as you say, Kenya, Zimbabwe. Quite a lot of them went to Zimbabwe, and they came back. These Rwandans, taking a single down to long on, they came back to Rwanda, and they brought cricket. A lot of them brought cricket back with them because they'd been taught cricket by their hosts, and they really wanted to keep playing it. There was only one ground available, which is in the grounds of a Catholic mission in Kigali, and had trees in the outfield.
Oh, use of feet, and he's got him. Stumped. We were talking about a stumping at the other end, where Ryan Patel was bowling, but it's Price dancing down the wickets. Deal saw him coming, dragged his length back. He couldn't lay bat on it. Nice, neat take from Blake, and there we have it. Second wicket goes down. Just what Surrey needed, actually, because it looked like Gloucestershire were going to put their foot on the gas. But the partnership is broken. 153 for 2.
Yeah, you can see Price cut up the wicket here. Almost freeze, sort of slightly realise what he's done, and then but such is the level of the freeze that he then hasn't come back as far as he thinks he's done, looks at the umpire, and then just sort of droops and drags himself off. But yeah, Ollie Price, 32 of 40 balls, only 2 boundary fours, to quote Phil Walker, in that innings. You can just, that's out.
From the air, wasn't it?
Yeah, and yes, Gloucester now 153 for 2. But you're right. I think they haven't been able to achieve the scoring rate you'd have thought they would have looked to do with the number of wickets that have fallen up to this point. They're still yet to go over a run of ball. Cameron Bancroft is still there, playing nicely on 59 off 69, but he's, generally speaking, throughout this innings usually got about 10 less runs than the balls that he's faced.
Yeah.
5.5 runs and over. It's crept up ever so slightly from 5.2 and over about 6 or 7 overs ago, but it's not much. And yeah, that you'd have thought that they were looking to press on. I mean, James Bracey is a very fine batter and certainly no slouch. So whether Bracey will immediately signal a change in approach, we'll find out in a second.
You would think not. You'd think he's going to have a few overs to take a look. Now then, we've got Yaz waiting. So do you want to finish off on Rwanda?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was what happened in and yeah, they started playing at this ground in the grounds of the Catholic Mission, and ultimately, they cut down the trees and played there.
Ooh, a little chip, nearly first ball, nearly out to a full toss there, Bracey, just landing in front of Rory Burns at mid-on.
Only just.
There was absolutely no. I don't know, determination in the shot. There was a sort of first ball in 2 or 3 minds kind of shot.
Yeah, I mean, with all due respect to Bracey, that's the sort of way I would expect to get out in club cricket.
Yeah, but he really wouldn't be happy with that if he had got out to that on a lovely hot day. Blameless batting pitch.
Lack of determination, yeah, frequently being one of my problems. So then, ultimately, this a charity that we're partnered with. We have been partnered with here at the club for about 7 years, called Cricket Builds Hope. Came to be and have done wonderful work in supporting the growth of cricket in the country. The government in Rwanda has been very supportive of the growth of the sport in the country, and it continues to grow and grow. And the incredible thing, and I'll hand over to Yaz after making this point, the incredible thing I find, particularly about cricket in Rwanda as well, is that it's almost a genderless sport. And the reason it is a genderless sport is because they've only really started playing it since the very late 90s, early 2000s, and it didn't exist in Rwanda before this, as I say, with this Franco-Belgian heritage, and they just see no reason whatsoever for cricket to be gendered. They don't see it as a traditionally a men's sport that is being adapted for women and that women are starting to play more successfully.
They're not playing mixed teams.
No, they don't play mixed.
But
no.
Yeah. No, I'd see.
But yeah, they see absolutely no reason why one form of cricket, why men's cricket should be any different or any further or any higher profile to women's cricket. It's amazing to see the sport develop in Rwanda like that, and obviously, given the comparative lack of depth internationally in the women's game that there is compared to the men's game, it's easier for them to make strides quicker in the women's game. Hence the under-19s huge success, and such as the regular level of international sporting success compared to the level of national pride in Rwanda. That when they qualified for that competition, they had an open top bus parade in Kigali just to celebrate the qualification.
Marvellous.
Yeah, and then when they actually went down there and won games, it was absolutely amazing. Cycling, another sport hugely growing in Rwanda that generates a lot of national pride as well, and you saw in the Tour de France recently.
That'd be 1,000 mountains, John.
Well, indeed, yeah, and you saw in the Tour de France recently, an Eritrean rider for the first time won I think 3 or 4 stages at the Tour de France. So yeah, East African cycling, I think, is something that to look out for in the medium term if you're into that sport.
Well, I'm into medals, and hopefully Yaz Rana is going to be able to give me news of the Olympics. I've been starved of any Olympics coverage for the last hour and a bit or so. John Surtees giving something a little break. Yaz Rana of Wisden Cricket Monthly and many others. He's going to come and join us just as a thick edge flies through where first slip would have been. Bracey is underway streakily. It's not been the most convincing start from Bracey. 158 for 2. He's had a tough time of it as James Bracey. Played, of course, in that Test match at Lord's 2022, brought into the side. Young, batting in an unfamiliar position, didn't have the best of games. 2022, 2021, wasn't it?
2021, I think.
2021, yeah. It was the year before Bazball, yeah. And he came with a lot of excitement. I remember talking to Chief Executive at Gloucestershire, Will Brown, about him in about 2019. He said, yeah, he's going to be an England player. Well, he was right. But I don't think it was very helpful for him to go in those circumstances, in that team.
Yeah, if you go back to the wider landscape in 2021, very, very few county batters were scoring runs. So it didn't take a lot for someone to catapult themselves into England contention. And Bracey was a player of interest predominantly for his top order runs. But there was a vacancy with the gloves, and he came in.
A bit like Jamie Smith.
Exactly.
Although, say there was vacancy, they created the role.
But yeah, Bracey's a genre of player who I wonder, is 50 over cricket his best format? Because you look at his career numbers, he's played 34 list A games, averages 47 and a strike rate of 107. He has got a list A double 100, and it was actually an innings in a 50 over game that earned him that initial England Lions recognition back in 2019. So when was it? In June 2019, Gloucestershire played Australia A, and a young James Bracey batted at 3 and scored 83 off 69. A month later, he's in an England Lions squad for the first time. As against a very, very strong Australia attack. Josh Hazlewood, Sean Abbott, Mitchell Marsh, Ashton Agar and AJ Tye. So that not got him in contention in 50 over cricket, and obviously players play less 50 over cricket nowadays, but I do wonder if he's someone whose natural rhythm of batting is more suited to 50 over cricket.
Yes, you might be onto something there. I mean, it's a distinctly different form of the game from T20 and different again from Test matches, isn't it? Part of the beautiful variety of cricket. There's a shot that demonstrates the variety of cricket. Lovely reverse sweep through deep backward point for four.
The Sri Lanka batter Kusal Mendis recently said that he thinks Test cricket is closest to ODI cricket. So ODI cricket is closer to Test cricket than it is T20 cricket. And I guess that's because you have more innings construction as a batter. You have time to ride waves of pressure one way or the other.
Now it's gone on the slog sweep to the short side, and it's gone all the way for 6. So Bracey's come in and he's really injecting some urgency into this Gloucestershire innings. It was drifting a little bit. It was sort of the boring middle overs before. But Bracey's decided he likes the look of that short boundary and he's going to swing for it.
Yeah, he's in decent form. Not long ago, only as a month ago actually, that he scored a double 100 in the Championship. In Gloucestershire's first fixture this season, he hit 86 off 79 from number 4.
Oh, he goes again. Fielder underneath it. Takes the catch. So I'm not sure if that even is a cameo. Bracey goes for 16 off 10. Steele picks up his second wicket. Bought it somewhat, the 4 and a 6 off the 2 previous balls, but Surrey will be delighted with that. They picked up 2 wickets in quick succession. And what looked to be the start of a charge from Gloucestershire may have to be reined in ever so slightly. 171 for 3.
Yeah, it's brave bowling from Cam Steele after being hit for 6 the previous delivery. He gave this one some air, some flight, asked James Bracey to go again. And Bracey, obviously enticed by that short boundary, looking to go for a second 6 in a row, doesn't get hold of this one. And it's a big wicket because this Gloucestershire lineup is short on batting form, and Bracey's one of the few guys to have got runs in the Metro Bank One Day Cup so far.
I mean, to go back to Kusal Mendis' point, which is rather well illustrated there by Bracey getting out, I would say that it's a bit of a stretch. I mean, the obvious difference is the colour of the ball, the fielding restrictions, the bowling restrictions, and 50 over cricket is very recognisably one-day cricket, white ball cricket. Yes, a batter gets a little bit longer to construct an innings, but then once they have done, they're expected to swing for the hills, because nowadays you've got score inflation, haven't you? And with that in mind, we talk about doubling the score after 30 overs. That would, we're almost at the 30 over point. That would sort of take Gloucestershire around, let's say 350. That is not an unusual total these days. It used to be. I mean, 10 years ago, Sky used to replay over and over and over again that 300 plus, played 300 plus at Lords, didn't they? Because it was remarkable. We're now over 600 runs in the day. Well, now that's pretty much par for the course, and especially today with a short boundary to one side and a good pitch and a beautiful warm sunny day.
Yeah, but I am Team Mendis in that discussion actually, because I think the skills required to be an outstanding 50 over cricketer are closer to that you need in Test cricket.
That's why the likes of Joe Root flourish, I guess, in 50 over cricket. I think, whilst not denying the point that you and Kusal Mendis are making, I wonder if it works better looking at it the other way round and saying someone like, say a Will Smeed is not suited to 50 over cricket, because a cameo 30 off 16 is really not a lot of help for you in a 50 over game. But it is in a T20. The very best players, the likes of Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, Rohit Sharma, the sort of players, they benefit a bit from the rhythm of 50 over cricket. It allows them to get into their game before they have to play more aggressive shots. And
Well, using the Fab Four as an example, all
Yeah.
4 of them are outstanding ODI players, but all of them, even Coley, have had some criticism around their T20 form. Joe Root and Steve Smith outside the international setup.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Surya Kumar Yadav, arguably the best T20 batter in the world, has really struggled in 50-over cricket. And I think actually looking at bowlers, it's similar because there's so much role specialisation in T20 bowling nowadays that sometimes guys who have a lot of success in T20 cricket suddenly look a little bit short in 50-over cricket because they have to be able to bowl across all phases of an innings.
Well, if you go at 7 and over in T20 cricket, you're doing a damn good job. If you go at 7 and over in 50-over cricket, you're sort of on the margins of not doing a great job, aren't you? Charlesworth is the new batter, and McCurr is into the attack, Conor McCurr. So before that, Surrey were sort of getting through, if you like, their 5th bowler. I think they might have taken the view that Cam Steele here, with a couple of wickets, may bowl more than 5. So Ryan Patel's work could be done for the day.
And when you're saying double your score at 30, and if Gloucestershire do that from here, that's some going. That would involve a fair bit of wicket preservation.
Yes, because 170 odd in 20 overs with only 7 wickets in hand, having lost top 3. That can prove trickier.
You know, a couple of wickets to the next 5 overs here, and Gloucestershire will be doing very well to get up to 300, let alone 340.
Yeah. We're into the last 20 overs now. They hadn't lost those couple of wickets. They did in quick succession. I think you might have seen them opening their shoulders at this point. Oh, that's jagged back into Charlesworth. Leg bye is going to be signal. Must have been jagging back past his leg stump. What have you made of the news today that's come out of the England camp? We love news that comes out of the England camp. It sort of reminds us of ancient Rome. We have news. It's come out of camp, sir.
I don't think it's a great surprise. I think the last 2 World Cup performances really haven't been great. I know that England got to the semi-finals in the Caribbean, but across the...
Really good bit of fielding, sorry, at point there. Probably saving just the one, because there is a deep cover. He's only 4 or 5 yards in front of square.
But going across the 2 World Cups, the 50-over World Cup in India and the T20 World Cup in the Caribbean and the States, England won 3 out of 12 games against full member sides. And given England's talent, that's probably not good enough. And I think you can look at several individual tactical decisions that they probably got wrong. I think most memorably in India at Mumbai against South Africa, 40-degree heat, winning the toss, opting to bowl first.
Well, the absolute nail in the coffin of that decision was when, if you don't mind me saying so, they rather took the media for mugs and said, well, we didn't expect the conditions to be that harsh. Well, I can assure you that at the toss, the conditions were extremely harsh.
So I was, that was the day of one of my best friend's wedding. And I remember the reaction on WhatsApp from other people who worked in cricket was the most extreme before the event I think I've ever seen for an individual toss decision.
Oh, now then, has he got a tickle on that? No, according to the umpire, it's a wide. And Conor McCurr is standing there like Christ on the cross. Completely. What?
Well, he's almost mirroring the umpire, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's passed close to the pads, hasn't it? Very close to the leg stump as well.
There's not
You
an
have no
obvious
margin.
deflection from front on, at least.
No obvious deflection. But also it's so close to the leg stump, you do think that, you know, if the batter's actually batting on middle and leg, that's thudding into his pad anyway. But we've said it many times, there is no margin on the leg side. Yeah, I was in India at the time, and it was just, it was baffling as a decision, but even more absurd when the suggestion was, well, how could we have expected it to be that hot? Well, they did toss in the middle, and it was 38 degrees at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's how you might have expected it.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the toss that day. I can't remember the specifics off the top of my head, but England changed the balance of their bowling side a lot during that tournament. There was minimal role clarity. It was clear that they themselves weren't clear about what their best 11 was.
It's been pulled away, but won't reach the boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket out there. Do you think it puts into sharp focus just how important it was for England between 2015 and 2019 to play so many games? Because they did try out various different combinations in that time, and yet once they got to the World Cup, you did sense that they knew what they wanted. They made subtle changes here and there. Moeen Ali would be in and out of the side, Liam Plunkett in and out of the side, but that seemed to be entirely dependent on the type of wicket they were playing on and where. So if you're playing at Cardiff, the idea was that you didn't really want the off spinner because it's got such short straight boundaries, such long wide ones. You're more likely to want Plunkett for that. Now there's a huge appeal, but it felt from where we're starting to be drifting a bit down the leg side. But
have a look at the replay here, but Cameron Bancroft does move quite a long way across his stumps. Leg stump visible at the point of release.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely right. That was much tighter than I thought.
So you can see why Cam Steele was so interested.
He's bowling well here.
But you're definitely right on England's lack of preparation, and Matt Roller wrote a very good piece on this a few days ago, actually, and how England's schedule limits the amount of time cross-format players can play both Test cricket and white ball cricket. So, for example, this summer, England's first white ball game against Australia, I believe, starts the day after the 5th day of the...
Oh, not far away from Steele's right hand. And really brilliant effort in the field. It's going to save 2 runs. That is magnificent work.
Rory Burns, I think it is.
Goodness me. He's had a lot of ground to make there, and he's dived full length. I wonder if the words of Alex Stewart after the last match are echoing, perhaps, in the ears of the Surrey fielders today. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? So the likes of Root just will not be able to play in that game. Where is the Test side 50 over side crossover at the moment? End of the over, 32 gone, 182 for 3. Because Duckett, I suppose, would be being looked at there.
Well, you think pretty much all of them would be very good 50 over players in that top 7.
They would be, but they're not necessarily getting selected, are they? I mean, Ollie Pope feels like a player for whom 50 over cricket was made. Jamie Smith. But you can see him being all formats.
But this is the point. There's so little opportunity. If you're involved in the Test squad this summer and this winter, England's white ball games are too close to Test series. I think England play another white ball series this winter in the Caribbean. But that is just before the series in New Zealand, the Test series in New Zealand.
That'll be another wide. Yeah, that's sandwiched between the Pakistan series and the New Zealand series, isn't it?
What I would say in Mott's defence, and I think this has been lost a little bit in the broader narrative around Mott and Butler, is I don't think England's pool of players is anywhere near as strong as people think it is. The white ball depth that existed 3 or 4 years ago has all but disappeared, I think. That 2019 side all peaked at about the same side. We're 5 years on from that amazing day at Lord's.
Oh, now that does look close. Oh, McCurr lights it. Umpire doesn't. Yeah, McCurr does get the ball to just come slightly away from the right-hander. And again, Bancroft is shuffling across his stumps. And he was trapped. It felt in front. Might have been drifting down.
Bancroft again getting across his stumps.
Pitched on off. I say that's really, really tight. Maybe umpire's call, perhaps. Height's not the issue. Thudded into the shin. Actually, seen from that angle, it feels more like it might have been drifting down.
I think that's a good decision, having seen the second replay. But yeah, if you look at the 2019 winning side, you'd only say Joss Butler and Adil Rashid are anywhere close to the levels they were 5 years ago. A lot of those players, Morgan obviously retired.
Roy and Bairstow
have dropped off a little bit.
No Jofra Archer.
So it's been a very difficult period to navigate, and also the next generation of exciting players haven't quite kicked on in maybe the way you'd have hoped.
Well, especially in 50 over cricket. I think in 50 over cricket, England are also suffering from having moved the game on in that 4-year cycle, and then other sides realising they need to catch up. And so that aggressive approach was then being mirrored back at them, wasn't it? In T20 cricket, you do tend to feel that the raw elements are there, but they just weren't in particularly good form.
I'm not sure there are. If you compared England's batting lineup to the best teams in that tournament, Phil Salt, Josh Buttler up top, pretty much as good as it gets. But they weren't really sure about who should bat 3. Harry Brook felt low at 5. Johnny Bairstow at 4 was out of sorts. Liam Livingstone is very hit and miss at 6. Ditto Moeen Ali. Sam Curran, I think his best position is probably at 5, but never get to go for England there. And if you look at the leading run scorers in the Blast and the 100, there aren't a lot of English guys really banging on the door.
One of the obvious ones would be from this very parish, would be Jamie Smith, wouldn't it? And Will Jacks, you would think. I mean, Will Jacks came into the side and then for the balance was taken out of it. Going forward over the next couple of years, you'd imagine that he would have a part to play, especially with his off-spin and the next World Cups in Sri Lanka and India.
Yeah, definitely, and I think he will have a big part to play, but he was asked to fulfil a role he rarely does. He opens pretty much all the time in T20 cricket. With England in the World Cup, he was asked to bat 3. I think we'll likely see as Bancroft pushes that one to mid-off to complete the over. Gloucestershire 187 for 3 after 33. I think we'll see some really new faces at the end of this summer for the series against Australia. I would be surprised if we don't see Jacob Bethel involved.
Oh yes.
Just 20 years old, Barbados born. He's been around for a couple of years and took a while to get going, but this year he was outstanding in the Blast. 2 really eye-catching innings. There was a 15-ball 50. There was also a 70 off 45 in a chase when the Bears were 10 for 3, and he's a left-hander, whacks it and bats in the lower middle order, that and bowls left arm spin, so he ticks a lot of boxes, even if he's not the finish article just now. He's made a decent start in the 100 as well, so I think he's someone who England will take a look at. And
in 50 over cricket?
In both, I think. With 50 over cricket, if you're if you're good enough to get a 100 contract, you just don't get the opportunity to play it.
Bit of a leading edge there. Bancroft's been there quite a while now. 84 balls for 69. He had 59 off 69, so he's only got 8 from his last 15 balls at a point in the innings where Gloucestershire would be looking to accelerate, but Surrey have held them back a bit in the last 4 or 5 overs, those wickets having helped. Goes on the reverse, and that will help. He's found the gap between short third and backward point. Well threaded through to the boundary, moves into the 70s. It's extremely difficult to know, isn't it? I suppose that's where I might be thinking, you know, if you take your adage about the sort of batters that thrive in 50 over cricket. Oh, now has he got that? Just landed in front of Steele. A couple of times the ball's just been chipped back towards him and just not quite made it all the way to the bowler. He's been the pick of Surrey's bowlers in terms of a wicket-taking threat today, just on the half volley. Conor McKerr's been the most parsimonious. Goes on the reverse again, but finds the fielder. So yes, think about it in those terms, end of the over, just 16 to go now, 192 for 3. Players like Smith, like Duckett, might come into the equation at the top of the order. Pope, you know, Root and Pope at 3 and 4, Brook at 5.
And actually looking at the schedule, that could be doable because the T20I series is the one that starts just after the test match finishes. So you could pick a squad that basically has none of the test guys for the 3 T20s against Australia. There's a little bit of a break, so if you want to introduce your Crawleys, your Ducketts, your Potes, etc., there is a chance to do it, and there are very few chances to get the test guys playing international 50-over cricket.
Kerr starts a new over.
I would like to see that. I would prefer... I think so. Bethel, I think, deserves a go in the T20 stuff. The 50-over selection, you have to be quite creative because you don't have a lot to go on. So you're either asking test players to adapt to the 50-over format, or you're asking guys who predominantly play T20 or 100-ball cricket to adapt. So you have to take a punt one way or the other.
Oh, no, that's popped a little bit. It's been a feature of McKerr's bowling today. He's just slightly bamboozled batters. I don't think I've quite got the line and the trajectory of his bowling today. He's hit good lengths. It's very seldom strayed too far or too short. You can see he's only conceded 23 runs on a blameless pitch in 6 and a bit overs.
Yeah, this has been his most impressive performance of the campaign so far. His control of line in particular, I think, has been improved upon compared to his opening 2 performances. And actually, McKerr and Steele bowling quite well in tandem here. McKerr not going for many, Steele attacking from the other end.
Oh, he's got him in trouble again. Bear in mind, Bancroft's been out there for a long old time. It's his 90th ball. Maybe kept just a little bit low, hitting just above the knee roll. So when it comes to bowling, of course, I mean, I think won't be seeing Mark Wood. He'd have played 3 back-to-back test matches, and then want to wrap him in cotton wool for the 2 winter test tours, which are coming up soon after. Pakistan in October, and then New Zealand at the end of November into December. I thought Gus Atkinson was strangely unused during the World Cup. He played a game, didn't he? 1 or 2,
and did well.
Did well, that was the thing, yeah.
I think he's a good example of someone who I think is pretty well suited to 50-over cricket. You saw it in the test series that he's got several ways of attacking. He's not a one-dimensional bowler by any means. And I think the variety of roles a bowler is expected to perform in a 50-over game will suit someone like him.
It's been nicely got hold of. This occasion just a little too short onto the pads, and that's the long side of the ground. Charlesworth, he's been out there for a while now, picking up a boundary. A rare boundary off McKerr today. I'm starving, incidentally. How does lunch work on a Metro Bank Fever day?
Lunch has been available for 22 minutes. But but we've been up here, Dan.
Right. Come on, Cam. Do you think Ben's had lunch yet? Does he know what it is? Is it pleasing? There's an uncommittal look. Yaz is off. He's heading straight to the lunchroom. His colleague Ben Gardner is about to replace him. 15 overs to go here in this Gloucestershire innings. 198 for 3. 2 established batters at the crease. Been wondering when Gloucestershire are going to open their shoulders. Everyone's got in today pretty much. Bracey perhaps not so much. Nice cameo of 16 and then got suckered into playing the same shot as he played the ball before, which he walloped for 6 and then planted into the hands of Burns. 2 wickets for Steele, 1 for Majid. It's been the spinners who've done all the damage in the wickets column. Sweep off the first ball is going to bring 4 runs. That's really well played by Bancroft. There's fielders out there on the lag side. Brings a 200 up for Gloucestershire. And now I wonder, we're going to see another attempt to put the foot on the gas, Ben. the last time they tried that, they lost a couple of quick wickets, and that sort of slightly depressed the scoring rate.
Yeah, I almost wondered if Bracey had come in with specific instruction, you know, especially if you're a senior man, maybe in some ways you're more willing to sacrifice your wicket. Sounds odd saying that. You'd get some senior players who you know, would think, no, I'm the main man, I'm going to carry my side home, but Bracey's not that sort, and actually it's harder to tell a younger guy who this is their chance to make an impression to go out there and throw their wicket away to an extent. And, you know, 16 off 10, that, you know, especially when you have had such a good platform, might be important in the final reckoning, you never know.
Oh, now then, he's got an edge on that he has. Charlesworth has to go. Steele again with the breakthrough. Every time Gloucestershire look like they're about to launch an assault, Surrey have managed to peg them back. And that's a beautiful bit of bowling. Is that the googly? Has that gone the wrong way? Because Steele was sort of been put that ball away for much of this season, certainly with the red ball. And he's got a faint tickle through to Blake. Maybe that's just gone on, I don't know, but it's a lovely bit of bowling. And
a lovely bit of wicket keeping as well.
Really good.
Ben Charlesworth was caught by Josh Blake off the bowling on Cam Steele.
See, that's kept low, and he was actually coming up a little bit there, Blake. He's done well to keep his hands low. Snaffle the catch. And Steele has his third, 203 for 4.
Jack Taylor.
Jack Taylor can give it some thwackage.
Yeah, he can, but Surrey will be pretty, you know, 200 for 4 looks handy, and, you know, Gloucestershire will still, you know, post something that will take a lot of chasing, but they won't be too disappointed with how this has all gone so far. I think, like, it's a good pitch. I think the pitch has had any part to play in the wickets that have fallen so far. There's a short boundary to target.
Yeah.
And you know, it could be a lot worse at this stage, but they've just struck wickets at the right time. And Cam Steele he's such a canny bowler, such a great sort of club player, and this is turning into a really valuable spell.
But it's also giving his captain a bit more flexibility, because he's had 4 overs from Ryan Patel, and the way Steele's bowling, chances are he's going to want him to bowl maybe his full complement here, which will just give him a little bit of flexibility around the likes of Taylor and Yusuf and Conor McCurr, who's bowled really well today.
Flexibility around Barnwell as well, who I think...
And Barnwell, yeah.
Did he get an official warning, I think, for running on the pitch? And I think at that stage, I was looking down, thinking, like, who are the part-time options? And actually, you know, they've been the star bowlers, especially in Steele's case.
Now, Gloucestershire don't bat enormously deep, which is another consideration they're going to have to compute here. As Taylor just defends that last ball. Another wicket taking over from Steele, 5 from it. The wicket of Charlesworth, 203 for 4. Just 14 overs remaining now. That run rate stubbornly refusing to get up to 6. We see the bowling figures. All 4 wickets to spin. Majid, the left arm spinner, who opened the bowling with the very first wicket, Steele with the other 3 to fall. And you see there McCurr's economy rate of just 4. He's bowled really well today, none for 28. So this is intriguing move. We're going to get spin back into the attack here. It's been the spin that's been the most effective, and with a new batter in, he's sort of asking a question here. Are you going to come at me or not? Save McCurr for the back end of the innings. And once again, if you can get 20 overs of spin, that just is helpful, isn't it, when you come to permutate your quicker bowlers. Still 3 overs available from Majid and 3 from Steele, would leave just 8 overs to be found from the seamers, 3 of which you'd think would be Conor McCurr, the way he's bowled today.
But you're exactly right about what will be going through Rory Burns' head, is that, you know, you either think you can sneak through a couple cheap overs here, maybe get through the spell without too much more damage, or you're saying, okay, have a go, this is you're getting to the end of the spinners now.
That's a lovely shot from Bancroft. Bit of width, Beautifully put away. His 94th ball. Should be seeing it well now. Now then, what is for lunch?
Yeah, I was just thinking, because Cam's just wandered into the box in preparation for his spell. So the reason why I only shook my head a little bit was it looked a bit sort of neither here nor there about it was, one, I think that there's not a dessert option laid out at the moment.
Oh dear.
And also I'm a vegetarian, whereas the meat option actually looked pretty attractive.
Ah. What is the attractive meat option?
I think it's a harissa chicken.
Oh.
Sort of looks maybe marinated. That looked pretty tasty. Okay, well Cam's tasted both, and I've had the mushroom pasta, which was pretty good, to be fair. And he thinks that's the pick of the lunch options.
Okay, well I'm going to go with the mushroom pasta.
There's a nice looking salad as well on offer, but I had to wolf mine down because my stint was just about to start.
Did the pudding arrive? No pudding. I don't need pudding. I'm not a big pudding man.
Yeah, talking about your hatred for ice cream.
Yeah, well, hatred, just don't see what a fuss is about. Oh, now then, gone for a big old mo. So lucky there, Taylor, not to get out. Bold or skewing an edge to backward point. Don't think Majid will mind seeing that. Oh, that's turned a bit as well. It's a little check drive down to long on. I've got one ball to go before I can get my mushroom pasta.
Some more good quick work there from Blake as well. Who
impressed you, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been pretty tidy behind the stumps. And I thought for a second his back foot might just be about to lift up, but he just kept that toe on the ground.
Tucked into the onside to complete the over. 7 from it. Could easily have had the wicket of Taylor. 210 for 4. 13 overs to go. 10 and over, quite an ask to get to 340. Perhaps 300 is a more realistic target at this stage with Bancroft on 83. I'm going to get something to eat. If there's still food out there, of course. It's there till 3. That's magnificent news. So I'm going to get out of the way. Cameron Ponsonby is going to join me after some thoughts from Ben Gardner.
Returning at the pavilion end and replacing Cam Steele, number 29, Nathan Barnes.
It's like the reintroduction of Nathan Barnwell into the attack, who bowled an exciting spell earlier. There was pace, there was sixes, there was 6 no balls bouncing over the batter's head.
And Barnwell returns, and Barnwell is cut away for 4. And that takes Bancroft on to 87. An unlucky number for Australians, because you're 13 away for 100. I've always thought that was a very convoluted superstition. You see here, Barnwell, that was a real loosener, dragged wide and short. Disappointing way to start his second spell. I thought he bowled very nicely towards the back end of his first spell. He's just running over to Cameron Steele and getting a drink here. Drinking a pep talk, bit of squash turned down the water. Who can blame him? Very hot. Get the sugars back on board.
You know, I didn't know that was why the 87 was the unlucky number.
That is indeed why it's the unlucky number. Well, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I've made that up. There's a chance. That is true. I'm just being heckled from the back of the box. I consistently make up fiction. That's a beautiful shot from Bancroft, who, having been starved of the strike at the beginning of this innings, has really found his rhythm and just kind of guided this innings forward.
Stuart Broad realised he'd made up the Australian superstition of switching the bails, didn't he?
That is true.
He obviously, that paid off so brilliantly in his final test match, but then was sort of asking the Australians who would speak to him, saying, do you switch the bails around? Is that a superstition you have? And turn up, no.
That's pulled away. Should just be 1 run as Yusuf Majid swoops round and does the fielding. No, I did enjoy that at the end when Stuart Broad, I remember picking this up from however long ago, kind of a mysterious tale, and found out it's just his own creation. Or he must have been told it from somewhere or something. I'd never come across it ever.
and you've come across most things in cricket.
Exactly. A very wise man. Right, Jack Taylor, the captain, just on 1 run off 5 balls. That's cut away. That should go all the way for 6. And does go all the way for 6. It's a very short boundary out in that direction. And with the pace and the width that Barnwell provided there, it was quite a simple shot for Taylor to get maximum reward.
And that's what Taylor will do. He'll look to score quickly, he'll look to free his arms, and that was a real opportunity to it, and right into the Gloucestershire flag as well that their fans have laid out there.
I think it's been a frustrating return to the attack for Barnwell. He's missed twice in his first 4 deliveries. That's much better. Much straighter line, which he's able to control with his field. Ben Geddes does the fielding. Must admit, I've been very disappointed in myself, in us. We've started commentating only in the last year or so. And I kind of made a vow to myself to never talk about cake and food and lunches. And it happens every time. Every single time we come on air. Daniel Norcross in particular is guilty of such conversations. It's driven out to the offside sweeper. That'll complete the 38th over. 13 runs off it. Bancroft on 89, Jack Taylor on 8, Gloucestershire on 223 for 4.
I have to confess, it was me that brought up
It
ice
was
creams.
you.
Earlier
Goodness
today,
me.
Daniel had his thoughts turned to lunch later. I suppose on the game itself, if you're trying to keep us on track.
No, I was happy to keep going away from track if you were so inclined.
Well, just one cricket point before we get back to talking about the stuff we like is that in a way it's interesting that that Burns has gone back to Barnwell here, because there's not necessarily a need to, is there? You know, you've got Cam Steele, who's bowling brilliantly. You've got, you know, Majid, who's got a couple overs left. So they've got they used the 6 bowlers so far today, and you might be able to get through enough from the rest that you wouldn't need to return to him. But this competition is about more than, you know, it's a good chance to find out about someone like Barnwell. You know, he's had a first spell where there's been, you know, some excitement, some pace, some sort of not half chances, but, you know, oohs and ahs. But there's also been a bit of erraticism, as we were saying earlier, and you can bring him back and see, well, you know, crunch time in the game, what are you made of, and then they'll have that information going into the next game of the season, and then next season as well.
I think you're spot on there. I think there's an element of the kind of the learning process of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, where yes, you don't have to bowl Barnwell is full quota of 10 here, but what's the point of kind of having him and if you're going to play him, not learning things about him? On the other hand, Majid almost has a catch returned to him, just dives across Jack Taylor at the non-strikers end. On the other hand, the kind of baked-in nature of Barnwell's high pace and kind of slightly erratic lines and lengths is if you are able to buy the wicket of Cameron Bancroft when he might be trying to turn the strike over and really kind of settle himself in for a big score to take Gloucestershire on to 320 and beyond, if you feel he is the strike bowler who could force a couple of wickets, take 2 quick wickets, that's heaved into the leg side and that is comfortably gone for 6. Jack Taylor gets the levers out, moves on to 15 off 9. This is a shot that many club cricketers around the country will recognise with fondness. The bat, the bat swing, it started early, and the hands flew through the ball. The umpires are now going to have a little look at it. You can see even from here, just on the camera, there's a chunk of the ball that's lifted up off the surface. We might be looking at a change of ball here. And yes, so if Barnwell was able to come in, sneak 2 wickets out of nowhere, then all of a sudden the last 10 overs for Gloucestershire become a much different kind of affair, where they're going to have to approach it very differently. That was a wonderful shot by Jack Taylor. I greatly enjoyed it.
A slog straight out of the Cam Ponsonby power hitting playbook.
Absolutely.
Newly sort of, you've improved on that this season, haven't you? Or at least you've been putting work in to improve it?
Well, I went and had a session with Julian Wood, who's a batting coach. He's worked with the Punjab Kings, he's worked with Gloucestershire, obviously playing here at the Oval today. And he effectively specialises in power hitting. He is a coach in his own right, but this was the niche that he's developed for himself. And basically I pitched it to Wisden Cricket Monthly, who is a very fine publication. They are a very fine publication that works out the Oval here. And basically I wanted a net, and I wanted to have a session and get taught how to try and hit a 6 and then get paid to do it. And it was a wonderfully enjoyable experience. Had an hour and a half of just trying to belt the ball as far as you can whilst getting a few tips and tricks. Unfortunately, since then I've batted 3 times in cricket, and I have with an average of 6 and a strike rate of 25. So it's not worked, but I do think I learned. I felt I did get better over the process of the hour and a half, and I feel like if you were to regularly go, you'd absolutely improve. Majid to continue, and this time he's short and just overcompensates after he was hit for 6 over the leg side off the front foot, and this time he's flipped over backward square leg by Taylor, who has the wraps on Majid a little bit here. See, that just drops short and loses his line as well. I fully recommend to anyone. I think it'd be a great birthday present if you've got a partner who enjoys their cricket. This time he's driven into the offside to bring to an end the 39th over. Scores 232 for 4, 236 for 4. I beg your pardon.
One of the details of that piece was that he makes you bat without stumps in the nets, doesn't he?
Yes.
Which is because why would you need them? You're coaching hitting sixes, not protecting your stumps. But I suppose in games of cricket, you do have stumps. You can't say I'm working with Julian Wood and we don't have these actually. So can we?
It did make a real difference. So I'm trying to work out the kind of the quickest and the kind of snippets to kind of relay in terms of information of how like the strategies you use. So you hit a lot of heavy balls, which are kind of sand. They're balls filled with sand, and you're attached to a bungee system to kind of feel the right rotation of your hips when you're meant to be striking through the ball. Barnwell just loses his line. That is a wide ball. And you kind of rotate between these exercises and these drills where you're using all these gadgets, which is really kind of fun and just novel, to him using the sidearm and then basically having a net. And I do wonder, I'd love to know if the no stumps started as a kind of mental touch point from Julian Wood to be like, I don't want you to have this mental kind of prison behind you. Or, as Barnwell sneaks down the leg side again for another wide, or he just didn't bother to put them down the other end one day, and people went, that's actually, you can just keep doing that, and just made life a little bit easier.
But that is something that there's lots of tricks and tools that he does have. There was another sort of bat that has a sort of double click sound if you tense your arms at the right time, wasn't there?
Yes.
But any club net can take the stumps out.
Cuts, and that finds the boundary. The ball flies off into the offside. Bancroft moves on to 95. That's the 3rd time in Barnwell's 2nd spell here. He's just lost his line and length over towards the offside. And Bancroft helps himself, moves on to 95. As he approaches what will be his 5th List A century. Yeah, there's a massive kind of positive correlation with and transferable skill set from baseball, basically. And so the kind of Julian Wood school of power hitting was born when he went on a family holiday around a decade ago, probably a little bit more actually, and had a chance meeting with the Texas Rangers hitting coach from baseball, Major League Baseball. And with the advent of T20 and the direction that was going, kind of Julian Wood saw the parallels and kind of took it upon himself to bring it across to the UK. And so it was very interesting. There are a number of players who swear by him, one of which is Ryan Higgins, who was formerly of Gloucestershire, now is back at Middlesex. Another wide ball from Barnwell. And Ryan Higgins, who I interviewed for the piece, used this line where he said, I don't know of anyone who's ever got worse at what he's trying to teach them. And the kind of implication there was, players have so many coaches in this modern day and age. They have so many voices kind of coming into their ears, and who they have to listen to, who they choose to listen to and who they choose to not listen to. That That's clipped away on be 4 more. It's been expensive. Oh, it will not be 4 more. It's well fielded in the deep by Geddes. There's a huge expansive outfield on that side of the ground stay over towards the gasometer. And Geddes does well to keep it to just 2 runs. And when you have so many voices, the temptation is to discard many of them. But if, as Julian Wood is doing, is he's saying, I'm willing to teach you, I'm offering to teach you about one particular thing of one particular part of your game. And if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. And so that's kind of quite refreshing to not have a coach trying to overhaul any of part of your technique, but just to try and improve a very slight section of your game. And I think that makes him, well, I think it makes him quite unique in the world of coaching, and I also think it makes him players more open to trying it out.
Yeah, and you can see how coaching could go in the other direction. I know you've written about this as well, where on the one side of on the one hand, you can get coaches who are very specific, who can coach you at a very specific thing, and on the other hand, you might move away from each team having a batting coach to players having individual coaches.
It's cut once more, and this time we cut off on the boundary for just 1 run. The 1 ball remains in this over. I remember asking a player who frequents a lot of franchises across the year and plays international T20s about that, and saying, can you see a world where players effectively fly around their own individual coaches in the same way that a tennis player or a golf player has a coach? And because there was, I don't think this is breaking any state secrets. I remember, I think it was Ollie Pope when they went away to the Ashes, he wanted to take a coach of his out there just to have some sessions and to kind of touch base. Single to end the over after 40 overs. With 10 overs to go, the score is 248 for 4. Gloucestershire well set and well placed for a late thrash in this innings to get that score well above 300. And to my surprise, the player basically rubbished it, and he said, I can't see that happening at all. Which really, I don't know if that was his own personal opinion, because he had also, we were talking about, he just signed for a new franchise, and he just arrived later, about a week later than everyone else had, and so he basically wanted a net, and he was the only person training that day, and took these 2 coaches down with him. And he was saying, I kind of prime the sessions, so I will proactively mention, I'm kind of he'll play a delivery, he'll go, that felt nice because I felt my hip was in this position or whatever. So he'd kind of direct the coach into the area of kind of advice and commentary that he wanted. Because as he was saying, look, I have about 7 of these coaches a year. Like I can't be having them having fresh eyes on me all the time and telling me something new every 2 months. James Taylor has returned to the attack from the Vauxhall end.
I suppose there's the other side of it as well, where you might join a franchise side, in part obviously because you get paid well for your work, but also there might be a coach there who you want to go and work with. You're like, this guy's here, and I actually would greatly appreciate 3 weeks with him. And then there's also the side of it where actually in a competition it can be so hard to find time actually outside of the playing and the travelling, etc., to spend a concerted session with a coach like that. But I think you do see even now players returning home, or they go and have stints with, often it's childhood coaches, isn't it, that they really trust. Harry Brook, can't remember who the name of the coach is at up in Yorkshire at Sedbergh, isn't it?
Yes, I know exactly who you're talking about, but likewise cannot remember the name, unfortunately.
And the same with Jordan Cox at Felsted, I think, which is near to Essex, where he's moved ahead of this season. And I know that not part of the rationale for the move, but part of the reason he was looking forward to it was that he would be able to reconnect with this coach, and he's had a brilliant run of form at the start of this year. And sometimes it's just it's that one little bit of advice that can click. For Brook, it was around his trigger movement, and that he'd kind of stopped triggering and then started triggering again, and that's what kind of clicked for him ahead of his astonishing run of form.
James Taylor goes for an almighty heave into the leg side. Ball beats the bat, thunders into the pad and deflects away. So I missed that. So what was the change that Harry Brook had that prompted?
I believe I always feel that's why these things are so personal, because Dan Lawrence, before he had a run of form before Brook, he stopped triggering. He would just like stand there and then hit it, and that was what helped him so much, he said. And then Brook, I think he started triggering again. I'll find the exact details of it, but he has spoken about it sort of just around the time before he'd made his Test debut, after he'd made his T20 debut. He was on a Zoom call that I was on with a few other journalists, and he talked about that a bit then. Sometimes I think it's just about doing something different that just gets you out of the mindset you have been in, that just makes you feel a bit differently about yourself. But it is also just so personal, and that's why you can see it going more that way.
Taylor heaves the ball into the leg side, just gets one run, but he's really targeting that short side here over towards Archbishop Tennyson School on Harleyford Road, I believe. But it's also, in terms of the coaches attracting players, we saw that with Dylan Pennington and Josh Tongue, two players who moved from Worcestershire to Nottinghamshire, and part of the sweetener of that deal was meant to be Kevin Shine, who's a kind of bowling guru, who's on the coach there at Nottinghamshire, and the chance for them to work with him. Driven by Bancroft, and they scamper through for a single. It's a very fine over from Taylor so far, just 3 runs off it. Bancroft moves on to 99.
So Brook did used to just stand there, and now he does a trigger movement, or at least he did in sort of 2022, 2023. He just moves slightly back and across, not anything dramatic, but just something that he said just got his head into a better position before the ball actually came to him.
Pulls powerfully, and for 6. That has gone remarkably flat all the way into the stands. And Jack Taylor's game plan has been so clear in his brief innings of 29 off 18 balls. We see here, for all money, I was convinced it was going for 4, but the ball flew flat and straight into the seats there in the JM Finn stand. An otherwise very fine over from James Taylor. It's punished at the very end. That boundary taking it to 9 runs off the over. And Barnwell's short spell is over, and Cameron Steele returns to the attack. Cameron Bancroft is on 99, just 1 run away from his 5th List A century.
Almost an all along the floor 6, that, wasn't it?
That was remarkable.
It was, yeah. I mean, I guess that is something to do with with a short boundary, but it's going to be 1 bounce into the rope. One we didn't note is
Bancroft on 99 and Bancroft on 100. The simplest of singles down to long on. That is his 1st century of the competition this season. He's been a mighty fine addition to Gloucestershire's ranks. His 2nd season with the club. It's been a measured and well-paced and important innings today. Opening the batting and guiding them to what is a very promising position of 258 for 4. His century arrives off 108 deliveries. And Taylor continues to target that short side. And just the 1 run. That was an awful lot of cricket for 1 run. But 1 run it was. I think I also told a lie. It's Bancroft's 1st season with Gloucestershire. He was at Somerset last year. Just loves the West Country. Bancroft back on the strike. An appeal for LBW and given. 100 and out for Bancroft. Looking to force the issue as soon as the 3 figures were brought up, targeting a big expanse behind square leg. And it's a 4th wicket for Cameron Steele, who's playing an absolute blinder today with the ball. We'll see here on the replay. Bancroft shuffles all the way across. And it looks to hit him pretty adjacent. I mean, it is one of the rules of cricket that you're not allowed to sweep, so that is indeed out. Cameron Steele's very fine season with the ball continues, and Cameron Bancroft's very fine innings comes to an end. Finishes on 100 off 109 deliveries. And he's put his team into a very fine position indeed.
Yeah, another wicket. Steele's gone with one that hasn't turned a big way. I mean, you got one with the Googie before that sort of looked like it slid straight on, and that one's kind of got under the bat of Bancroft. But yeah, a brilliant innings, really. We talked early on about how he didn't get much striking in the power play early on, so to actually score at the rate he has, having not faced many balls with the field back for an opener.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
And also, you can just see the evidence of the strike rotation in there. You know, it's eight fours and 1 6. It hasn't been a boundary-laden sort of slugfest, but he's going along at just under a run a ball, having basically just taken the singles as he can, and run hard. And he's almost like the perfect sort of overseas batter that you'd want, isn't it? Useful in all formats, but not at this stage in the international ranking. So you can sort of book him in for a summer and just kind of forget about him. No, he's going to get you enough runs to sort of justify his wage, and that was another fine example of how good a player he is.
And another appeal from Surrey. Cameron still likes this a lot. Graham Van Buren in, almost picks him to a first baller. We'll just see here on the replay. I'll tell you what, it looks like a very good shout. Steele bowls once more. Van Buren looks to scamper a single, but is sent back by Taylor. This could be a real momentum shifting over from Surrey here. They've removed the man who's obviously well set on 100. Jack Taylor's been batting beautifully and powerfully and could still take this innings away from Surrey, but there's just an opportunity for Surrey to really put the brakes on. That's another dot ball. So just 2 wickets off the 42nd over and a wicket. And Surrey will be very pleased with their last 2 overs of work.
Yeah, it did look close. That LBW could have been, a brilliant over. Could have been even better for Surrey. I suppose it's hit him high enough, but it's also hit him on the back leg. He's obviously come forward to it. Let's see. Could that be going over, or do you think it's?
Well, that would be the reasoning for the not out decision, is that there's an element of doubt over height. There was an element of doubt over line. It was another fine leg break by Cameron Steele. And despite a very fine over from James Taylor, he has been yanked from the attack after 1 over, replaced by Conor McCurr. There are 8 overs remaining in this innings. I suspect we will see some chopping and changing from Rory Burns, just to not allow the Gloucestershire batters a chance to settle. Driven into the offside for no run.
Perhaps Burns just thought it would be too confusing to have one bowler all dressed in black called Jay Taylor bowling to a batter all dressed in black.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point.
I know he thinks about these things.
I often think about them as well, to be fair, so you can only forgive Rory Burns. Well, there won't be too many bowlers who complete their full allotted 10 overs today. Taylor drives airily into the offside. He's had such a simple game plan since coming in, and basically, for the most part, targeting that short side, which is over to the leg side from when he's facing the bowling from the Vauxhall end. There's a wonderful batting style. He basically kind of has his bats lofted in the air, almost like a baseball swing, just hanging there, and swings it down like a pendulum whenever the ball does arrive. So McCurr's got 3 overs left. James Taylor has 4 overs left. Yusuf Majid has 1. Barnwell has 2. Cameron Steele, we'll probably see him complete his 10 overs, given how well he has been bowling. We're seeing some field changing and shuffling, with fielder at short 45 now out at fine leg, and deep mid-wicket is coming to regular mid-wicket. And that is beautifully bowled and beautifully caught. Van Buren goes for a duck, and Conor McCurr gets his first wicket of the day, well held by Josh Blake. And Surrey are having an excellent little period of the match here, just to bring and rein in that ceiling of what Gloucestershire had as a potential total. We'll see the replay here. Ball just holding its line and well caught behind the stumps by Josh Blake.
That's proper cricket, that, isn't it? That's, you know, you're not normally associating that with the death overs of a white ball game, but with the, you know, opening overs of a red ball game, there's a little bit of movement on offer, takes the edge, and a really good catch from Blake, who hasn't done a lot wrong behind the stumps today. That's lovely, and a real opportunity for Surrey, not just because, you know, they've pegged Gloucestershire back, but because actually it is a long tail that they've got. I mean, it was a Jeet Singh Dale carded at number 8, who doesn't have, he's coming off 63 in his last game. It's Matt Taylor instead, so it's going to be, well, it's a real good job he didn't have James Taylor, not just because Conor McCur's got that wicket, but we could have had Taylor bowling as Taylor and Taylor.
Well, we still do. Well, we've got 2 Taylors at the crease.
Yes.
1 Matt, 1 Jack. We've got a Taylor in the Surrey ranks, in a James. Matt Taylor has returned to the Gloucestershire ranks, having been with in the 100 for the first 2 matches. He was part of the squad until the England players were released. He faces Conor McCur. Drives into the offside. But as you say, Taylor with a list A batting average of just 17. First class average of 14. I do hope, I'm looking forward to seeing Ajit Singh Dale both with bat and ball today. I think in the kind of modern landscape, and obviously every player we have to talk about them in the context of whether they'll ever be selected for England. And Ajit Singh Dale has been consistently one of the fastest bowlers in the country this season, and he also is able to hit a very long ball, which are 2 traits that certain Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes greatly admire. And that's a fiddle outside off stump from Taylor. And the last 2 overs, where Gloucestershire were probably eyeing up a total of 330 maybe, kind of really push on in these last kind of 8, 9, 10 overs, that's probably dragged all the way down to kind of a 300, 310 mark.
Especially because they need to be sure they don't end up undershooting that by quite a long way, you know. I mean, actually, it kind of could be anything these last 7 overs. If Jack Taylor gets going again, then we're in for some fireworks. But equally, it could just be a case where Surrey could keep on taking wickets at the rate they have been, and it's been, McCur's deserved that wicket for how he's bowled today, and probably the best ball he's bowled all day as well. And he's still got 2 left, and Rory Burns has also got every option available to him. You know, you say no one's completed their spell yet, so he can go with spin, he can go with leg spin, he can go with Majid's darts. It's much more handily placed than it looked like they might be sort of halfway through the innings, I think.
We see on the screen there just the Gloucestershire partnerships. They were so well settled at the start of the innings, at kind of 153 for 1. They haven't really had any kind of real collapse throughout the innings, so that double strike in the last 2 overs really has changed the complexion of this innings. It's Cameron Steele who will continue from the pavilion end. He's got 2 overs remaining. Now what will Mr. Matt Taylor do? I think he'll very happily take the single to bring Jack Taylor on strike. And Jack Taylor is probably the more interesting batter in this context. Does he continue to take his risks? Steele is bowling to the longer leg side boundary, so Taylor will likely open up and try and hit Steele over extra cover, maybe get the reverse sweep out to beat the 2 fielders who are in the ring at short third and deep and backward point. Or does he just sit on Cameron Steele and think, this isn't my risk to take now, I want to make sure I'm here for the last, or to target the 5 of the remaining 7 overs that Steele isn't bowling. He turns the ball round the corner just for 1 run, so all very civilised for the time being so far in Steele's 9th over. What do you think a target that Gloucestershire will have in mind is? What will they shake hands with you for right now?
I think 308.
308 is wonderfully specific, and I thank you, because I was also thinking they'd definitely take 310.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'd take 300, so I was going to go for 305. So we were very close. It's a fine piece of fielding by Steele off his own bowling. And these final 10 overs, I wouldn't quite say are slipping away for Gloucestershire. But Surrey are rattling through these last 10 overs very quickly at the moment. That takes the inside edge. It should be at least a couple, if not 3. Ben Geddes runs around from deep back square leg and takes a tumble. And it's a tumble that allows Gloucestershire to return for a 3rd run. The contractually obliged kind of cheers of way in the crowd to accompany Geddes' slight trip. We'll see on the replay here. In all its glory, Geddes, with no one around him, happens to the best of us. There's Cameron Steele's famous googly, soon to be trademarked. And that completes his 9th over, just 5 runs off it. Only 6 overs remain in the Gloucestershire innings, and the score is 266 for 6.
Yeah, we're in for a fascinating last 4 overs, because you know the range of possible scores still feels so much wider than you normally get at this stage of the game. I don't think it's still out of the question that Surrey, you know, rattle through them and then end up chasing actually something a little way below 300. But equally, you know, Jack Taylor and his brother could end up getting away from Surrey. I mean, Jack Taylor's. Here we go. It is Taylor to Taylor and Taylor.
Perfect. What we all came here to see. James Taylor bowling to Matt Taylor. And Matt Taylor defends back to James Taylor. And Jack Taylor watches on from the non-striker's end.
If you need a suit fitted, get down to the Oval, because there's plenty of Taylors.
That is terrible. That's awful. That's the worst one of the day by far. But I appreciate the ingenuity, the thought process, the imagination.
No, I was so desperate for him to come back into the attack.
Rightio. Taylor to continue. That's driven over mid-off, and that ball will race away for 4. From the slightest moment, Rory Burns was interested and thought he might be in with a chance of a catch. But the ball flew over his head. And I'm potentially a bit more optimistic about kind of the final stage of this Gloucestershire innings. In Jack Taylor, they have a very powerful batter. Matt Taylor's had a very fine season, although mainly with the ball. I still think there's an opportunity, especially with that short leg side boundary, to see at least 1 over that goes the distance. And you only need 1 or 2 overs to go for double figures, and all of a sudden you're quite comfortably above 300. And push and run from Gloucestershire. So Matthew Taylor gets his boundary, and then sneaks a single to get his brother on strike. And I have a prediction for you, Ben. I think Jack Taylor is about to take one of the biggest steps across his stumps and try and hit James Taylor as far as he can into the JM Finn stand, or arguably the road. That's what my cricketing instincts is telling me.
Let's wait and see what happens.
God, I hope it happens. Well, there's 6 runs from Jack Taylor. The ball flies into the scoreboard. His setup has been so blatant in his plans. He's targeting that short boundary. And it wasn't quite the massive step across his stumps that we predicted, but it was nevertheless the same strategy. And he's picked that up beautifully over square leg. And the ball thundered into the big screen. I reckon he might do it again.
Yeah, you have to be feeling pretty happy about that though, Cam.
I just know the game. I just know the game.
That's what a session with Julian Wood will do for you.
The question is, am I egotistical enough to clip that up for the One Day Cup socials?
Oh, I forgot. It's often you in charge of those accounts, isn't it?
It's me in charge today, so I can say, well, God.
Who's this brilliant and may I say very attractive commentator?
Exactly.
Who's happened to
nail
this particular prediction?
How does this commentator know what's going to happen? How does he predict the future? Anyway, Taylor to Taylor once again. And Taylor steps across the offside and pummels the ball once more for 6 into the leg side. I think James Taylor is going to be in a spot of bother here because he's got one more ball to Jack Taylor, and I suspect that Jack Taylor will be following that exact same plan once more. Well, it's a mighty fine. Cameo doesn't feel like the right word anymore for Jack Taylor's innings because it's having such a major impact on the innings. 44 for 25. He's one more blow away from a half century. And I bet my house that he's going to go and target that leg side once more. And he does target it once more, and he's bowled. Around his legs, he shuffles just too far over to the offside. And James Taylor picks up the wicket of Jack Taylor. And that is a vital intervention for Surrey, because Jack Taylor threatened to really take that innings away from the home team.
I mean, it's a smart piece of bowling that actually at the end. He must have been listening to you up here, knowing that he was going to step across and do that, and then to target sort of the base of that leg stump, I think, as we'll hopefully see on the replay here.
Jack Taylor walking all the way across his stumps. And it's a brave delivery from James Taylor, and truth be told, well, I'll give him a slightly bit more credit. I thought it had just been a full toss, but it was. He only just missed his Yorker. And given how short it is down behind square to target the base of leg stump, it carried with it high risk and high reward. Unfortunately for James Taylor, and unfortunately for Jack Taylor, the ball found itself crashing into leg stump.
Gloucestershire's new batter, number 6.
So a brilliant piece of bowling, but a fantastic innings from Jack Taylor, and one that, as you rightly say, has kind of, if it weren't for that, you know, Surrey would be thinking we can, you know, it'd be a total of 260 they'd be looking after. Whereas, you know, there's still 5 overs left, 3 to go, so still quite a lot of variation in how this innings could pan out. But whatever happens, Gloucester will have a total to defend, and they'll have Jack Taylor in large part to thank.
No, absolutely. It gives Gloucestershire breathing room now, that they don't need to try and target these last 5 overs kind of with too much aggression. They can just bat and get themselves to a strong total. With shots exactly like that, I think both parties would shake hands on a run of ball here. Because if Gloucestershire add another 30 runs to their total, that takes them to 314, 315. And that's what that one over from Jack Taylor does. Just changes the complexion of the innings. And Gloucestershire can be quite happy at getting themselves to a strong total without taking any risks.
Yeah, and what it does allow is something you so rarely see at this stage of an innings, but they can actually just they could knock around for 2 overs at least. Yeah. And then maybe target the last 3 if they feel they've got their iron. But there's no need for them to try and go hell for leather, at least right at the start of their innings.
I must admit, I don't think, obviously don't leave the Surrey live stream, but if you wanted to go and make a cup of tea over the next 9 balls, I think this would be a very fine part of the match to choose.
And you know that if Cam's saying nothing's going to happen, then with his power of prediction, that means that nothing's going to happen.
Hey, what can I say? I think if I'm Yusuf Majid, I'm very happy here because I'm bowling an over for 6 runs. Everyone knows what's happening. Everyone's in on the game. And they scamper through for a run there. Majid didn't seem interested in the run out at the striker's end, which I'm slightly surprised about, because often fielders do wish to run the batters out. That's kind of part of the game, I'm being led to believe. 5 singles so far. And a 6th. Well, 6 runs off the over. Majid completes a very useful spell of bowling, 1 for 59 of his 10 allotted overs. And after 46 overs with 4 left in the innings, Gloucestershire are 289 for 7.
He was probably happy enough just to get to the ball there, Majid. He had a couple of instances when he was bowling from the other end where the non-striker sort of got in his way and he was almost rugby tackling him to the ground, but found himself sprawled on the turf. So at least that time managed to get to the ball without intervention of his own bowling, and then he hadn't thought that far ahead to have a little shot at the stumps. But you know,
you've got to think about one thing at a time in the modern day. Conor McCurr. So Burns continues to rotate his bowlers from the Vauxhall end, chopping and changing, not allowing Gloucestershire batters to settle on any one bowler. Now, Tom Smith is on strike, and Surrey are taking a little bit of a gamble here, and they're bringing, I beg your pardon, they're bringing mid-wicket up. And Conor McCurr has nicked another Gloucestershire batter off, and his very fine spell of bowling continues. Him and Josh Blake combining once again. And as we said, Gloucestershire have given themselves the opportunity to have this wobble, given how strong Jack Taylor's kind of brief cameo was. But McCurr doing a wonderful job for his team and takes Gloucestershire's 8th wicket.
And you just wonder if the field change had anything to do with that, actually, because we were talking about how, you know, both sides would settle on a run of ball, but then you feel that Burns perhaps looked at the situation and thought, well, if these guys are only going to be looking for singles, let's block one hole for a single and make him do something that he doesn't want to do. Then he goes for that sort of glide down, ends up getting that little edge, and Blake completes the catch.
You're completely correct in that by bringing up mid-wicket from deep mid-wicket into the ring, you effectively showed the plan was going to be to bowl straight, to try and get Smith to hit the ball into cover or mid-wicket or mid-off, force him to keep him on strike. So the single option was deep third. That meant that he looked to open the face and run the ball down. Had Jack Taylor been on strike, you'd have seen that mid-wicket out on the boundary and deep third in the ring. So that slight change led to Smith's shot selection. Goodman has come in at number 10 in a decision I'm furious about, because I wanted Ajit Singh Dale to come in and try and hit a few boundaries after his wonderful but ultimately doomed innings in Gloucestershire's previous match in this competition. I'll get the scorecard up in a second. And that is lobbed into mid-wicket, and that is out. Very simply caught by Cameron Steele, and Goodman shuffling across his stumps, trying to work the ball into the leg side, has chipped the simplest of catches to Cameron Steele, and all of a sudden Gloucestershire are 289 for 9 and facing being bowled out for below 300.
And it's that man again at mid-wicket. I mean, he brings him in and almost rewarded with 2 wickets, one down to the keeper and then one caught in the ring. This is, was it a slower ball? Just roll his fingers across it and he's expecting something faster from his first one up.
I think I need to see a replay once again.
He just made a complete hash of it.
He didn't seem too pace off from Conor McCurr. And all of a sudden he's on a hat-trick ball to wrap up the innings, and his figures of 3 for 30 are spectacular, both in the context of the game and if you just consider them in isolation. You've got to remember 5 of those runs came in an overthrow.
I was going to say, are the figures so good now that we don't need to say that they are best they look? But no, let's give them back.
Keep giving him credit.
Deserves, yeah.
Right, Conor McCurr, hat-trick ball, bowling to Ajit Singh Dale. That's fast, it's straight, and it is not out. Oh, I'm hearing a voice in my ear telling me that might have just clipped the stumps on the way through. We'll have a look-see. See McCurr's on the replay. Nice slow motion, just beats everything. I don't think that did hit the stumps. Producer and director and leader Jake. So, in Gloucestershire's last game, Ajit Singh Dale got 63 off 34 balls, batting at 11. A wonderful innings. This time he defends into the offside and takes one. If you are Gloucestershire, is the message to Singh Dale: just face all the balls, try and get one run a ball and we'll get ourselves above 300? Or is it tee off, try and hit as many sixes as you possibly can?
Well, I mean, first of all, you'd think if you hit 60 off 34, you might be angling for a promotion for your next time out of the middle.
That's exactly what I was going to. You put your worst batter at 10 is the idea. Is that the person who's able to swing the bat, you want to give them a chance to kind of find the rope, and if they fail, you're not all out. That's a big swing and a miss from Matt Taylor, which probably indicates
the plan isn't a runnable. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. So we'll go back to the scorecard. Majid is bowled out. So whether they give Cameron Steele's a last over, that could be interesting to see if Gloucestershire potentially use that as a chance to try and just add 6 runs to the scoreboard by rotating the strike against the spinner. But you've also got to bear in mind how many overs left do Gloucestershire have from this end, where they're able to target that short leg side boundary. So the next over bowled from the pavilion end, I'd expect them to just dot it around and try not to take too many risks and then target the following over. Taylor just dangles the bat outside off stump and trots through for a single. So 3 overs to go, 291 for 9. A mighty fine over from Conor McCurr, who takes 2 wickets, dismissing both Tom Smith and Dominic Goodman. And he's put Surrey in a really promising position here to potentially wrap up the innings for less than 300. And as we predicted, or as we mentioned, Cameron Steele comes into the attack. I imagine this will be another one of those handshake overs where both parties are happy to just see 6 runs come off it. We move on. There might be a case that Cameron Steele uses the googly quite a lot to try and target the stumps and take that wicket. What field are we looking at here? 3 fielders out on the boundary in the leg side, deep square leg, deep mid wicket and long on. Just field at the 45, so no one in the ring on the leg side in front of square. Then short third, backward point, cover point out, cover and long off. Chip it into the offside for a dot ball.
Yeah, it's an interesting move because you might, you know, that there is bravery in it, in that, you know, it's a leg spinner coming on to bowl the third last over of the innings. But there's a few things that are working in Surrey's favour.
He advances down the track and he's hit that high but not that far, and it is dropped by Dominic Sibley at long on, and the ball goes for 4 runs. He never looked particularly comfortable under the ball. He didn't quite settle. I'd love to say there was a large crosswind to give Dominic Sibley an excuse, but the flags remain still. We see here on the replay, it's just as he's settling under the ball, it splits through the hand and bounces away for 4 runs. It's just dropped into the offside and they take their 1 run. I'm slightly surprised by the risk Taylor has taken there to take on that very long hit down towards the long on. It's a real expansive ground in that pocket. And I reckon if you saw Dominic Sibley settle under 100 of those in a training session, he's catching 99.
Yeah, and to his fellow leg spinner as well. That will hurt. But yeah, I mean, and that's what Surrey are hoping for as well. You're either saying, well, you can have the singles if you want them, although they have got the fielders in on the offside that make it just that little bit harder, or they're saying, you know, you can target that big boundary if you like, but good luck doing that to Steele.
And Ajit Singh Dale sweeps powerfully into the leg side, and that is the most fantastic piece of fielding by Ben Geddes on the rope. I think he shrugs his shoulders as if to say, I don't 100% know if that's clean, definitely saved 4, but hey, there's no TV replays here, so he'll get away with it. We'll enjoy the athleticism either way. It's a really wonderful stop. Yeah, no comment. Okay. And Singhdale has a wild swipe at that ball. And it's another missed field, this time James Taylor, where it should have just been 1. Gloucestershire get 3, and Cameron Steele's reacted incredibly angrily to that. It's just getting a tiny bit ragged from Surrey out in the middle here. And Gloucestershire bring up their 300 with 2.1 overs remaining.
And if there is a 6 here, we'll have had an over with 6 different scores on 6 different balls.
A smudger, as I've been led to believe it is called. I'll be getting on this way onto the socials later. Matt Taylor decides against the fun and blocks into the offside. So with 2 overs to go, the score is 301 for 9. Cameron Steele, a fantastic spell of bowling, 4 for 61, and he'll rightly feel hard done by that. Those last, well, how many runs did he concede? Those last 10 runs he conceded were after the dropped catch that would have given him his first ever 5-wicket haul in this day cricket. But his very fine year with the ball continues. Right, I think this is the business over. Singhdale on strike. He can hit a long ball. He's got the short boundary to his leg side. Conor McCurr, who has bowled very well to have figures of 9 overs, 3 for 30, continues. And here we go. And he tries to find that leg side boundary, and he splices the ball to Cameron Steele. And if the fielders are dropping the ball off Steele's bowling, he's holding the catches himself. And Gloucestershire are all out for 301. The plan was pretty clear, but Singdale just wasn't able to execute. And McCurr finishes with fantastic figures of 4 for 32 off 9.1 overs. Ben Gardner, 301, is that par?
I think so. You know, with the short boundary and with the conditions we've seen, there's no demons in this pitch by any means. So sorry, I think both sides would have been pretty happy. You know, there were stages where it looked like Gloucestershire might really get away when they were 150 for 1, and when Jack Taylor was going great guns, and then actually towards the end it looked like Surrey might limit them to something actually a little way below 300, and then there was just that little flurry in that final Cam Steele over, and then here we are, and it's set up absolutely beautifully for the second half. We've got lots of that Surrey lineup is lots of players who will look to sort of tick the strike around, and this is the kind of total where it'll allow you to do that, but at some point you need to do a little bit more. And so I think we're fascinatingly poised for a game that neither side can afford to lose. So yeah, it should be a really brilliant chasing prospect, I think.
Those are career best List A figures for Conor McCurr, beating his previous best of 4 for 55. I think a very important player for Surrey in the run chase is going to be Ryan Patel. So 301, of course, is pretty much exactly a runner ball required. Patel is one of the kind of few batters you'd say in that lineup who naturally, in his kind of white ball guise, scores quite comfortably above a runner ball. And if he's able to get ahead of the run rate and allow the more kind of touch players and more kind of civilised players, shall we say, and kind of Rory Burns, Dom Sibley and Ben Foakes to cruise along and tick the score over, I think that gives them a very fine chance at a victory, their first victory in this year's competition. Right, play will resume at 2:55, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the Kia Oval in the Surrey live stream. Then, do we have anything in between?
If you're looking for food and drink during the interval, there's plenty available around the ground today.
So, to keep you entertained and to thrill you in this innings break, we have part 2, episode 5, episode 4 from Tales of the Oval, presented by the King of the Kia Oval, John Surtees, and the rest is history's Tom Holland, coming to you right now.
And so he goes down and does that. There are lots of trialists turn up. Hobbs is the only trialist who makes the grade, but he is, as we said, then faced with this problem that he's got to qualify. But Surrey are so convinced that Hobbs is the bee's knees, that he's the business, that Hayward persuades our friend Alcock, the great secretary who's organising everything and got the Ashes matches and everything, persuades him to include in Hobbs's contract the fact that the additional bonus will be paid to him so that he can basically keep his head above water. So very exciting. 1905, Hobbs makes his debut.
Yep.
And he is asked.
Residency complete.
Yeah, his residency is complete. He's not a seasoned opener. This isn't what he's been doing so far. But Tom Hayward needs someone to partner him at the top of the innings and says, "Come on, do it with me." And as I think we've mentioned several times, I think this is the third time we've mentioned this. He makes his first match against the Gentleman of England, captained by WG. He scores 88. WG is very impressed with him. And then the second match is against Essex, the team that didn't even answer the request to give him a trial.
Fly to the letter.
Smacks them for 155. So brilliant. Hooray for Hobbs.
There you go.
And this is when Lord Dalmany gives him his cap.
Have that, Essex.
So we talked about that too.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. Which we've referenced that in the past. Yeah.
So this is a tremendous start. It slightly fizzles out, and Liam McKinstry suggests that this is because he's undernourished. That he uses up all his energy in the opening matches, and then by kind of August he's run out of energy, which is a reminder of just how poor a background he comes from. But then 1906, so his second season, much better. He's averaging 40. He's second in Surrey's batting averages, just behind Tom Hayward. and the two of them make a brilliant opening partnership. But you know, Hobbs is, I think, a naturally shy person, and I think he's overawed by Hayward, both as a sportsman and kind of socially as well. So in September 1906, he gets married, and he marries his childhood sweetheart, Ada. They'd met at church, both of them very, very compatible, both of them completely devoted to one another. And Hobbs is too shy to invite Hayward to that wedding. So it's
just wonderful, isn't it? I think it speaks again, doesn't it, to the difference between Hobbs and Grace, and that sort of, you know, kind of almost kind of omnipresent charisma of some of those Victorians, some of those guys like Grace and Hayward. You know, Hayward famously scored 100 hundreds, but you know, just again the way that the charisma and the character that they projected, and Hobbs just it's just much more of a diffident guy, I think.
Well, I think it is a class thing as well.
Happy to make his own way.
WG is a doctor. You know, he's from professional classes, and Hobbs isn't. And if he's so hungry that he lacks the nourishment to get through a season, I mean, that's a real reflection on how important class is in this period of cricket. As arguably
absolutely.
To this
well,
day.
Just in society and
but
yes.
But it doesn't stop Hobbs in the years that follow, right the way up to the First World War, basically from establishing himself as the best new cricketer in the whole of England. So in 1907, he and Hayward put on 4 century opening partnerships in a week, and I think that's still a record. I don't think that's ever been done. In 1907,
blows my mind.
He goes off on his first tour of Australia. He doesn't see a ghost on this trip, but he does suffer terribly from seasickness. So basically, he only has to look at a kind of, a bath and he feels ill. But he gets to Australia, makes his debut at the MCG.
When you're on an ocean liner for 3 months.
Oh, terrible. Terrible. So what he would do is the ship would go through the Suez Canal. So Hobbs would go down, he'd go landwise down to Marseille and catch the ship there rather than risk the Bay of Biscay. Anyway, so he gets to Australia. He makes his debut at the MCG, scores 83. But his Test career really takes off in the next tour to South Africa, which is 1909 to 10,
South Africa.
when he forms one of the all-time famous Test partnerships with Wilfred Rhodes, the Yorkshireman who has been promoted from 11 to open the innings, which anyone who's batted at number 11 always kind of dreams. It's the kind of a model of what might happen. And so they end up opening the innings. They open 36 times in all. And I mean, their average as openers is an incredible 61. I mean, amazing. The thing about Hobbs, I think, as a batsman, is that he's kind of self-taught. We said he's used to good pitches. He's used to terrible pitches. He's again a bit like Bradman. Really, he's had the obsessional self motivation that has enabled him to fashion his own batting technique. And I think also he comes on the scene. He kind of starts his career just as cricket itself is evolving. So it's a period when bowlers are starting to bowl googlies, when swing is starting to become something much that the bowlers can control much more effectively. And so Hobbs is coming in, unlike older batsmen, he isn't fazed by this. And he is able to dominate this new type of bowling in a way that no one else can. And the stats speak of his dominance, but so also I think does the grace and style with which he plays. He's clearly kind of very aesthetically pleasing. So Neville Cardus, who was, he loved beauty in cricket, said, "I never saw him reduced to undignified pokes, prods, or pushes. I never saw him make a crude stroke." And this is a period when the convention is that only gentlemen can play like that, and players are all kind of crabbed and pokey and boycott-esque. And Hobbs totally subverts that. Hobbs is the most aesthetically pleasing batsman in England, despite being a pro.
Yeah. Without wanting to come across as a Marxist here, Tom, I just think that's another really fascinating thing. I just think it's another really fascinating thing to think. There was just this assumption, such was the definition. You know, we've talked in the past about players and gentlemen being this sort of, you know, crucial, critical, most popular game of the year. You know, which is ultimately rich people playing against you know, less rich people, you know, if you like, and there were assumptions made about how people can play, and those assumptions weren't based on their abilities or their mindset or anything like that. It was purely based on their background and their class. And Hobbs came out and put the lie to that entirely, and really sort of helped evolve the game socially. Purely not by making any political statement, not by going on marches, nothing like that. Just by literally the way that he played the game, evolved cricket socially in a tremendous amount. I just think it's an amazing realization, really.
Yeah, it is, and I think that again, that's the parallels with Grace and Bradman, is that he is a cricketer whose influence and significance reverberates beyond the cricket ground. You know, this is why he is such a significant figure. But obviously, it's also founded on the fact that he's just a brilliant batsman, and he seems to just get better and better and better. So that by 1914, he's been playing for 9 years by this point. He has an absolute golden summer. He scores 11 centuries. He scores a double century, 226, and Wisden. You love Wisden at the Oval, John, don't you? Says of this, his summer, his cricket was perfect. So what could possibly go wrong?
Perfect.
The sun is out. Hobbs is scoring his centuries. But, John, the storm clouds of war are gathering. So, 28th of June, 1914 is chiefly famous for the fact that Surrey are playing Middlesex at the Oval. However, what is also happening on that day is that in Sarajevo, Archduke Franz Ferdinand is taking a wrong turning. And we all know what happens. First World War ends up breaking out. Now, again, a comparison with Bradman. Hobbs doesn't have a great war. He very much puts cricket first. And initially, it's a kind of financial disaster for him, because he's been given a benefit match, which follows the declaration of war.
Which is crucial.
Yeah, and so the Oval gets requisitioned for the war effort, and this means that Hobbs can't play at the Oval, and so it gets moved to Lords, where of course, you know, it's foreign territory, and he doesn't really do very well. But Surrey are very good. I mean, they realise that this is a real problem for him, so they make up the shortfall for him. But it kind of sets the tone for the war, that Hobbs is a bit out of sync with it. He doesn't sign up immediately, and in that he's unlike a lot of cricketers who do. So Lord Hawke, who you can imagine is all over cricketers joining up and being killed, he's very proud of the fact that 75% of all first-class cricketers sign up, but Hobbs is not among them. Instead, he works in a munitions factory, and he says quite reasonably that he's doing this because he's got a family by this point. They need him. And there is an assumption, certainly in the early years of the war, that married men with families should not go and sign up, that they should care for their families. And he says later that he just didn't realize how massive the war was going to be, which sounds insane. But when cricket is your life, perhaps that's plausible. And he gets. I think so. He basically. So. Lord Hawke is very cross about this. Lord Hawke feels that he should be going off and doing his bit. And what makes Hawke even more. I shouldn't call him Lord Hawke, should I? That's not Lord Hawke. His lordship. Hawke. What makes him even more furious?
His lordship to you, but he's frequently cross. His lordship frequently cross about a great many things.
Well, so he gets very cross in 1915 because Hobbs goes off and plays for the Bradford League, and there's a kind of first-class cricket is not being played. football, it's famously, this is the heyday of women's football because there isn't any professional football. But the Bradford leagues do carry on, and Hobbs goes and plays for them, and his justification is people need to be cheered up. But then in 1916, conscription is brought in. Hobbs joins the Air Force as a mechanic. He ends up in France. He definitely sees action. Doesn't talk about his war service. But there is, I think, a kind of slight sense of resentment expressed certainly by his brothers that he could have done a bit more. But I think that may also be expressive of the fact that his brothers are not as famous or rich as he is. So who knows? It does. Anyway, he comes out of the war. He survives the war. No great damage done to his reputation. And in fact, in the wake of the armistice, the following, so 1919, there is that they restaged the benefit match at the Oval that had been torpedoed in 1914, and this time it's a massive success. And he there's a big profit, and he invests it in a sports shop on Fleet Street, which he goes on to claim made him more money. He made more money from his shop than he ever made from actually playing cricket. And so with this income, he's able to buy himself a house off Clapham Common, so down by where Clapham South Tube is. And he's now, he's prosperous, he's middle class, he's got a lovely house, he's next to a common. He's come a long way. And the marker of this is that in that same summer of 1919, Surrey are very short-staffed, partly because of injuries and partly because loads of their playing staff are dead. They've been killed in the war. And so Surrey put out an 11 that is entirely full of professionals. There are no amateurs. And the convention, of course, is that amateurs should captain. But because it's all professionals, they ask Hobbs to captain it. So that is another...
There we go.
A straw in the wind.
Another glass ceiling. Another glass ceiling smashed right through.
Absolutely. The 20s that follow, this is the age of Hobbs mania that we talked about. This is where he is, he's indisputably seen as the world's greatest cricketer. He's the most famous cricketer. Records are kind of flying left, right, and centre. And Hobbs claims that he was only half the player after the war that he was before. But this is, it's not true. I mean, he's amazing.
I mean, this is a man who scored 100 centuries after his 40th birthday.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's all full steam ahead.
Yeah.
So in this period, I guess, he's famous not just for his own records, but for the fact that he establishes two of the most famous partnerships in cricket history. So in Surrey, it's his partnership with Andy Sandham, isn't it? Who after the war replaces Tom Hayward, who'd been Hobbs's partner before. So Mike Brearley in the Art of Captaincy.
One thing on Sandham, Tom. Just one thing on Sandham before we go into this, I think is fascinating. So we talked about the bridge that Hobbs creates between Grace and Bradman. I say this iconic partnership between Hobbs and Sandham that we're going to go on to talk about. This then creates a bridge between Hobbs and the Surrey era in the 1950s, because Sandham goes on to be the very successful and famous coach of that Surrey side throughout the 1950s after he retires. There is a straight line that passes through Jack Hobbs' career that takes you all the way from W.G. Grace to the 1958 Surrey's seventh title in a row, in which Mickey Stewart was playing, who then captained Surrey to the championship in 1971. It's a really amazingly thick line. Almost literally.
So the partnership is cited by Mike Brearley in The Art of Captaincy as the absolute model. So he says of Hobbs and Sandham, a level of understanding at which no words at all are needed, simply a look and an instantaneous response. I mean, I think it's fair to say that Sandham is rather like Hobbs had been in Hayward's shadow. Sandham is always in Hobbs's shadow, and in fact, it's kind of typical of Sandham, isn't it, that he doesn't play that many tests, for reasons that we'll come to in a minute. But when he does, he plays against the West Indies. He scores he scores a triple century. And then he never plays cricket for England again after that. So
I mean, it's He doesn't play many Test cricket, but much Test cricket. But when he does, my God, does he play?
He really does. Yes, and he's obviously, I mean, he's a titanic figure for Surrey and in Surrey's history. So huge credit to him. So that's one of the partnerships.
Another of the 5. So we've already mentioned 3 of the 5 players to score 100 first class 100. Surrey, Hayward, Hobbs, and Sandham. I mean, what an era! What a time of partnerships. And also, I suppose you can say for Hobbs, how fortunate Hobbs was to be able to bat with figures like Hayward and Sandham. You know, to be able to have the ability to form those partnerships, have the luck to have figures of the scale of Hayward and Sandham, you know, in the same eras as him, you know, and how that helped him accumulate runs and play as he did, I think is something that's something, you know, incredibly fortunate for him.
And of course, in the Test arena as well, he'd been very fortunate in having Wilfred Rhodes, but Rhodes has retired by the 20s. And one of the reasons why Andy Sandham doesn't play as many Test matches as he might have done is because Hobbs has a very celebrated batting partner for the Tests, which of course is Herbert Sutcliffe. And Sutcliffe, unlike Hobbs, is not a naturally deferential man. And he's much more successful at kind of reinventing himself. So Sutcliffe is, I mean, he's also from kind of very humble background, but he recreates himself as a figure from an Agatha Christie. He's the kind of person who'd be, you know, brought into a living room by Poirot. He's got, you know, he's got a posh car. He's got a very unfeasibly posh accent. He's got fine tailoring. He's completely kind of reinvented himself. Gets a Rolls Royce, all this kind of thing.
Would you believe it? He referred to gentlemen players by their first name.
Yeah, it doesn't call them sir. Hobbs always calls them sir.
Doesn't call them.
No,
Hobbs always called them sir.
He's not having any of that.
Sutcliffe used their first name. Yeah, I don't imagine it was quite hello, you know, Hawkeye, as you may have. You know,
hey, Hawko,
almost got to earlier, but. Yeah. Hello, Hawkster, the Hawkster. But you know, it's still, again, wouldn't have gone down well.
Well, the other major difference between Hobbs and Sutcliffe is that Sutcliffe is a massive shagger. I mean, he just has to see a lady, and he's hello, come for a ride in my Rolls. And of course, you know, that's not Hobbs' vibe at all. Hobbs is very luxurious and monogamous and devoted to his wife. But that they make it, and maybe for these reasons that they're such different characters, they, you know, they're incredible opening partnership. So just to read McKinstry's comments on this, during a decade from 1923, they hit 15 century stands together for England in Test matches and achieved an incredible average for their partnership of 87. So that's even better than the one with Rhodes, which was 61. Still by far the highest, despite the vast expansion in international cricket since their retirement. In all matches, they had no fewer than 26 century stands. So that, I mean, that is just
and the vast expansion in cover technology since their partnership as well, as much as anything else.
Yeah,
you know, it's wild. It's wild to think of these achievements. It's just they're an amazing pair. You know, strong Surrey, strong Yorkshire, strong England, and But yeah, they're so brilliant together, but they're so different as people. I think it's fascinating. I'd have been fascinated to sit in a room with them and observe the dynamic.
And Hobbs is, you know, although he's from Cambridge, he becomes the kind of the embodiment of Surrey. He's a great England batsman, but he is also a great Surrey batsman. And so when he retires from first class cricket in 1935, and he gets all kinds of national honours. So the King sends him a telegram, all that kind of stuff. But it's the honours that he receives from Surrey that really move him. So he's given life membership of the club. He had the Hobbs Gates are named after him, and you know he felt the Oval was his home, was his great stage. And so he said of the Oval that it is my favourite ground. I love playing there. And strangely, though I have done very well there, I detest Lords and always have done. So
I mean,
we're
speaking
not,
mind, Jack,
you know,
yeah.
we're not out to diss Lords in this in this podcast
No,
series. but
we're
I
not,
think
but
if the England's greatest batsman, the master, just worth reflecting. The Oval was his favourite ground, as well as might have been, because he absolutely adorned it. And so that, ladies and gentlemen, that is your GOAT. That is your Surrey's greatest player. And I don't think anyone could credibly argue against him. So thanks very much for listening to us again. We will be back very soon with another episode. And John, this episode is going to be all the things that have been staged at the Oval that are not cricket. And there is so much.
And you will not believe where we'll get to with this one.
There's all kinds of mad stuff in this. So we hope you enjoy that. And in the meanwhile, thanks very much for listening. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
away for 6 no balls at one stage, and there were top edges flying for 6 and that kind of thing. And for Surrey to make an assault on this on this total, you fancy that Ryan Patel has a part to play in terms of keeping them up with that rate. They've got lots of players who will be adept at sort of dealing with the pace of Singdale, and who will be able to sort of tick the ball around and ensure that there's no collapse in the likes of Dom Sibley, Rory Burns, Ben Foakes. But Patel's someone who, you know, he can enjoy pacing the ball when he gets his eye in.
Well, this is
the time to strike could be now.
This is incredible. We're being offered icy requisites as the first run comes off the bat. It's very kind. When on air, I should probably not. Yeah, no, I'd really love to. Oh, have we got a freezer? Thank you so much, Adam, but I'm going to have to, well, I've never had an ice cream on air before. Alex Hartley's done it a few times, but she doesn't have to speak unless she feels like it.
It's one of those where if you had, I would have done, but I can't, you know, go against the seniors.
No, you can.
The seniors example, no, I'd be a shambles. I'm a shambles as I am.
Playing slightly away from his body there is Sibley. That's his first ball he's faced. End of the first over, just the 1 run from it. Surrey, as you can see there, the required run rate to tick over 6. It's not going to be easy, but it is a good pitch. There is a short boundary, as we keep on mentioning. It's a beautiful, warm, sunny day. And after Glamorgan, Gloucestershire were at 1 point 259 for 4. Lost their last 6 wickets for 42 runs. They lost their last 4 wickets for 18 runs. It was described by Simon Mann, a Gloucestershire fan who's been here today, as a shambles. They get very touchy. Simon wouldn't normally say that about international cricket, but this is the passion that we feel for our teams. I remember commentating with him a Lord's final. I don't want to remember too much about it because Surrey had the game in the bag and then they let it slip and there was a collapse. And I don't think I've seen a happier Simon Mann in my life. And you probably had not seen a more disconsolate Norcross in your life. I think it was my disconsolation which was partly a source of his mirth and glee.
I just think he doesn't have too much need to be disconsolate based on the batting performance. I think that in some ways they took a sort of a bit of a roundabout route to 301 because they had built that platform, but they needed to sort of to up it a bit. And then Bracey obviously tried to do that, comes in, gets a couple away, but then is 16 off 10, and then Jack Taylor does do that. And then also they've got this sort of this longish tail that means that actually they're going to need the top 6 to score those runs. So wasn't too surprised in some ways when that collapse happened. And also there was some brilliant bowling at the end from Conor McCurr, who got us the rewards he deserved all the way through that spell, really, towards the end.
He bowled really well today, Conor.
And there's also the factor that it actually, you know, by the end they were grateful to get up to 300 if Dom Sibley had taken the catch off the bowling of Cam Seal, which would have given him 5 wickets on the rope. They would have been shot out for, I think, 291. I think it contributed 10 runs to the score, that drop catch.
Yep. Yeah, Sibbers has got to make up those 10 before he really starts scoring, doesn't he? Poor thing. Oh, now then. He's not going to get those 10 because the umpire's finger goes up immediately. Very full on the pads. Umpire are judging that it's hit him in front. Didn't manage to get any bad on it. And he has to make the slow trudge off. His game is over at 3 o'clock. Surrey have lost their first wicket. And it's an important one at that. A man who could have anchored the innings at the top of the order. Dom Sibley's going to go for a duck as we look at the replay. Well, I mean, that's marginal on landing. Has that pitched in line? Just maybe. That's what the umpire's got to decide. There's a little bit of late swing as well that might have taken it past the leg stump. So you can understand Sibley's disappointment there. But umpires have judged that that's hit him in front of the leg stump and it had very little distance left to travel. So once you've made that judgment, then the rise of the finger is inevitable. Doesn't look like there was any bad on that. And Sibley's got to go, which brings Ben Geddes to the crease at number 3.
What I will say in favour of that decision is that obviously if you're a left armer and you're bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, everything has to sort of go perfectly because of the angles at play for LBW. But that was so full, actually, that you normally think, like, how are you going to get to pitch in line and then go on to hit the stumps? But that was so full that, you know, if it's going on to hit the stumps, it must have pitched in line because it's almost pitching on the stumps in some way. So that,
yeah.
But yeah, there was swing involved.
I think the disappointment for Sibley is he didn't get bat on it.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, he was already setting off in pursuit of that leg by, but that's meet and drink for Sibley, 4 runs, tucked past the keeper, but not this time. And I guess that's what the swing did, I suppose, just beat that bat, and the umpire judged it would have gone on to just clip that leg stump. Sibley might feel a little bit unfortunate, but at the end of the day, it's the umpire's decision that matters.
Again on the pads, this time I think pitching just outside leg. Wasn't quite as full, but you can see what Taylor's trying to do here. Get it right up there and around middle and leg if he can. He's got that natural swing back into the right-hander.
Been quite a lot of targeting of leg stump in this game, actually. That's how James Taylor did for his namesake Jack Taylor, who was walking across and trying to, well, succeeding in plying him into the JM fin stand twice in a row, tried to do so again, and Taylor thought, well, if you're going to walk across, I'm going to aim for the base of that leg stump. And did so successfully.
End of the over, a successful one for Gloucestershire. Surrey 3 for 1, the man gone. Dom Sibley, LBW in that over for a duck. But it gives Ben Geddes a good opportunity here. He comes in, he's almost effectively opening, really. A player with a lot of promise. It's very tough for a lot of players at Surrey to make an impression. Certainly in the first team during the rest of the season, just because of the sheer power of Surrey's lineup. Dan Lawrence will be coming back in for the County Championship. Will Jacks may be available as well, of course. If Ben Geddes can get a big score here, remind the coaches what he can do.
Yeah, yet to get going in the One Day Cup so far this season, 13 and a duck in his first 2 innings, but he's been given full opportunity here, you know, when you think you've got Rory Burns in the team, who is, you know, there's no better man in the country really for facing the new ball. But sorry, you know, that they want to find out things about their players as well as to win games of cricket in this competition, and they may well find out plenty about Ben Geddes here.
That's got him underway. Off the mark with that single. Now Ryan Patel's a fascinating player to watch. I've seen a lot of Ryan Patel. And I've seen Ryan Patel play really careful, watchful, slow innings. Earlier this season he played an absolutely lovely dashing innings. I forget which county it was against. It was in a 4-day game. A shot of real enterprise. An innings of enterprise, I should say. It was really thrilling to watch. So you know he's got it in him.
Was that against Hampshire?
Do you know, I think it might be.
And it was the game that Jamie Smith made just after he'd been called up to England, and he made a century and 70 in that game as well, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's
right. Yeah, and because he had a bit of a transformation. Was it at the start of last season when, I can't remember the exact circumstances, but Surrey were left needing a number 3 for a bit of time. You know, Ryan Patel's never far from being, you know, a first choice in that position in this Surrey lineup, but he was whacking it then, going at a great lick. And as you say, he had been a reputation as a bit of a, not a blocker, but as a careful player.
Yeah, it's very orthodox.
Yes, yeah, but it just seemed like he was like, no, I'm gonna have some fun if I'm gonna get an opportunity, and he's been making the most of it. And that's exactly, you know, thinking if your thoughts are moving on after this competition. I mean, we mentioned earlier that that Lancashire game, which can be so crucial in the county championship title race, when England will be missing players involved in England's Test team. That strength and depth is what makes Surrey so formidable.
Yes, there'll be no Pope, there'll be no Smith, there'll be no Atkinson, you would imagine. Lawrence, well, I think Lawrence broke a record, didn't he? Was it 17 consecutive matches as the spare batter for England?
That's some record. But then I suppose we'll also wait to see what the state of Zach Crawley's finger is, because he may well be needed as more than the spare batter. And it's one of the oddities of this New England era, isn't it? There's no more Brendan McCullum-like cricketer that England have than Dan Lawrence.
Oh, between bat and pad. Reasonable, brisk pace, 83.5 miles an hour. End of the over, 3 gone. Surrey 5 for 1. As we see that again. Just a little bit of nip back. Geddes' feet not really moving. It's lucky not to get a little inside edge, and it could have dragged it back onto the stumps. Could have got a little tickle through the keeper, but he survives.
Are we going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's just pulled his bat away there?
No.
No.
Are you?
Well, no.
You're a kinder man than me, Ben. If you think.
But saying it's one of it's a strange thing that Lawrence hasn't played a test under this new regime yet, and you think he'd slot right in, and there's a chance that Sri Lanka could be his moment.
That's cracked away really nicely by Patel. A bit of width, a bit too short. There is a cordon of 3 in the offside, but there are gaps as well, and Patel has expertly found that gap and collects 4 for it. Slightly different proposition for Taylor, going to the left-hander than the right-hander. Slips in place though for any edges that may be on offer, but that's a bit too short and a bit too wide. Surrey's first boundary of the innings. That's more like it. So if you're getting Dan Lawrence into this England side, you're not having him opening, are you?
He would be a candidate too. I don't think any option would be off the table. In fact, actually, his last time he did make a Test appearance for England, he was name-checked as Andrew Strauss as a potential reserve opener for that West Indies tour, because England travelled without a reserve specialist opener, and he has done it at some stage in his career.
That's nicely whipped away.
I think there'd be
get back for a couple.
There'd be 2 other options within the side if they want to go that way. Who would be Ben Stokes? Obviously opened in that chase against West Indies in thrilling fashion.
Well, there's an argument there. Vic Mark's making a strong argument that he's got the perfect technique to be an opener, and he's usually pretty watchful at the top of his innings, is Ben Stokes. And that way you could slot Dan Lawrence into his perhaps more comfortable middle order position. Oh, it's a little bit slower ball perhaps. It's gone through on the bounce to the keeper. Patel looking to whip it through the onside. Got nothing on it.
Yeah, I suppose. I think there was a real case. Obviously, Zach Crawley ended up having such a brilliant Ashes last summer, but came into it under a bit of a, he was struggling for at that point. I think England were also trying to work out who was going to keep wicket. Could they fit both Bairstow and Foakes in the same 11? I think there would have been a case for Stokes opening then, but now, as he's returned to sort of all-rounder status, that makes it that little bit tougher if he's going to come out and bat for a session after session, and then have to come out and do quite a lot of bowling. That is quite a lot tougher for him to do.
Can I make a very selfish plea on behalf of all Surrey fans that Keaton Jennings is selected for that first test, so he's unavailable for Lancashire, and Dan Lawrence is released to Surrey? Because I fancy we could probably do with Dan Lawrence, and I think we'd be quite happy not to see Keaton Jennings at the top of Lancashire's order.
Well, he'd be one Lancashire option. Another Lancashire option actually would be Phil Salt, who obviously does the job for England in white ball cricket, almost their form white ball player at the moment, having had a brilliant winter, and actually has a very good recent first class record, averages I think 42 or thereabouts across the last 2 seasons, which add up to a full season.
It's a very Baz Baileyan move, that, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, but it's not impossible. I think if they're looking outside the squad, it would be probably one of him, Jennings or Lees that they go for.
Yeah. That'll be a wide. First wide of the innings.
But I think whether England pick Lawrence or not, they'll likely need Patel in that game just for the other players they'll be missing. And
Sam Curran might be back. I wonder how that might work, just to fill out that middle order. Sam Curran and Will Jacks could potentially be around. We're speculating about a game that's 3 weeks hence, in large part because we are gripped with the possible excitement of a three-peat, a hat-trick of titles. And do you know what? It'll be the first time since Yorkshire won exactly 100 years ago that a side had won a hat-trick of titles under 3 different prime ministers.
Amazing that it has happened before, actually.
Yes. 1922, 23, 24 under Lloyd George, Stanley Baldwin and Ramsay MacDonald. And if Surrey were to do it, they would do it under Johnson. Oh no, hang on a minute. Not quite. Thick edge flies away down to the boundary for 4. So let me get this straight. In 22,
it was Truss.
It was Truss. 23 was Sunak.
Yes.
And 24 would be Starmer.
Well, we presume he's going to.
We presume he'll hold on that long.
And still
you never know. Could be Angela Rayner yet. I mean, strictly speaking, I suppose Boris Johnson will take the credit for much of the 1922 success, 2022 success. I think that's sort of temperamentally how it would play out with Boris. But it was under the auspices of Liz Truss. He managed to cram so much into those 45 days. County Championship title, state funeral, budget.
Yeah, I enjoyed that James Anderson had his Test career just managed to span 8 prime ministers.
8's pretty good, isn't it?
But 4 of them took office since England won the 2019 World Cup.
Yeah, so a bit sparse. It was thin on the ground till 2016. It's a lovely shot from Geddes. I think it'll just trickle onto the boundary rope. Good effort at mid-on. Got a hand to it, but a lovely crisp connection by Geddes. It's a shot of class as well. The on-drive, we always purr over a good on-drive.
It's a shot that they say that batters can only sort of play when they're in pretty good form. It's a sort of a signifier of how they're feeling. And so a good sign so far from Geddes.
His first ball was a little streaky. That was a shot of class.
Are they doing okay since the loss of that first wicket?
Yeah.
Just rebuilding a bit, but not gone completely into their shells.
There's something in the wicket for the quicker bowlers. Just a little bit of nip, bit of movement. Not a lot, not extravagant. Oh, that's been flayed away. It's a brisk ball from Singdale, but it's been dispatched by Geddes. 3 fours in the over as well as a wide. After 5 overs, Surrey are 24 for 1.
Another absolutely prime bit of timing. I mean, we'll see on the replay how close this was to the fielder, but it just went so quickly.
I mean, you see how it bounces off the picket fence. Gary Sobers reputedly hit the ball so hard that I think it was Sydney Cricket Ground. He smashed it onto the advertising hoardings and it bounced right back to cover point.
think they made advertising hoardings differently in those days.
Yeah, springier.
Was it advertising trampolines?
Yeah. Speaking of which, you've got the trampoline to look forward to in the Olympics. And a dear friend of mine, Mark Steele, I don't know if you're familiar with his work, on radio a lot, stand-up comedian. He did a lovely piece on Radio Olympics and how commentators often are a bit out of their comfort zone because they're obviously covering sports that they cover once every 4 years. So it's not having a go at the commentators at all. It's just sort of empathising with the difficulty of it. But also that there are some sports that are better suited to the radio than others. And trampolining, he was positing, was perhaps not so well suited. Now, of course, there's a Great Britain medal prospect, which is why we go straight to Eleanor Oldroyd at the trampolining. Eleanor, thank you for joining us. Oh, now that looks close. To get a bit of inside edge on that. That did look close to leg stump, but no great kerfuffle or noise from the fielders. Might have been sliding down. Maybe my old eyes are deceiving me. It's pitched just outside off stump. That looks a tight one if there's no edge on it.
Yeah, I think it is the line though. Just must have been going. I don't think he got back on it, and it definitely wasn't too high. But it did come in quite a long way.
So yeah, so get around poor old Eleanor. Very dear friend of mine, a very, very, very fine broadcaster, among the very best. And it's on the radio. As Mark said, all you could hear was boing, 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 which is a dismount. Eleanor saying, well, I think that went rather well. Oh, now that could have cannoned off pad onto stumps there. I'd like to see the replay on that because it's a horrible way to get out when it happens. But it does happen. Clever bowling from Taylor as he followed Patel going outside the leg stump. And you see how that ricochets and nearly comes back onto leg stump.
Actually cut back into him even though he'd backed away. So extraordinary to rebound off the pads towards the offside and go past the leg stump.
Oh, that's cut back as well. They're going to get through for the leg bye. Causing some problems here, Taylor, and he's picked up that early wicket. Sorry, at the end of 6 at 25 for 1. I don't know what's been happening in the Olympics today. Any news? Is there a gold rush?
Well, I saw they had to postpone the men's triathlon.
Oh dear.
Because of the condition of the water in the Seine. They thought it wouldn't be a great idea to do it in the Seine when that'd be sort of iconic, and then realising that it's not the cleanest water around. So there's been a big clean-up operation underway, but it's not quite reached fruition. So I think they're going to try for the women's tomorrow, and then if that goes well, then they'll go for the men's after. Not that it's a test, just the other day of cleaning, the next day of cleaning might be.
We're going to throw the women into the Seine first.
And if they float, no, that's different thing.
No, then let's be very careful here, especially in light of the some travails of certain other commentators, especially those discussing swimming on Eurosport. That's not been awfully well connected with by Patel, but he's going to get a run, I think, down near the toe end of the bat. Just sort of cloths it over the bowler, but gets that single. Almost making it out to be like Pharaoh's tasters, you know. I mean, I always thought it was pretty ambitious to get people swimming in the Seine, but then I don't know. I mean, coming from Britain as we do, rivers are sort of mostly open sewers, aren't they, in the United Kingdom? Have been for a few years now.
Well, yes, and I think I saw that the Paris mayor had a dip in the Seine because of how pleased she'd been with the clean-up operation. Yes.
Mm. Did you get, right under, though?
I have to say I didn't watch it. I skimmed the news article rather than watch the video and full on that one. Yeah, I suppose it is different having a quick dip versus competing in an Olympic event, isn't it?
I would think so. That said, I mean, I think the triathlon is an absolutely ludicrous event. Just for sheer masochism. It's hard to be beaten. A lot of people make a lot of virtues out of these extreme sporting events, but people seem to forget that the very first marathon runner, Pheidippides, who ran from Marathon to tell the Athenians that the Persians were coming, then on to Sparta, died doing it. This is not a recommendation. And suddenly you find loads and loads of people doing it dressed up as a giant chicken, and you think, I'm not too sure about this.
Do you know what happened to the first triathlete, or do you not? Does it not extend that far?
Well, presumably the first triathlete didn't just do it on his or her own, although you never know. Oh, swing and a miss. Bit of pace from Singdale, goes through very nicely to the keeper.
Did they have bicycles in ancient Greece?
No. It's one of the great curiosities of life, isn't it, that the bicycle was so late in being invented, after the steam train. Imagine if bicycles had been invented, you know, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be. The wheel's there, and they've got all sorts of other winding mechanisms, the Romans, you know, for winding things in and out of wells and whatnot. So they've got all the notion of torque and grip and gear. Never got round to doing a bicycle. And in fairness, neither did Europeans or the Chinese or the Indians or anyone. Which is something of a bafflement.
Yeah, I fear we're straying quite far from the cricket.
I think we might be. Yes,
but I do have another fact of this ilk, which is that the Beatles album Revolver predates the tiramisu.
You're joking.
Tiramisu dates from the late 60s, early 70s.
That's extraordinary. Because you think of a tiramisu as a sort of, you know, a traditional Italian dessert.
Mm.
Oh, Ben, every day's a school day. Thank you so much for that. Oh, it's a bit of a hack from Geddes. Is he getting a little frustrated? Is he thinking, I've got to get on with it in the power play here? Maybe it's just out there and eyes lit up. Bit of thick edge into the pads. Loses his shape pretty horribly on this shot. 26 for 1 from 7 overs. We've won another gold medal. Nathan Hales has won the men's trap final. That's where you have to trap a man. So you basically find a man, you get him to run away through a wooded area, and you have to trap him.
Tiramisu could be quite useful for that actually.
Could well be, yes. Well, I know George
de
DeBell would be a sucker for that. He loves his mother's tiramisu. That's a nice shot from Patel, but finds the fielder to such an extent that he refuses to eat anyone else's tiramisu. Now, you could argue that there's something faintly Oedipal about that attachment to your mother's tiramisu, or you could say it's an act of delicious, sonly loyalty. You choose. Oh, apparently it's shooting. The trap final. Oh yes, that's basically like clay pigeon shooting, where they fire something out of a trap and you have to shoot it.
That makes slightly more sense, I suppose.
It does now, yes.
Like,
yes, although I quite like the idea of the Olympic men's trap.
We've just had on the field a welcome run off the bat for Surrey. It's been a little while since they've hit the ball where they've intended to and managed to run a single. There was a leg by in Matt Taylor's previous over, just the one rung off Ajit Singh Dale's previous over.
He's bowled well here, is Taylor. And there's another run. Don't think Surrey will be too agitated yet, but you do get that. There's that little nagging feeling, isn't there, as you come towards the end of the power play and thinking, have we made quite enough of it? Which can often be to the benefit of the bowling side. After that, of course, 4 fielders allowed out. In 50 over cricket, 4 fielders allowed out between overs 11 and 40, and then you can have an extra one between 41 and 50. Each phase erroneously called a power play. producer is apologising. You have nothing to be sorry for. So just the one more then. Are there any important heats I need to know about? Has somebody called Keeley done well in skateboarding? It becomes a thief of time though, doesn't it, the Olympics? Because you really do just think, I'm just going to sit down and watch a little bit of this. Water polo or something. And before you know it, you're completely engrossed in the historic enmity between Hungary and Bulgaria in the men's water polo. And then you get to know all the rules. And then, I mean, I went to watch water polo in the 2012 Olympics. It's the only thing I could get tickets for. And it's a brilliant sport, but it suffers from one fundamental design flaw, which is that you're incentivized to foul. Not to put too fine a point on it, at the end of the over, 29 for 1. Sorry, just 2 overs left in the power play. Because the penalty for fouling is sort of 20 seconds on the naughty spot. That's literally it. But you'll save a goal. So you're going to do it every time.
You might need the breather as well.
Absolutely. Like I said, if you'd like to get in touch with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. If you just want to say shut up, stop talking about the Olympics, or if you wish to add to the conversation about the Olympics, or bring up any subject you want to at all. That's what we're here for. Think of us as sort of up all night on community radio.
What do you think would be an appropriate punishment in the water polo?
Good question. Well, I would have 5 minutes for a start. Make you think twice about fouling, because there aren't that many people on a water polo team. You know, it's not like it's 11 against 11. So it's, if you lose a player, it can be a bit of a handicap. But if you're losing them for next to no time at all, it's not so much of a handicap.
But do you not think when you've got a pool, you could get creative? You could throw something into the pool, and they have to retrieve it.
Like a piranha or something like that.
Well, yeah. Release the remote control piranha for 30 seconds.
Oh, it's a pretty horrible shot from Patel. Very, very wide ball, signalled wide. Felt like a bit of a tempter, perhaps. It was slammed in short and wide. Then Patel, who's eyeing up that short leg side boundary. It does get into the minds of the batter, doesn't it? That you see this opportunity with this short boundary. And I wonder whether sometimes your shot selection is determined by that opportunity more than what might feel like the natural or correct shot to play. Totally understand if it did. Oh, beaten. This is good stuff from Singdale. I can't see him bowling much more after this over, so Surrey just need to be mindful of that fact.
Yeah, I almost feel that it might be about survival these last 2 overs here, given how well these two are bowling. I suppose there's also an element where that wider bouncer, obviously he went a bit too wide with that ball that Patel had a swing at, but it's a good option with these boundary dimensions. If you can have that third man down there, then actually you're going to need to get quite a lot of it if you're going to sort of flay it away, and it's going to be hard to get on top of it to get it square enough to get it past that man.
Nicely played by Patel. 2 full, bit of width. Didn't try to overhit it. Not that anyone tries to overhit anything, but he's just laid bat on it. Speeds across the outfield for 4.
Certainly the wide bouncer, better option than the wide half volley, but still had to be put away, and he did so very stylishly.
Sumptuous, wasn't it? Crack off the bat. Slip still in place though, as Gloucestershire go hunting for another wicket in the power play. That's a great shot. Won't get 4 for it, I don't think. You won't. But it's just a little block push, well timed, past the bowler in his follow through, gets another couple of runs. Moving parts are starting to work nicely here for Ryan Patel, finding his range.
Just pointed out behind us that did go in the air past Singdale. Maybe harsh call it a drop.
Uncatchable, I would suggest. This is the only game in the One Day Cup today. There was only one game yesterday, wasn't there? Middlesex.
Yes, correct.
At Radlett. Oh, just past mid-wicket and away for 4. That was in the air at catchable height, but far enough to the left of mid-wicket. 2 boundaries in the over, 11 off it in total with the 2 and the wide. So we'll see this one again. I think even if he'd gone left-handed for that, he was not quite going to be able to get to reach it. Nice whip of the wrist, but a shot of some peril. 40 for 1, Surrey, 1 over left in the power play. And Taylor is going to bowl it, so just 2 bowlers bowled used in the power play. Singdale and Taylor. Oh, Geddes has got to go. Flicked straight into the hands of mid-wicket. He raises his head to the heavens. Why have I done that? He's thinking. Picks out the fielder. Couldn't have picked him out better. At a lovely catchable height. Mid-thigh, perhaps. Didn't exactly whistle off the bat. Just slightly dipping on the fielder. And a second wicket for Gloucestershire in the power play. Surrey are 40 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's Matt Taylor's bowled so well that you can see why he's gone for the aggressive option there, because you know you're chasing over a tick over 300 and you're only scoring it just over 4 and over inside the power play. You've got 1 over of it left, but you know Matt Taylor's been broadly unhittable so far. So to take on a bowler who's, sometimes you've got to say, this is the guy who's on top of us here, let's just give him that. But Ben Geddes has seen it differently, and in the end he's paid the price. Because the flip side is, if he gets that right and he just gets it over that man, then it's 4 more, and all of a sudden you're up near a runnable for power play and you're actually looking pretty solid. But Matt Taylor's bowled so well, and that's the least he deserves. 2 for 9, 1 maiden so far. And Rory Burns coming in.
He has bowled really well, hasn't he? And that's why he's been kept on. And that's why Gloucestershire have just used the 2 bowlers in the power play, getting their rewards at the end of it. Now, Amar Malik has been in touch because he's listening in. He says, uncanny. Is it International Tiramisu Day? Watching the Surrey v Gloucestershire live stream and listening to TalkSport at the same time while working, I thought I'd put that in. And the conversation on both is tiramisu. Now in desperate need of increasing my blood sugar levels. Is there an International Tiramisu Day? There almost certainly will be.
And there certainly should be.
Of course, it appears in that famous song. Jennifer, Alison, tiramisu. Something, 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 you. And a song for you, isn't it? Something like that?
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got word from the producer.
March the 21st is International Tiramisu Day. Bird's defence. There had to be an International Tiramisu Day. Are there any other puddings that have? Is it an International Baked Alaska Day? An International Raspberry Panna Cotta Day? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, I suppose in a way the Yule log has its own day, doesn't it?
That's true. I mean, that's just given, isn't it?
The profiterole deserves a day.
Deserves at least a day. I'd have International profiterole week if it was down to me.
That cake downstairs was cake of the day.
International Baked Alaska Day is February the 1st. Creme caramel? Or even crema catalana? 3 balls left in the power play, by the way. 2 left-handers at the crease. National Caramel Day is April the 5th. Okay, let's put this another way to our producer. What pudding is it international of that pudding day on April the 14th? Because have I been eating the wrong pudding every birthday? And then we'll check out Ben's as well. If you've got any requests, you want to know what is the international pudding day of your birthday, do let us know. Get in touch. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. April the 14th has no pudding, perhaps. Maybe it's International Umami Day. National Gardening Day? How incredibly disappointing. Well, that ain't gonna happen. And it's National Dolphin Day as well. That's more like it. Well defended off the last ball of the power play. A wicket taking over from Matt Taylor. And Surrey 41 for 2 after 10. National Reach as High as You Can Day as well, which really doesn't feel like me at all, Ben. Mine would be, reach as high as you really, strictly speaking, need to day.
Yeah, out of the 3 of those, which do you least identify with? Dolphins, gardening, and reaching as high as you can.
Oh, it's tricky. It's between gardening and reaching as high as you can. It's also the International Moment of Laughter Day. I quite like that. A National Look Up at the Sky Day. And it's Cambodian New Year. Who knew there was so much going on? I know it's the anniversary of the Titanic crashing into the iceberg. It didn't sink until the next day. It's World Hula Week. National Look Up at the Sky Day. And the US Masters tends to happen around that time of year as well. Should we check out your birthday, Ben?
Yeah, born on March the 5th.
March the 5th. Okay.
Share an exact birthday with Somerset captain Tom Abel.
You were born on literally the same day.
March 5th, 1994.
Well. I'm always a bit staggered that the 2 Ollie Robinsons share a birthday, if not exactly the same day, 5 years apart. It's a good-looking shot from Burns, but he won't get a run for it. He's got lots of time to get himself in here. That required rate 6.5. Feels like a lot in a 50-over game, but as we've said, with a short boundary, as the ball gets a little bit softer, as the fielders tire a little bit. We've seen purple passages in this match. So International Day. Oh, now no ball. He's very fortunate at no ball. I don't know whether Rory Burns heard that no ball call, because he got it into not an awfully good position for the pull. Got a top edge that just ballooned back to the bowler. So we get a free hit. 2 runs for the no ball. What do you reckon here? Has Burns heard that? I don't think that. I'm not sure Burns will have adjusted that shot there. I think he's got a bit fortunate. But Surrey will take that. Really don't want to lose a 3rd wicket so soon off the power play. Goodman into the attack. Now, free hit. Wide. Wide is signalled. So yes, on your birthday, Ben, it's International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Awareness. Bit of a mouthful. But you strike me as a man who's into that.
Yeah, although International Day of Disarmament wouldn't go well with Reach as High as You Can Day, would it?
No. No. I mean, maybe we should. Can we swap days? I'm up for disarmament. Still a free hit. Slash through the covers for 4. Again, Goodman, I think, looking to hide the ball wide outside the off stump. Just hasn't quite got that right. Burns is able to take that on the full through extra cover. No risk attached, of course. Goodman losing his length completely. And that's meat and drink for Burns. Takes him to 5.
Yeah, a bit of sort of no free hit cat and mouse there, because you've got the short boundary, so you might think, oh, he's going to target that on the free hit. So then Goodman goes wide for the first attempt at it, but it's so wide that it's called wide. But then he sort of does the same thing again, gets the line a bit better, but obviously it's too full, but there's no protection out there on the offside, so Burns knows no chance of getting out, gets a piece of it, he's going to get it through that infield, and then it runs away for 4. So useful for Surrey, who, you know, it's interesting, despite, you know, the feeling in that power play, for me at least, being the ball was beating the bat, that they were really struggling for survival out there. They haven't gone nowhere. You know, the rate is still, the required rate is under 6.5 and over, having begun at, you know, a tick over 6. So they're still in touch. And this feels like a key partnership. We know that, you know, Burns can play a strokes when he gets in, and that Patel can hit a long ball. And now out of the power play, having survived those 2 pretty hostile opening spells, this will be the one where they think, if we can just stitch something together here, then we've got a chance.
Now, there is a discrepancy in scores, so if you're wondering why I haven't mentioned the fact that it's 50 for 2, it's because the scoreboard says 49 for 2. And I just wonder, is that takes a guided edge down to deep third, and now you will hear the ripple of applause for the 50. I wonder if it's 1 for a no ball in this competition.
No, I believe it's still 2 for a no ball, but I think the second no ball that we've got on our ticker should be a wide, and that might be the discrepancy.
You clever sausage, you. That's exactly what it is. Right, got it. We're trying to work out where the extra 1 run had come from on our ticker. That has now been sorted out, because it wasn't a no ball, it was a wide. 11 overs gone, 50 for 2. Yes, well deduced from you. Rushing around in my brain trying to work out what could be causing this discrepancy. So Ollie Price into the attack. Spin was very effective during Surrey's innings. Cameron Steele, probably the man who began the wicket glut. Bowled really well in the middle overs. Not sure Surrey were expecting to use him for 10 overs initially, but he bowled so well. Picked up 4 wickets, as did Conor McKerr. A flat start from Ollie Price. Just yield the single.
And deserved 5 to Steele, not just in the sense that any cricketer who misses out on 100, we say deserves 100, but because he had that catch dropped that would have seen him wrap up what would have been a maiden list A 5 for, I believe.
Now, I haven't finished going through the extraordinary elements of your day. Oh, a big appeal, and a finger goes up immediately. Burns has got to go, playing around his front pad. It was full. Umpire had no hesitation whatsoever. Burns walks straight off. Introduction of spin brings a wicket. Surrey 51 for 3.
Don't think there was any question about that. That's full, that's pitching in line, struck him right in front. I think Burns knew before the umpire raised the finger.
Just flicking across that front pad, not playing it straight back where it came from. And he whips off his gloves in disappointment and infuriation, and has to trudge off. So once again, Surrey struggling with the bat here. That's been the theme of their Metro Bank One Day Cup matches, not just this season but last season as well. Failing to get enough runs on the board. Imagine it'll be Ben Foakes coming in at 5. You feel that this partnership is a really important one now. Josh Blake due in next, and Cam Steele and the bowlers. That target of 302, a long way away. They've got to try and find a partnership of some fluency as well. Because that rate, though not daunting at 6.5, could get higher and higher as Cameron Ponsonby comes in to discover that a wicket has fallen. He nipped out at just the wrong time. He'll be joining you shortly. But Spin's done it again, Ben.
Yeah, and you know, people might look at the scorecard for this game and think, wow, what was that pitch doing? And the answer is actually, you know, not a whole lot. We've just seen some excellent exponents of the slow craft, and you know, I think that Surrey might well have been sort of hoping they could get to the spinner coming on, and that would be a chance to do a bit of rebuilding, do a bit of ticking it over, and instead he struck what may well be a telling blow. You know, Burns is obviously the captain, but he's such a the tempo with which he can bat can be so valuable in this kind of chase, I think.
Foakes underway straight away with a nice languid push through the offside. Now, before I go, I'm just going to get through all the other things that happened on your birthday, Ben. We've already had International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Awareness, but it's also, and I think most importantly, National Cheese Doodle Day, otherwise known as American Wotsits. It's St. Piran's Day, the Cornish saint. Might think of a second here. They're coming back for the second. This could be tight, but the throw's a little wayward. So Patel gets home. It's National Absinthe Day. Now you're talking.
I wondered if you might want to take that one off me as well.
Are you not into absinthe?
No, you know, but...
Well, I don't want to take everything off. Yeah. I don't think you can have, you know... I'll take disarmament.
If we're trading days...
Yeah.
You think I might want National Gardening Day, given it fits with the name?
It might do, but are you nominatively determined, or are you actually a non-gardener?
I think my fingers aren't too green.
No, I didn't think they would be. Last ball taken on the full up towards long on. Another easy single, but a good effective over. That for Gloucestershire. Wicket falls in it, the wicket of Rory Burns after 12, 55 for 3. And I think I'm going to leave you and allow Cameron Ponsonby to come in and see if I can't go and negotiate some change days. Just briefly though, Mike White of Gloucestershire says, loving the chat about international days plus the sharing of birthdays. Myself and a schoolmate Nicholas are both born on Christmas Day 1975. What's special about that? Our respective parents lived 4 doors away from each other. Keep up the great comms. Well, I never. The mind boggles. I don't want to think. I don't know where that one's going. You can speculate on that, Ben. And I should get out of the way for Cameron.
Hasn't got any easier for Surrey. That ball beating the outside edge. Just a whisker away there from Goodman, who obviously had a tough introduction that first over with a no ball and the free hit that went for 4.
Patel flashing at one outside off stump. I've had the most pleasant of opening 12 overs of this Surrey innings. Even if on the pitch Surrey haven't been sharing my relaxed scenery. I've discovered an old friend was in the crowd. Went, had a chat, had a fab ice cream, and I can't recommend it enough.
Don't talk to me about fab ice creams. We had Adam come into the commentary box and offer us.
That's pulled away, and that has gone all the way for 6. It's incredibly short down in that direction of the ground today. We're playing well over towards the Archbishop Tennyson School side of the ground, and Ryan Patel is just able to help Goodman's delivery on its way and all the way for 6.
To be fair, it is the short boundary, but that's gone a good few rows back. Not like a couple of the other 6 we've seen today. That is a healthy blow, I think.
Driven down the ground, and Surrey will look to scamper through for one. And they do so successfully. So Adam of the Surrey Communications setup.
The Surrey tribe, yeah. He comes in with 2 boxes. One of the fruity ice creams of some
sort.
Splits. Fruit splits, there you go.
Yep.
And then also fabs. And we obviously can't say yes because we need to use our mouths for things other than eating if we're holding these microphones.
Yeah.
And then he said there's not even a freezer, so he's going to have to give them away. He can't save them for us. So he just had to show us these things we couldn't have, and then went and gave them to Cam and his friend, it seems.
Yep, well, I've had 2 ice creams. I had a fab and a fruit split, and I gave a second fab and a third ice cream over to Alex. And I assume he enjoyed it. Right, there's movement behind the bowler's arm, so Ben Foakes has pulled away. The man is none the wiser as to the drama and controversy he's causing at the Kia Oval. And Goodman continues. That's left alone by Ben Foakes, who's of course well within his rights to ease himself into this innings, but already we're at the stage of the game where if Surrey aren't careful, that run rate is going to creep up towards and beyond 7 very quickly, and you're leaving what is quite a lengthy tail with a very hard job of chasing in what is increasingly becoming a large total. Folks, dabs behind point, pick up 1 more run. Oh, and that's the end of the over as well. 13 overs gone, 63 for 3. The 3 departed batters are Dom Sibley, Ben Geddes and Rory Burns. Ryan Patel, who opened batting, still at the crease on 33. Ben Foakes, new to the crease, on 2 off 3.
Yeah, I mean, you are right to say that run rate will become a problem at some stage. I don't think they'll be thinking about it too much at the over. At the moment, I think these are 2 experienced heads, especially Ben Foakes, and we know his style anyway will be to get set, to accumulate, and to possibly open shoulders towards the end, or let the batters at the other end do that.
And Foakes looks to sweep immediately, which is very encouraging signs for both Surrey and Gloucestershire. It's been a theme of this match that both teams are really targeting that leg side boundary, and the sweep is an excellent option. Foakes, with this leg side field, they're now changing immediately. So for 1 ball they had a fielder at deep mid wicket, or more between deep mid wicket and deep square leg, and just 1 fielder behind square on the leg side. So that vacant kind of square, just behind square area on the boundary was vacant. They've now immediately plugged that gap, so it'll be interesting to see if Foakes continues with this strategy. He blocks into the offside. So now we have a field of 4 fielders on the offside, 5 on the leg side.
It's not as if Foakes at all is a one-shot pony against spin. He's such a brilliant player of it. He can sort of kind of manoeuvre it around into any direction he likes, as he did there. Sort of just nudges it down to long on, and Foakes against the spin. That'll be an intriguing subplot to follow.
This remains a very tidy over from Price. Just 1 run from the first 4 deliveries. It's a beautiful shot from Patel, who lifts the ball over cover and into that vacant gap on the boundary. With the line that Price was bowling to him, basically meant his 2 boundary options are to go over or through cover, or with the reverse sweep. Patel, a very powerful player, this time lifts over cover. It's a beautiful shot for 4. And he follows it up with a very comfortable shot for 1.
Some encouraging signs from Patel in the last couple of overs. Obviously nailed that 6 off Goodman, and then that really was a lovely shot for a better shot really. The one that went for 6 as well struck as that was. There was real sort of a clarity of thought and execution in that, and then also to then just nudge the single next ball rather than to try and go again, and feel he's feels like he's in now, like he is the man if they do want to up the rate, who will need to get the tempo right if they are to do so.
Well, this is the thing, because of the length of Surrey's tail, you have Conor McCurr, who's contributed with 2 scores of 25 in these 2 innings so far. But what it ultimately means is, between Patel, Foakes, Steele and Blake, you need close to 200 runs between those 4. So these kind of remaining wickets, the 2 batters that are at the crease and then the 2 batters that are to come, they're going to have to do the lion's share. So there's such a value on these players' wickets. Effectively what I'm saying is, of the people you're currently watching, someone is going to have kind of a day to remember and be able to look back and reflect on that 100 at the Oval.
Which they're well capable of doing, especially these 2 in the middle right now, you'd say. I mean, Foakes has a very healthy list day record, obviously player of the match on ODI debut for England, to go with being player of the match on test debut for England. Still averages, 38.5 in list day cricket. That's pretty good in anyone's book.
That sounds like a Sporkle quiz that existed at some point. Name every player to have been player of the match on test and ODI debut. But he's only played 6 list A matches in the last 4 years, since that ODI game he played in 2019 away in Ireland. Score a century last year. A score of 106. Toes that ball out into the offside for no run. Yes, almost a year exactly to the day. On the 3rd of August last year, Foakes scored his first and so far only white ball 100 of his career, making 106 against Leicestershire. He just runs that down to 3rd, rides the bounce. He's able to control the ball down to deep 3rd. I think not enough people in this world, Ben, realise the gratitude of debt they owe to you for the wisdom quizzes that came out during lockdown and saw so many of us through such difficult times.
It's just, we thought, let's do one, see how they go, and then loads and loads and loads of people started to click on them. It's like, okay, well, let's just keep doing them every day from now until the rest of time, essentially. Still churning them out to this day, or updating old ones as well.
I was going to say, it's got to be updating old ones, otherwise you get to the position where it's kind of name every player to have taken a 3-fer in their first away ODI in the subcontinent. After 15 overs, it's 71 for 3. No, I remember during lockdown it was a staple part of my day and many other days, many friends' days. Name every England test, male test cricketer since 2000. Name every test cricketer with more than 5,000 runs, all the triple centurions. Right, so we have a change of bowling. Coming on at the Vauxhall end is Tom Smith. To bowl his left arm spin. With a very normal field, I'd say. 5 in the ring, 4 out on the boundary. Short 3rd, backward point cover. Sweeper out either side square. Foakes gets away with a single.
By the way, 4 players have been player of the match in 2 formats.
Wow.
On men's international debut.
That would make a good quiz.
Yeah, it'd be a short quiz.
Short quiz, I want to know the answers.
Yeah. So that they are Elias Sunny for Bangladesh. I'll need to check which of these formats, because I feel like the Test and ODI, those are the 2 that mean the most.
Exactly, especially to Ben Foakes.
Yeah. Mustafizur Rahman and Lungi Ngidi. So actually all modern players, I suppose, player of the match awards are more modern things, and also T20Is are modern things. So
you could go back and you could potentially change those results and go back through time and just compare the notes of everyone's debut.
Who would have been player of the match.
Exactly. That'd be a good use of time. Right, Ryan Patel taking on the left arm spin. And that they scamper through for one. But it took a bit of pad. It did indeed take a bit of pad as the umpire signals a leg by. Smith will be bowling to that long boundary to the left-handed Patel. That's probably why they've opted for this end, because it means that Ben Foakes has to take the risk to the shorter boundary but against the spin, whereas Ryan Patel, with his preferred matchup, to use the modern parlance, will be hitting to the longer boundary. That's short, but Smith gets away with it.
You can't be saying match-up as if it's some new word you've heard today, Cam.
I've never come across it in my life. These numbers, I can't get my head around them, Ben. Data.
Using the phrase in modern parlance as if you didn't invent most of the modern parlance.
Oh, goodness me. Just can't keep up with the game today, Ben. It's all passes me by too quickly. Playing reverse sweeps and all sorts. That's driven beautifully to the right of cover. Price does the fielding. And once again, it's been a very fine over. Just 3 runs off it so far. 2 off the bat, 1 off the pad of Patel. And will we see a risk taken on the final ball of this over? Long off comes up to mid off. So we have 5 fielders now in the ring. So we're teasing Patel into trying to take that risk. Normally you see fielders go out on the last ball of the boundary. Gloucestershire have done the opposite. Tom Smith has a false start of his run-up. That's very short. And not really put away by Patel, but they pick up 1 more run at the end of the 16th over. The score is 75 for 3. And that looks as if we're going to have a drink. So with 34 overs of the chase remaining, we'd say Gloucestershire are firm favourites at the moment, slight favourites, overwhelming favourites.
It's not overwhelming. I'd say they're firm. They're well ahead in the game. Maybe if Surrey were 75 for 2, you'd make them slight favourites. I guess there's obviously the 3 things, well, in every cricket game it's how many wickets you got left, how many runs you need off how many balls, and who are the batters you have left. And in some ways all those things are slightly working against Surrey in that, 3 down doesn't sound too bad, but it's a longer tail. And you've got, Cam Steele, who is an all-rounder rather than, a bona fide top order bat, and Josh Blake is making his way as a wicket-keeper bat.
That is chipped into the leg side and just evades Price at mid-wicket. Just the noise that the ball made coming off Patel. But briefly, I thought it might have taken a bit of a thigh pad, only for the ball to travel, well, 30 yards, so it wasn't the most likely of scenarios. Just evades his grasp. It was a wonderful effort, and it would have been a wonderful catch.
And that required rate up to 6.68 now.
It's beautifully bowled by Goodman.
And so they need to balance that wicket preservation and not ensuring it doesn't spiral out of control, while also having to deal with some very fine bowling. And Goodman is he's into his rhythm a bit now after a sort of slightly wayward first 2 overs. He's beaten the bat with some frequency at this point.
No, just doing some kind of mental run rate maths. If, for the sake of argument, Surrey left themselves with 125 to chase off the last 15, that's just under 8.5 and over, would allow this pair to get them to that point. You just need 100 off the next 20 overs, so Foakes and Patel could seem quite content to kind of churn through these middle overs, going at around 5 and over, but they have to stay in for that plan to work. It's a beautiful shot out into the offside. And Foakes will pick up 4 for that. He timed it so beautifully. But the sweeper out on the offside, you always expected he'd be in the game, but such was the timing from Foakes and the shortness of that boundary that he picks up 4.
Yeah, he's not gone for the full-blooded drive with the big follow-through, but the timing is so sweet, and the outfield's so quick, the boundary's so short that it's raced away.
It's quite an old-school run chase that Surrey are setting about on. It'll be wickets in hand rather than getting ahead of the rate early. I think we're often spoilt when watching the kind of international game and seeing scores of 300 and above chased with regularity. You kind of lose sight of just how many runs 300 is that you need. You have to have someone in the top 6 to most likely score 100, or at least 2 people getting an 80.
Yeah, and that's why Gloucestershire are firm favourites without being outright favourites, is that they do have these 2 players in particular. Wouldn't be out there on possibility. Patel's halfway to an 80, and would be out of the question for either of them to put together a match-defining 100. But it does just feel like everything kind of needs to go, or most things need to go right for Surrey at this stage. They can't afford too many more errors, or too many balls that end up catching the edge rather than just beating the edge, or that goes to the fielder rather than falling just to the side of the fielder.
No, I think that's the perfect way of describing it. Surrey in a position already where they need everything to go right for the end result to be a victory for the home team, whereas Gloucestershire can potentially coast a little bit at the moment and lose a couple of stages of the game and still come out victorious. Smith to Patel. Just imploring Ben Foakes to take a risk here. When it was the off spin of Ollie Price, they plugged that gap at backward square leg, deep backward square leg, to prevent the sweep. With the left arm spin of Smith, they're more willing for Foakes to take that risk. Chops the ball into the ground.
Almost gone for a different sort of risk there, I think. He's trying to beat the man at cover and just get the single out there, but has to manufacture a bit of room. And that's what means that he's slightly mistimed, I think.
Once again, he fires the ball into the ground. It's a 4th dot ball in a row to Ben Foakes this over. 3rd even, beg your pardon. And will we see the risk? Will we see Foakes advance down the wicket and look to hit over mid-wicket, or get that sweep out? Try beat the man at deep mid-wicket. Again, a kind of cramped cut shot finds the fielder, and Smith has got into his work exceptionally well here. He's bowled 11 balls, conceded just 4 runs. The discussion here of Miles Hammond probably be about getting out the over. Daniel Vettori used to talk about this a lot, about in this stage of a game, bowl your best 1 ball. Bowl the ball that you can force the batter into just taking the simplest and route of least resistance to 1 run. Smith chucks it a bit wider. That's a comfortable cut shot for Ben Foakes to get his 1 run, but to finish an over that Gloucestershire will be very happy with. Just 2 runs off it after 18 overs. The score is 82 for 3.
And when you mentioned that bit of maths earlier with what Surrey can afford to leave themselves something gettable off the last 15, and then you just go at 5 and over to do that. That sort of sounds okay, but it's 5 and over they need to go. It's not 4 and over and 5 and over. It's faster than they are scoring, and all of a sudden it's Foakes yet to get going. Played that brilliant cover drive in the over, just the last over from this end. there's no doubt that, you know, they can give themselves a few overs and then think, okay, then we can sort of tick up through the gears in the partnership. But
it's clipped around the corner. Should be fielded at fine leg by Van Buren, and is.
At the moment, Gloucestershire are just bowling well enough that, you know, run scoring is hard to come by, and that's how it goes sometimes. And I think at least they know that in Foakes, of a batter with such a calm temperament who's not going to get too flustered, who'll know that, you know, the way that Surrey win this game is if he stays in for a long time. So that's what he's going to try and do, I think.
It's the art of manufacturing runs for the opposition in white ball cricket is a skill that I often think isn't quite appreciated enough. There's a kind of general thought process that if you go between the formats, a one in Test cricket is a win for the batter, a 1 in T20 cricket is a win for the bowler, and a 1 in one-day cricket is a draw. And how at what points in the match, if you're a bowler, you want to try and get the opposing batter to take one. So I remember talking to Jeremy Snape, who used to bowl spin in the early days of T20 and became famous for his moon ball. And I remember him talking me through two things he'd do. One is that whenever he was walking back to his mark, he'd always watch the batter. He'd walk backwards to his mark so he could see where the eyes were darting to, which areas of the ground were they targeting. And if he noticed they were eyeing up deep mid-wicket, for instance, then he would kind of shout out to whoever was there and just be like, oh, just move two to your right, please, just to give them the impression that he was kind of in the opposing batter's head. And also in the art of like giving a batter one. You hear it often with spinners talking about bowling for cut shots and bowling a short ball that gets cut out for one to the sweeper. Jeremy Snape was telling me about how he'd change the field, so he'd leave the mid-wicket area in the ring completely vacant and then put the fielders out on the boundary and then bowl as quick a leg stump half volley as he possibly could, just to force the batters into dropping it into the leg side. And that's driven straight and beautifully over the top by Ryan Patel, all the way for 6 runs to take him on to 49. And if Patel is going to guide Surrey to a win, these are the exact types of shots that we need to see more of. That is absolutely beautiful from Patel. He held his shape the whole way through. And that I'm going to elevate to shot of the day. He follows it up with the play and miss. Right, 19 overs gone, 91 for 3. Ben Gardner is leaving the commentary box. And Yaz Rana, for the first time with me today, is joining, which brings me great joy, great excitement. It's taking ages to get his headphones on, which was slightly ruining the momentum and the flow of the show, if I had to be brutally honest. But he's here.
Good to join you, Cam.
Always good to be together, Yaz. Right, Tom Smith is going to bowl. It's Smith against Foakes once more. Foakes yet to take a risk against Smith. He hasn't quite decided what his preferred method of risk is going to be. We'll see if that continues this over. Drives past cover. Let's just be 1 run. How have you found today, Yaz? How's the heat treated you? How's the match treated you?
Well, I spent most of the day in the press overflow section where there's been a delightful breeze. So it's been 30 degrees with a really nice breeze. So I have no complaints about the heat today. It was a bit disappointing that the game the other day against Glamorgan was so short, because that was a similarly lovely day. But at the moment, the crowd that's into the Kia Oval, enjoying a really exciting game of cricket, still in the balance. You'd say Gloucestershire on top, but Ryan Patel, 49 not out, keeping his side in the game at required run rate, just under 7 runs per over.
That's 50 for Ryan Patel. Brings up the landmark of 59 deliveries. His first of the competition this year. He made 2 half-centuries and 1 century last year. He's had a lot of success in this competition. That's a timely return to form. Feels too strong a phrase to say. He's only had 2 innings so far in this competition, but he's such a vital player for Surrey at the top of the order. I'd be delighted that he's back in the runs. That's short from Smith. Worked away for 1 run by Foakes.
Patel's an extremely watchable player when he's in full flow, and I think over the last few years has found a really good rhythm to 50 over batting. Able to attack, I think, at the right time and incorporate aggression into his natural game. It's a tidy over from Smith, just 3 runs from it. Sorry, 94 for 3 after 20 overs. And I think Surrey as a side have struggled for a rhythm with their batting in 50 over cricket so far this competition. Patel had a slightly streaky 40 odd against Yorkshire, but even though there were a few moments of fortune, you'd say that he understood the task that was required that day. And similarly here today, 50 off 60, similar sort of knock to what Cameron Bancroft played earlier in the day. Bancroft was pretty much identically placed after 60 balls.
Right, we're going to have a change of bowling. Ollie Price, with his off spin, is returning to the attack, this time from the pavilion end. And again, it's a case of Gloucestershire now. Price had bowled at the Vauxhall end earlier this innings, but they have their spinners bowling kind of to the correct ends, as it were. So of Ollie Price bowling off spin to the right-handed Foakes will be hitting towards the longer boundary when he bowls to the left-handed Patel, who'll be bowling to the shorter boundary, but the ball is spinning away from the bat, and vice versa from the other end with Tom Smith. And we haven't yet seen Surrey really take a risk against the spin. And is that okay at this point, Yaz, or are they happy to kind of pat through the next 10 overs at maybe 4 and over and leave themselves with 160 off 20, or is it the case that the accelerator pedal needs to be pushed a little bit at the moment?
Yeah, it's a good question. Actually, I was just about to ask you the same thing. In T20 cricket, we've seen real score inflation over the last couple of years, where teams are now very comfortable with needing around 12 runs and over in the final 5. And obviously there's less 50 over cricket played now than there used to be, but we've seen some really high scores in the One Day Cup so far this year. And I'm wondering what Surrey will be comfortable with going into the final 20. What I would say is that is not just determined by how much risk you take now, but actually how good are you and how comfortable are you to rotate strike without taking too many risks? Can you milk 5 or 6 runs off an uneventful over, or do you let the Gloucestershire spinners sneak through an over that just goes for 2 or 3? Because that determines what you're chasing.
I'm furious. Ryan Patel, I was just wondering whether this was going to be the moment he decides to go. It's so short over towards cow corner, with Patel facing this spin. And the first ball, he wanted a large piece of it, end up toe-ending it. But it could be the play for Patel, just as we saw Jack Taylor in the first innings targeting that short leg side boundary whenever he was batting from the pavilion end. We might be seeing the same from Patel from the Vauxhall end.
It's a skill that I don't think we give the best players in the world enough credit for. You know, someone like Joe Root in 50 over cricket for so long would average 50 odd, striking at 90 to 95 without taking a risk, and he'd be able to do that because he was so good at just moving his feet so he can manipulate the gaps in the field and just milk overs for 5 or 6 without taking a risk at all.
Struck firmly and straight. Be intercepted by long on. Patel didn't quite catch it as cleanly as I had first thought he had. 4 runs off the over. The score is 98 for 3 after 21. Patel on 52. Ben Foakes on 17.
But these last 2 overs are sort of illustrative of what I'm talking about. Smith and Price have stuck in 2 overs that have gone for 7 runs between them. The asking rate's gone up from 6.8 to 7.03. That's not a huge jump, but 3, 4, 5 overs more like this, the equation changes quite a lot, and then suddenly Surrey will almost feel compelled to take risks. So the ability to, when 50 over cricket was the dominant white ball format, people used to complain about the middle overs and how the middle overs weren't hugely watchable. But I think we underappreciate the skill involved. I think, just using that delivery as an example, the very, very best 50 over players in the world are so good at turning even very good balls into single options every time. There's only one man in front of square in the ring on the leg side, and your job as a batter is to beat that man as much as you can. On this occasion, they do pinch a single.
It's interesting also with the field that Smith is bowling to Patel. We're so used to, well, obviously at this stage in the game, you have to have 5 fielders in the ring. The power play doesn't allow for. I got myself in a real muddle there. I thought they'd done something really interesting. They hadn't. I was just being a moron. But the option Patel has against Smith, the risk that he's presented with, is to take him off on over mid-off and hit him straight. Now, Surrey's 100 has come up of 21.3 overs. That run rate still is creeping up. And as you're saying, Yaz, there's just so many more dot balls than you'd potentially really be happy with from a Surrey point of view. I guess that's the operative example.
And look how frustrated Patel was there. He knew that ball was there to hit, but not as a boundary option per se, but that there's only one man patrolling that area of the field. Singles are there for the taking. And then suddenly we're 4 balls into this over and Surrey have only scored 2 once more.
That's heaved over into the leg side. That has gone all the way for 6. Rank short ball from Smith, and Patel was able to just help it on its way. And that does indeed help. Surrey in need of 7 and over, and well, there's 6 of them in one go.
And it brings up the 50 partnership between Patel and Foakes as well. Patel doing the bulk of the work. But that 6, I think, it's the end of the over, 8 runs from it. That 6, I think, is a really good demonstration of, I think, Patel's rhythm as a 50 over batter. He frustrated himself for not being able to work the ball into the gaps to pick up singles early in the over. But as soon as Smith dropped a bit short, he's so quick to pounce.
There is. I think we are of the same thought process and being big fans of watching Ryan Patel. He's an incredibly aesthetic player, an exciting player to watch for exactly that reason, that he often throws his hands through balls and has the natural kind of left-hander's advantage of just for some reason appearing more attractive.
What is that reason? Because that holds true across sports, I think. Like a left-footed football player, more often than not, is more aesthetically pleasing than the vast majority of right-footed players. In tennis as well, I'm not a big tennis man, but I believe that's what people think in tennis as well.
It's got to just be to do with something because it's different. Your eyes just aren't quite as used to it.
Like, for example, I've seen some social media accounts reverse cricket imagery. And, you watch someone like Lara or Mike Hussey right-handed, and you do just think a little bit meh. It's just not the same thing. It's just not as flamboyant as they appear when they're left-handed.
Right. Google is designed for a moment like this. I'm going to quickly... I can't say... Well...
cricketweb.net.
The finest of forums. You can trust everything you read on cricketweb.net.
From August 2004.
Well, article, a science article from the Guardian here from 2017. Why do left-handers excel at certain elite sports but not others? I don't know if that's going to give us the answer we're looking for. I think, well, if you do have a theory on this, please get in touch at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Who your favourite left-handed, left-footed players across all sports have been, and also why you think they are so much more attractive and aesthetically pleasing. David Gow is obviously the main example from kind of way back when.
Recently, Moeen Ali.
Just the kind of elegance that's associated with being left-handed. There is still that ingrained advantage as well as being left-handed, which exists, especially in cricket. And former England analyst Nathan Lehman and Ben Jones from CricViz wrote a book called Hitting Against the Spin, which analysed that about effectively one of the main advantages that left-handed opening batters have. That pinballs from, I believe, bowler to non-striker to umpire, or maybe just non-striker to umpire, but it's cleaned up everyone on the way through. It ended up in a dot ball, just 2 runs off the over, 4 consecutive non-scoring deliveries to Ben Foakes.
So obviously desperately unlucky with the last one, because that flicks both non-striker and bowler and maybe even umpire on the way through to short mid wicket. But you know, it almost undoes the work of that Ryan Patel 6 in the previous over.
Exactly what I was going to say, yeah.
We've gone in the last 4 overs, even with that 6, the required run rate's gone up from 6.8 to 7.2. And we're rapidly approaching the halfway point in the chase, and Surrey at the moment well behind. You look at that DLS pass score on the big screen, 137, so Surrey basically 30 runs behind where they ought to be in this situation. And again, Patel fails to beat the man at short mid wicket. Smith's doing a really good job here. He's got a slightly low release point, slightly slingy action for his spinner.
I think we're going to see a risk from Patel here, looking to go over the top. Takes 1 down the ground.
And is there anything from a batter's point of view that's different to facing a spinner who has a slightly lower release point, a slightly slingier action? I ask you, as someone who does bowl with a very low release point for a spinner.
I keep getting hit for 6 this year, Yaz. I don't want to talk about it. Foakes rocks back and cuts, but even then, it's straight to the sweeper on the boundary. Just to finish that point quickly about the left-handed openers, in effect, a generation, and the sports has been played in a way that is such that right hand, if you're bowling right arm over, you don't pitch the ball in line with the stumps. So there was this inherent advantage that LBWs were so rare, much rarer. The ball almost sneaks through Patel. So they basically took out a dismissal, more form of dismissal. When you compare it to like tennis, I think it was just the oddity of like your eyes don't quite pick up the shapes and the patterns of a left-handed player as well as they do as a right-handed player, because your muscle memory isn't as familiar with it. Right, just 2 runs off this over, 4 balls gone. And there, Patel drives hard down the ground, and it was an incredibly relaxed piece of fielding from mid-off. And I think, were they to have their time again, they might have wanted to just have a bit of a sharper throw at the stumps, because Patel was struggling here. He sets off immediately, and you see the ball, well, he might have just made it in had it been a direct hit, but it really was a relaxed piece of cricket. Another dot ball to finish the 24th over. Just 3 runs off that over from Smith. The score is 111 for 3.
I think we have a change in the commentary box. Cam Ponsonby is taking a breather as we take a look at the worm. Look at the run rate there. Surrey maintaining a fair bit of distance between their run rate and Gloucestershire's at the corresponding point in the Gloucester innings. Here's the worm. The 2 Gloucestershire spinners Oliver Price and Tom Smith applying the squeeze.
A little bit like Surrey, didn't it, with Cam Steele, that squeeze in the middle.
Cam Steele took wickets, but I don't think he massively controlled the run rate in the same way that Price and Smith are doing here. He worked really well in tandem with Conor McCurr. Conor McCurr at one end, keeping things dry, and Steele striking from the other. Whereas here, Surrey finding both spinners.
Now then, down a wicket comes Patel, gets a thick outside edge. This is the pressure that's building. You can see them thinking, we've got to find ways to score runs here. We can't just let this drift. Well, the two spinners are in tandem. Also, there's only 4 men out on the boundary in this middle power play. There'll come a point where those fielders will, they'll be able to put one further fielder out. These, of course, are the conditions that the women play in all the time. And if you find yourself on commentary in a women's game, with Catherine Siverbrunt eyeing jealously the extra boundary rider that men are allowed.
Sorry, a bit stuck here, Dan. 7 off 16 deliveries since that Ryan Patel 6. That required run rate in the last 6 overs has gone up by 0.6 runs per over. And it's not as if Surrey aren't looking to push things along.
Oh, it's chipped in the air. Patel's slightly losing his shape here. But he gets away with it.
We were just debating, what will Surrey be happy with from a required run rate point of view going into the last 20?
They don't want it to be much higher than 7.5 in the last 20, will they? 8s maybe, as long as they've got wickets in hand, but it puts a lot of pressure on this partnership because Surrey don't bat massively deeply. Cam Steele in at 7. Blake, the youngster, keeping wicket today at 6. They're after the bowlers. There's not that the bowlers can't bat. Conor McCurr, we've seen Conor McCurr thrash a ball with great acuity and skill. But you do feel this partnership needs to get Surrey up, you know, you might even say up towards 200. And at the same time, they can't afford to dawdle. So that's one of the beauties of 50 over cricket, isn't it? We're halfway through Surrey's innings, 25 overs gone. Gloucestershire at 30 overs, we're about 173, I think, which is when we were thinking about, oh, you double the score. Well, it didn't turn out like that at all for them. Surrey came back really strongly with the ball, the latter part of the Gloucestershire innings. But that's 57 runs away in 5 overs time. As we take a look at the match summary there, you can see 4 wickets apiece for Conor McCurr and Cameron Steele in that total of 301. The cardinal sin of not batting out the overs, Yaz. Left 11 balls unused there. Wickets falling in a heap at the back end, and then Surrey's reply lost 3 early wickets, very early in the case of Dom Sibley, who was LBW. Then Ben Giddis and Rory Burns. But these two, Ryan Patel and Ben Foakes, are putting together a partnership. Foakes going on rather stately progress, 22 from 42. He'll need to up that strike rate, obviously. But there's a rebuilding job to start with, and you fancy that if they, let's say they need 160 off 20, then it's what do they need off the last 10? Well, 90 off 10 if you've got wickets in hand.
Just going to pick you up on something you said, Dan. You said the Gloucestershire not batting their 50 overs is a cardinal sin.
Cardinal sin.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. You see, innings that we both criticised, we were on together for that James Bracey knock that you described as not even a cameo.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
He
16 off 10.
He obviously didn't get the execution right, and obviously you could make a pretty strong argument to say that he went too hard given the point in the innings. But he batted with an impetus that suggests an energy of trying to get up to a really big score.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
we look at the one-day cup scores this year, and there have been several scores well in excess of 300. Scores of well above 300 have been chased down. I just haven't seen the same energy from Surrey in the run chase. Ryan Patel has shown glimpses of it. He's hit 3 sixes from his 77 balls, and there have been a few occasions where he's taken on the big shot and it hasn't quite worked out. But Surrey this campaign haven't really found a rhythm in their batting. And almost innings like the Bracey one, I don't mind too much as a one-off.
Oh, it wasn't a criticism of Bracey's innings. It hadn't quite reached cameo proportions yet.
No, I totally understand that.
In a 50-over game, you know, if you get your side 35 off 25, really, really helpful. 16 off 10 didn't quite cut the mustard, but you're right, Surrey don't have somebody at the moment who looks like getting a 35 off 20, and 35 off 20 right now would be pretty handy. Even if, you know, there's only 15 runs scored at the other end, you get a quick 50-run partnership in 5 overs, say, for example, then that suddenly helps a bit with the run rate and just with putting pressure back on Gloucestershire, who have been able to bowl here really without too many people getting in their way, as Graham Van Buren is into the attack. The only man in English professional cricket to be named after the only president of the United States whose mother tongue was not English. I say named after him, shares the surname Van Buren. If he was really named after him, he'd be called Martin, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, the other thing I'd say about Surrey is they've not really forced Gloucestershire to veer off plan A at the moment. They've been able to bowl a long stretch of finger spin unchallenged, really. There's not been a wicket for a while. This partnership is worth, what's it now, nearly 70 runs, but I don't think Gloucestershire are that unhappy with it. Is that required run rate? Edges above 7.5 runs and over. Another dot ball, 2 off 4 in this over already.
It's the eternal problem, isn't it, for a side in one-day cricket if you lose early wickets, because the risk reward situation changes markedly. If you're 3 down, you've got an inexperienced fella coming in at 6, Steele at 7, and then the bowlers. These batters are very much aware of that, so they know at some point risks will have to be taken, but they're looking to take the game deep enough for when they start to take those risks. Now, you might argue that the end of the over, just the 3 singles from it again, 119 for 3. You may argue that now is the time, Cato, to get cracking. But at the same time, you know, that concern is always there in the back of the mind. 302 runs is a lot of runs to get, even though it's not by any means a daunting target, and there have been many targets above that, as you say, in the One Day Cup this year. It still takes a bit of getting. You've got to score 302 runs, and if you find yourself 40 odd for 3 early on.
It also must be quite a weird competition to play for a lot of these guys, because it is so sharp and it's over so quickly.
Yeah.
You know, it occupies your mind for less than a month of the year.
It's the only time you play 50 over cricket. I mean, these guys, all of these guys playing now, I would imagine this might be their 50 over competition.
And just a boring point about the field, Dan. Throughout this stretch of finger spin, Gloucestershire haven't had to worry about either Patel or Foakes playing a reverse sweep. Be able to hit the ball over the ring fielders behind square and the offside. There's no protection behind them.
That's not a boring point. That's a very good point.
And that just means that you can have more protection in more conventional places.
Yep.
And it also means as bowlers you can sort of hide the ball outside off stump.
Yeah, Surrey's still content at the moment just to milk the singles. I suppose though they'll have chatted about this. They'll break it down. They'll say 6 and over for the next, well, if they got 6 and over for the next 13 overs, that would leave them 10 and over for the last 10, essentially. Go run a ball from here.
I was really impressed by Josh Blake against Yorkshire, and he came in when the game was probably already done, but batted with real invention.
think they're going to need a little bit of that at the moment, because they're just ticking over in sort of second gear at the moment. It's also, you know, we're not seeing twos, we're just seeing it's singles into gaps, as you say, to conventionally placed fielders.
And it feels like Gloucestershire in such a rhythm. They know exactly what they're doing for both batters. The fielders remain largely the same for more than 10 overs now.
Surrey are going on at the sort of rate that England do in test matches at the moment. Quite literally. Except in the second innings.
Shot.
Now there could be a 2 here. A little deflection, a little parry by extra cover. It's taking a bit of the pace off the shot. So 6 off the over, 2 and 4 singles. Patel moves into the 70s. Look at that worm. It's quite a considerable distance behind the Gloucestershire worm there, you know.
And also you'd be worried by that little spike that Gloucestershire hit after the 35th over. That was predominantly Jack Taylor. So not only are Surrey well behind the rate at the moment, but there's also a proper injection of energy towards the end of that Gloucestershire innings.
Short, and that's been put away by Foakes. Dragged down. Poor ball from Van Buren. Absolutely smashed into the crowd at deep mid wicket. It's gone a long way. It's a short boundary away to the right. It wasn't as short as I initially thought, but it was short enough.
Sort of sat up
for
Foakes quite nicely. But more of that for Surrey definitely required. Just the second boundary in Ben Foakes' innings so far. And it is worth making that point again just about how short that side of the ground is. So they have a boundary that they can target should they wish, and with a left-hander and a right-hander at the crease.
Well, that's going to be the second boundary of the over. Again dragged down from Van Buren. He's just not got his length right at all so far in this over. And that is what the doctor ordered for Surrey.
With a one particularly short boundary in left-hander and right-hander at the crease, you can sort of manage it so that you have the right guy batting with the short leg side boundary. Although Patel there not too worried about the long boundary.
Bit of pressure here on Van Buren to get out of this over. Little hesitation from Foakes, but he'll get home safely enough. One ball left in the over. Van Buren's the 6th bowler used by Gloucestershire. So 13 off the over, the most productive one for Surrey for some time, if not throughout the innings perhaps. 138 for 3. And that run rate's just come down a little, you can see, from a high of 7.6 down to 7.45, which is exactly what Surrey needed. The current run rate now approaching 5 and over.
So just looking at what might be to come for Gloucestershire, as we see a change in the bowling attack, Ajit Singh Dale returning for the first sighting of pace for quite a long time. He's got 5, Matt Taylor's got 5, Dom Goodman's got 5. He's got 15 overs of pace left if you want it. But because Price, Smith and Van Buren have got through 13 overs between them already, that's already a lot of overs of the spin, and it means they have options. So Van Buren going for 13 in that over isn't too much of a worry because he's their 6th bowler. You know, if you combine Price and Van Buren, who you'd probably say between them the 5th bowler, that's already 8 out of 10 delivered.
Now that change of pace is always interesting when batters have just been facing spin constantly. And part of it is thinking, oh, that's quite nice, bit of pace on, just what I want, but then also just readjusting to the pace of the game, which is followed a fairly somnolent pattern until the last over, for the last half an hour or so.
I really enjoy watching Singdale bowl. I was saying downstairs that I think he radiates PSL energy.
Oh.
Very slingy action, really tries to wang it down. Bowls a good pace.
PSL energy, I like that. I know exactly what you mean by that as well.
Well, because every year in the Pakistan Super League, there's a new quick you've never heard of before who bowls rapid.
There seems to be a light show going on behind us. Yes, you're right. Someone who hurtles to the crease with boundless enthusiasm and no little menace. Now this is interesting. Round the wicket to Patel. Short leg side boundary. That's been hidden outside the off stump and driven out to the sweeper.
You can get a little bit too obsessed with the boundary lengths there.
You can, can't you? Yeah.
The plan there from Gloucestershire seems to be to hang it outside Patel's off stump away from that short boundary. But equally, a player like Ryan Patel probably quite likes that much width, and there isn't that much protection. You can still score boundaries towards the long boundary, is what I'm trying to say.
Now then, fielder underneath it, takes the catch. That's broken the partnership. Short ball, bit of a top edge from Foakes. Didn't entirely commit to the shot, it felt to me. And that's an important breakthrough potentially for Gloucestershire. Foakes didn't really get going. He was rebuilding the innings with Patel. It was a slightly subdued knock, a valuable one potentially for Surrey. But he's got out just at the point when he's very much in the first over with the reintroduction of pace, and maybe that's just hurried him a little bit. And it was more a sort of flick off the pad, sort of full-blooded wallop.
Well, looking at the replay, it wasn't particularly short ball. It wasn't an attempted bouncer from Singdale, but maybe the extra pace from Singdale doing the business. Foakes, if he's slightly hurried, probably trying to get that in front of square rather than behind. That's where the space was. And in the end, he finds a man, Ben Charlesworth, at deep square leg, who takes a pretty straightforward catch. It's a big wicket. As you say, Foakes didn't really get going, but Cam Steele in at number 6, Josh Blake at number 7, and then the bowlers. So Gloucestershire will feel that they're very much on top of this game. And that wicket comes after a decent over 2.
Yes, you can see how the worms were beginning to converge again, but now you fancy Surrey will have to just consolidate for an over or 2 at least. Allow Cam Steele to get the measure of the pitch.
It's a good bowling change from Jack Taylor. You know, you could see why Gloucestershire might have been happy with just continuing with finger spin because it was working pretty well for them, but a change of pace has brought that wicket. And also to use Singdale first out of the 3 quicks to come back to. Nice aggressive move, and it's paid off.
Brisk and skiddy, Singdale. Now Cam Steele, sort of think of him as a batting all-rounder. Hasn't had a particularly prolific season, and he's really got it's a pretty tricky situation for him as he comes in with 162 still needed. To start your innings at this point, can't afford to spend too long looking around. That's the end of a good comeback over from Singdale. 1 for 30 for him from 6. Yes, Rana's taking a break. Surrey 140 for 4. Required rate just creeping up towards 8 and over. 162 needed from 21. There's John Surtees comes and sits down beside me. He's got his computer with him. Any updates on the Olympics? Anything happening I need to know about?
I haven't actually been looking at the Olympics, but I can. We'll have a look. I haven't received any mobile phone alerts.
Ooh. Under edge. Off Patel's bat. Just rolls down for a single. Bit fortunate there. Van Buren staying in the attack. I think it's not a bad move here. He might have been whipped out of the attack had Surrey not lost the wicket of Foakes. But with a new batter in, Taylor might think he can burgle an over or two of Van Buren, give himself a bit more flexibility at the back end of the innings. If he can get 4 or 5 overs through his 6th bowler. While Steele is having a look. 47 miles an hour, slow from Graham Van Buren. Oh, edged and gone. Good take from the keeper. Looking to cut a ball a bit too close to him. And you could hear the edge from up here, straight through to the keeper. Jubilation for Gloucestershire. They picked up 2 wickets in quick succession. And Surrey now on the ropes at 141 for 5.
Just look at this in the replay now. Yeah, just a sort of classic edge for Van Buren there. Yeah, Cam Steele's going to be annoyed with that. He didn't get in the runs on Sunday either. And as you said, it was a tricky situation for him to come in. There was only a certain amount of looking.
You see how full this ball is to play that shot.
Yeah.
When you've just come in, it's a difficult enough shot to play when your eye is in.
Yeah.
You can see what he's trying to do, trying to access through backward point where there is a gap. But it's a full ball to be playing that shot too off the back foot.
Yeah, it is, and you can see that Van Buren clearly understanding now that yeah, that's a big wicket. That's a big wicket for Surrey to lose. Yeah, Josh Blake coming in, a very, very fine batter, but with all due respect, Conor McCurr, fine batter as well. But yeah, Josh Blake, the last player who would have batter in his elevator pitch. Certainly.
This is the partnership for Surrey. You fancy?
You feel like there's a lot on Ryan Patel's shoulders here, which is in a way a positive of this competition, because Ryan Patel is a very, very fine cricketer who doesn't always get the maybe has a slight paucity of opportunity at Surrey because of his teammates, and I know that that he completely gets that, but this is another opportunity for Ryan Patel to use this competition to really make a name for himself, and we've seen in other innings that Ryan Patel is certainly capable of carrying a 7.85 run rate if people can stay with him. So I think there's certainly that's an interest. It's interesting to see how he goes here.
And Buren stay round the wicket to the left-hander. Blake's underway straight away. Fair few left-handers in this Surrey lineup. Rory Burns as well, of course.
Talking about Josh Blake, there was a lot of conversation when he first played for Surrey about his story and how he became a professional cricketer. So people may not have heard about that. So I think that's probably something that's worth talking about.
Pulled away, but there is protection out at deep mid-wicket, so it'll just be the single. Enlighten us.
So Josh is a keeper batter of historically of Sutton Cricket Club in South London.
Nicely played for a little single just to get himself going. 144 for 5, 30 overs gone. So into the last 20. Another 158 required. Famous number here, of course, at the Oval. And a rate of 7.9.
7.9, yeah. Yeah, so Josh, fine player at Sutton Cricket Club. Looking for an opportunity that wasn't always there in terms of professional cricket, first-class cricket, and so decided to take a job working for the Surrey Cricket Foundation. Again, for those unfamiliar, the Surrey Cricket Foundation is the club's charity. Runs all our development cricket work, all work that we do in schools, runs our relationship with clubs, delivers, runs our relationship with the Surrey Championship, all this sort of thing, and employs many coaches who travel around Surrey, coaching children of different ages and different stages in the game.
Dale starts a new over. His first ball is nicely tucked away by Blake.
So Josh decided that he still wanted a career in the game, even if a professional career wasn't going to come to him. So ultimately decided to come and work for the foundation, and was doing that. Was doing a great job of that. Lovely guy, lovely fella around the club, and doing good work, inspiring the next generation. And then, as it sometimes does, the call came out for a second 11 wicketkeeper.
Clattered away through extra cover. What a shot that is from Ryan Patel. We know what he's capable of. So we're going to need a lot more of that, but my word, that has been walloped in front of square off the back foot in the air. That is quite the shot.
That's gone on the highlights.
I think it is. Oh, I say.
Stand and deliver. The call came out for a second 11 wicketkeeper, because quite often a lot of our wicketkeepers at the club are also excellent batters and are getting in the first 11 on the strength of their batting, even if they're not taking the gloves.
Goes after that one as well. This time makes no connection.
Or occasionally are injured or whatever, and so we don't have a professional keeper on staff that's able to play in the twos. So the quite often opportunity comes there for good club keepers or other keepers around the place. And so a call went out, and it was discovered that this fella Josh Blake, who's a very well-renowned keeper in the Surrey Championship, is now working for the Surrey Cricket Foundation.
Edged and over the top of the keeper for 4. So Ryan Patel here, I think he's decided he's got to get after Singdale. He knows that there is an issue. Wickets have fallen. Blake is new to the crease, and he's going to have to take the attack to Gloucestershire. He has done that. 150 is up, and England are over. England? Same thing. Surrey are over halfway to their target.
So Josh started. He got some cover in to cover the sessions that he was due to be running in schools and that sort of thing, and joined up with the second 11 and started keeping, and it immediately became apparent that he was a very, very fine wicket keeper, and so became the regular keeper for the twos.
Goes after it again, doesn't quite time it this time, back to the bowler.
And and then started, obviously, got opportunities with the bat. When you play as a wicketkeeper, you obviously got opportunities to bat in the second 11 as well, even if your selection was initially largely based on your keeping credentials, and started scoring runs for the second 11 as well. And then that as the summer went on, it became apparent that he was making a huge contribution to the second 11. So he received a contract to play in the One Day Cup that year, and the rest is history. Now here he is, a fully fledged professional cricketer.
Oh, has he got an edge on that? He has.
Oh no.
Patel, who's decided he had to get after Singdale, he's got after him all over, and this time thrashes at it, gets the edge through to the keeper. He goes for 87, and that does feel like the likely last nail in Surrey's coffin. It's been a good knock from Patel. He just hasn't had the support with him, and I think he felt with Blake coming in at 7 and the bowlers to come, he had to take the attack back to Gloucestershire. There's a thick edge. It's a comfortable catch for Bracey. It's another wicket for Singdale, and Ryan Patel has to go. Surrey 153 for 6.
Yeah, that's a real shame. I think just for this crowd as well. We've got a crowd of 4,500 in here as well, enjoying a pretty hot day, lovely South London summer afternoon, and both for the sake of the game and for the sake of this crowd, and an hour of Ryan Patel would have been absolutely terrific fun for them, I think.
Well, he was winding himself up for it, wasn't he, in that over? We'd seen the edge over the keeper. We'd seen that wonderful back foot swashbuckling shot through extra cover, and then he went after the next one, didn't execute the shot. It's been a good knock, 87 off 96 balls. He will reflect at some point and be pleased with his form, but at the moment he'll just be gutted that it's gone wrong at that moment.
You can see there on the screen the wagon wheel there for Ryan's innings, just showing a real 360-degree player, modern white ball player there. The one 1-4 over the keeper's head there as well. But hitting with danger all sides of the wicket. 3 6s there as well. So really a really fine knock from Ryan, underscoring what he brings to this club and this squad. I think
certainly does. He just needed someone to stay with him for a bit longer. Ben Foakes was with him for a while, but Surrey did lose wickets early. They lost the wicket of Dom Sibley very early. LBW, a tight call perhaps on leg stump from Matt Taylor's bowling.
Yeah, I'd say the Sibley LBW was certainly tight. Yeah,
tight. I think that's we will stick with tight.
Yeah, we'll stick with tight. Yeah.
Down the leg side, wide is signalled.
But yeah, I think someone sticking with Patel. He was sort of performing that Bancroft role, wasn't he, in that innings?
Yep.
Sort of scoring. It was interesting. He was actually scoring at a similar pace to Bancroft, but doing so considerably more dramatically.
Yes. Yeah, it was a similar pace. He did a little touch quicker at points, but yeah, it was very similar pace. But he played some more swashbuckling shots, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Amidst all that, but he needed either Geddes or Burns or Foakes to stay with him for that little bit longer.
Yeah, I think if you were at the Kira watching the game this afternoon and you went home and you had you met your mate in the pub tonight, and they asked you who you watched bat today, I think you're more likely to say Ryan Patel than Cameron Bancroft.
Yeah, I think so.
Despite the fact that Bancroft got to the fabled 3 figures and Patel didn't.
Now we're talking as if the game is done and dusted, but of course Conor McKerr has in the past proved to be quite lively down the order.
Yeah.
And Josh Blake, you have just talked about.
More than capable. I was telling the story on Sunday for those of us, those viewers who are watching today who weren't here on Sunday, about where Conor McKerr's finest hour with the bat for Surrey very much was the T20 against Somerset in 2022, and I remember distinctly where I was when I watched that. Dan, I bet you won't guess. Where do you think I may have been when I watched that?
2022. You were at Glastonbury or something?
I was in the check-in queue at Logan Airport in Poston, watching it on the stream, which my team was expertly delivering on the other side of the Atlantic. And I think some of the other people in the queue were curious as to what I was doing, and my sort of explosion for joy as he whacked the last ball, cover drove the last ball of the game for 4 to win a famous T20 victory here. It was a fantastic performance from him. Made all the more so by Will Jacks, who'd batted through and was stuck at the other end. I think, if I remember rightly, Gus Atkinson and Nico Reefer had both been dismissed in the over, stranding Jacks at the other end.
That's right.
It ended up with 4 being required from the last ball, and Connor whacked it through the covers for 4. And Jacks was still at the other end, and I think as Nico and then Gus were dismissed, was literally sort of hopping with rage. He was,
wasn't he? I remember. He was bouncing up and down. So I said, "Get me on strike."
Yeah. Well, it's all right. Connor held his beer.
Oh, it's flashed away through backward point, close to the fielder, but he got enough on it to send it speeding to the backward point boundary for 4.
Aerial, but a definite touch of class there.
Absolutely. A bit of width again.
Yeah.
Now, on Conor McKerr's batting, I was going to say is that the first ball he faced in this over is an indicator that he certainly can bat. Waited for the ball, played it late, just chopped it very safely down to deep third for a single. So,
yeah, I mean it's a shallow pool, but he was one of the better batters certainly on Sunday.
Blake now gets in on the act, just angling the ball down to get that boundary in the over with the rate around about 8 and over. Can look to just push the ball around. Both batters new to the crease, so 3 wickets going in quick succession.
Dan, to answer your initial question when I came on, not a lot more has happened in the Olympics since our gold medal in the trap, which, as I said,
trap, yeah,
is shooting. No matter where your brain went.
The men's trap.
The men's doubles is continuing. You've got the fantastic compound noun of Nadal Alcaraz currently on court for Spain in the men's doubles, which seems a pretty, as the French might say, formidable tennis partnership. I think now Nadal Alcaraz.
Now this is the one that Murray and Evans managed to squeeze through in after saving 5 match points in a row.
And Andy Murray just an absolute icon to the very end, like saving 5 match points in a row, and then just winning it and screaming the house down. Just I mean, I didn't ever think Andy Murray would go quietly when he retired, and it is proven to be exactly that way. I mean, it's just. Yeah.
Do not go quietly into that good night.
Good Lord, no.
Rage against the dying of the night.
I mean, yeah, if they don't get who's a really good, let's say Brian Cox, or I just think a really good Scottish actor. If they don't, for Sports Personality of the Year, if they don't do a montage of Murray's last year's soundtrack by a wonderfully sort of gravelly voiced Scottish actor reading that poem, I think someone's missed a trick.
I think you're right. I think we've seen it. It's done now. It's in my mind's eye.
Yeah, I don't think I need the BBC to produce the montage. I could just play it in my mind's eye. Yeah. There may well be a tear shed on my Christmas sofa if that happens.
Oh. It's a good over from Singdale in the end, just a 6 from it, 162 for 6, 17 overs remain, that rate 8 and a bit. The rate in itself is not the fear, it's those 6 wickets. As you can see on the worm, in quick succession, Foakes, Steele, and then the big one of Ryan Patel is what's got Surrey into this pickle.
Also down with that one, to try and claim anything too outrageous, Andy Murray, a fine man of Surrey.
Oh yeah,
lives in Surrey now. I think he's still got his hotel up in Scotland and spends a lot of time up there. But yeah, I think he is certainly has a residence in Surrey. Yeah, absolutely. So
we'll take him.
In much the same way, we claim much to the. I mean, I love doing this because it really needles a certain type of Yorkshireman, and I do enjoy it just for the sport, if nothing else. I think it's a sport that you're also,
I love that. I love that game. Yeah,
profound connection to. Is claiming Len Hutton as a Surrey man.
Oh, how are you doing that one?
Retired to Surrey.
Well, yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
Extremely active in the 80s when there was one of the sort of semi-frequent Save the Oval campaigns that took place during the 1970s, 1980s. The one in the 1980s, Hutton was obviously, always going to be connected, iconically connected to the ground for the 364, and was hugely active in that campaign to the extent that the club, commissioned a.
Whacked into the offside by McCurr, but he can't beat the fielder.
Took the fielder off his feet, but nonetheless with the ball. The club commissioned a brick likeness of Hutton, the Hutton Wall.
Oh, lovely.
Which used to be just past the Edrich Gate, and then as part of the Pavilion End redevelopment has now been removed, been moved down to the Vauxhall end. So do have a look at that next time you're at the Oval. But yeah, Len Hutton is a fine man of Surrey.
Born in Pudsey, retired to Surrey. Quite right. Down a wicket comes McCurr. You could see he was itching to get after Van Buren throughout that over. Last ball, we've clocked at 40.8 miles an hour. Just a 1 run from it. 163 for 6. The game's slipping away from Surrey now.
Yeah, Surrey.
I was not aware of that.
No, I was going to say surreybroadcast@gmail.com for any other tenuous claims we can make of people as Surrey men or women.
Too right. We'll have them all.
We're
a broad church here.
Oh, we're extremely broad church, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, anyone who you'd think would be more iconically associated with another part of the country that has moved or spent substantial time in Surrey, let us know and we'll claim them for you right here. Surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Replacing Ajit Singhdale at the Pavilion End, number 36, Matt Taylor.
So we've had a couple of overs of pace from Singhdale. He finishes that spell, 3 overs I should say. He's going to be replaced by Matt Taylor, who bowled really well from the Vauxhall end initially with the new ball, picking up a couple of early wickets, including that of Dom Sibley.
Shout out to the voice of the One Day Cup at the Kia Oval, Sam Kia there, who you heard announcing the change of bowling to the assembled masses at the Keir Oval. I mean, a brilliantly surnamed individual to be
handy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Sam the Keir. So no, he's a very doing a fine job behind the mic. You may have, if you've been in attendance at South East Stars games this season and a few Surrey Championship games, you'd have started to recognise Sam's mellifluous tones.
Oh, it's a mix-up here. This could be in trouble if he hits. He just gets back, does McCurr.
Yeah.
Not great communication there. There might have been a single on had they both gone immediately. Let's take a look here. It's been after you. Yes, he's on. Oh, no, it isn't. Hang on. What?
Yeah.
Let's see where the throw comes in.
Yeah, Josh hasn't had the happiest relationship with run-outs in the One Day Cup so far. Yeah, I think that was gone.
Oh, yeah, might well have been. Down the wicket comes Blake. Won't get the run. You can see both these batters are just itching to get after the bowlers. They know they've got to get on with it. They can feel the run rate increasing inexorably.
I can report good news in the canoeing.
Oh, good.
Joe Clark, who I believe is considered quite a fine canoeist, was in trouble but has made it into the semi-finals.
Oh, that's great news. Carved away, just been a single though.
I think I remember Joe Clark receiving some form of medal in previous Olympics.
Why was he in trouble? This is canoeing. This is where they just
the whitewater canoeing. I think they're doing at the moment rather.
Oh, not the kayaking.
Yeah, the kayaking.
Well, the kayaking was yesterday. Was it the K1 or something?
Yeah, so I think there's two forms of Olympic canoeing, isn't there? There's the kayaking, kayaking, which is also whitewater. And then you have the, I think it's called Canadian canoeing, which I remember Dr. Tim Brabant's doing particularly well in during the 2012 Olympics.
Yes.
Where you sort of kind of almost you kneel in your canoe and then you kind of lean over the side and on flat water. But it looks possibly the most lactic acid inducing event amongst the whole games. It looks absolutely, I mean, that rowing looks absolutely terrifying.
Yes, it's absurd.
But I've read something in the Olympics. I don't think I've seen it yet, but I've read something in the Olympics this year about canoe cross, which I think is being added in.
Oh, brilliant!
Which is a bit like snowboard cross.
Yeah, well, I love snowboard cross.
Two canoes racing each other.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, no, I think that is something we've got to look forward to. I've read something about the canoeists being dropped into the water from a height or something, and then they immediately have to start canoeing. I've not seen it, but I can't wait.
It reminded me of my dear Aunt Jane, who appeared in the very first ever Paralympics.
Wow, go on.
1964, I think it was.
Okay.
And it wasn't quite the jamboree that it is today. And she wheeled herself up to the pool. And
1960.
1960.
In Stoke Mandeville.
That's right. And she was picked up by a big burly fellow. The gun went off. Each one of them had a big burly fellow. Picked up the contestants and simply hurled them into the water. And away they went.
That's a sign of the times, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a sign of the times, I would say, yeah.
How did she go?
She didn't win, but she remembers the occasion rather fondly.
I'm pleased that she remembered it fondly. Yeah,
she did. She did remember it fondly, but I think it was, because she was part of a groundbreaking exercise. First reverse sweep we've seen, and Blake has got hold of that really well. He's played that beautifully.
Came very close to taking out the Surrey videographer George Leakey there as well. Slammed into the outboards about 2 foot to the right of his head.
Really has played this beautifully. We didn't see any of these shots really from Foakes or Patel, but that'll give Graham Van Buren something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 off the over already after 2 balls.
It's made a field adjustment. Field has come over from the onside, and immediately Blake is able to find a gap. He's coming back for a second throw at the keeper's end, and Blake is home, and that too is a direct result of the reverse sweep the ball before, because out came mid-wicket, came into the offside to strengthen a backward point. leaving a great big gap open, which Blake expertly manipulated the ball into. Don't think they get two this time. Well, they're thinking of it, but it isn't on. A good start to the over. 8 off the first 4 balls.
My time behind this microphone, Dad, is coming to an end. Ben Gardner is looming behind me. So
very short shorts. He's got very 1980s shorts, very Glenn Hoddle.
Yeah, I think he's looking good today, Gardner. He's
yeah. Do you know who he looks like to me? This is cut into the offside, but it's going to find the fielder. He looks like Roger Moore's entourage in a boat in Dubrovnik.
Dubrovnik is the real icing on that cake of metaphor, isn't it?
On the wicket comes McCurr, finds a gap.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. But I just wanted to mention that before I hand the microphone over, I think it's the end of the over now. 174 for 6, 128 required off 84, 4 wickets in hand. I just wanted to mention one thing before I go, which I don't think has been discussed today or on previous days, which is I just want to give a shout out really to the Surrey squad for the addition, which has happened in the T20 as well, of the Ace logo on their trousers. So
splendid.
I don't know if our director at some point in the next few balls can find a close up of Connor or Josh's trousers. But
where is the logo to be found?
It's on the left leg, I think, because there are certain ECB regulations that you need to abide by in terms of where logos. You're not just allowed to put logos willy-nilly all over your kit.
It's not like F1.
It's not like F1. No, there are only certain places where logos are allowed to go. And
utterly marvellous.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. And a single day. Yeah, and yeah. So obviously Ace is now very much an independent organisation, independent charity that it's delivering fine work all over the country, in Bristol and Birmingham and Nottingham and Manchester and Leeds and Sheffield and North London as well as South London. But you know was very much born at the Keir Oval, born in South London. Is still chaired by Ebony Rainford Brent, one of our finest. Sad to say, full alumni now. No, she's on the board of the ECB rather than Surrey. But yeah, very much
Oh, it's been picked up. It's been picked up all the way for 6.
It was all in the
So
races.
Blake's played the reverse sweep in the previous over and got hold of that. And this one's come right out of the screws. Flicked to the short boundary for 6. There's life in Surrey yet.
There is. But yeah, Ace, as I say, very it was initially a Surrey community programme for the first 6 to 9 months or so of its life before breaking out into the national scene, and I think it will only go from strength to strength, and hopefully as it continues to grow.
Oh, now that he's clothed that, but he's got away with it.
There was a lot of cricket for a dot ball there.
It was.
And as it continues to grow and grow, hopefully, the dream, I think, is that people will just consider it as a national organisation doing good work, and its birth will become irrelevant. But it's really lovely to see the Surrey players, choosing to do that and supporting the organisation and the causes that it represents.
And so say all of us, as this has worked into the onside for another single.
Really fascinating new Ace strategy that was announced a few weeks ago, called Road to Representation. So the Ace now aiming to have 10 professional players who have come through the Ace programme by
well, that's the thing. It's about elite performance now, isn't it?
By 2030.
Not just outreach. I mean, there's part of that and work in the community, but they really are serious about getting cricketers into the professional system.
They are. That was always an interesting wrinkle of Ace compared to a lot of the other cricket charities who do a lot of fine work, the Lord's Taverners and Chance to Shine, but don't really have. There's no real performance aspect to either of those charities, whereas Ace was one of the main motivations for setting up Ace was very much the terrifying figures about the lack of diversity in the professional game rather than the game as a whole.
Kerr just dabs that down for a single. He's definitely playing second fiddle to Blake, which is fine.
For those that don't know, Ace as an acronym stands for, it's just Ace really now, but when it was initially launched, it was an acronym that stood for African and Caribbean engagement. So it was really initially a clarion call to the black community to re-establish them within the game and make sure the game was brought back to those communities in a way it wasn't being done at the time.
Blake will keep strike with that single. A productive over for Surrey, 10 from it, 184 for 6, 13 overs to go. Surrey managing to keep that required run rate just below 9, no, just above 9, but below 10.
Yeah, so just ultimately to end my stint by just saying, yeah, brilliant to see that on the shirt and on the trousers, and the continued support of the ACE program here, and do, if you're interested to find out more, aceprogram.com, look up ACE on all the socials, and you'll find out more about another busy summer of excellent work for ACE. But look, I'm going to leave you now, Daniel. I'm going to hand the microphone.
Bring me Ponsonby.
To
yet again, he can't count.
To Ben Gardner. Ponsonby will come shortly, and yeah, we'll see how Surrey can go. 118 to win off 78, but just with those 4 wickets in hand. But yeah, lovely to be on with you at the moment, Dan, and yeah, Ben Gardner will be picking up this microphone in a second.
Thank you, darling. 184 for 6. McCurr and Blake doing their best. They dealt a pretty tough hand when this partnership began. Scored 153. They put on 31. And Blake's played a couple of beautiful shots, Josh Blake, just lately. The reverse sweep, the 6. Flicking off his toes. Ben Gardner's back alongside me. McCurr looked like he was itching to get after the spin of Van Buren. Well, Smith is back into the attack now. So more spin. But he might be just a little less anxious now that Blake is finding his feet. Can't quite find the gap for 2, but gets through for a single. Now, I'd be interested to see here how McCurr plays. If he comes after Smith, then we'll have an idea of where his mind is, or he might just be thinking Blake's in sufficiently decent nick at the moment. I just need to turn the strike over. There's a big gap on the offside for him to just push and run. In fact, he's done a full-blooded drive and picked up 4 for it. Full tossed up wide of the off stump. McCurr goes into double figures, and those are the shots he can play.
Yeah, well, you say Blake's in decent nick, but McCurr's in decent nick in the competition. Consecutive scores of 25. That's very handy if if your number of 8 can average 25 and get that every single time. You got something to work with.
Now, surely they might get back for a second here because there was a little fumble. They do. That's good awareness from McCurr and Blake there. It's pushed into the offside. It should just have been the 1 run. But there's an enormous gap between backward point and the fielder extra cover on the edge of the circle. Allowed the 2nd run.
Contrasting 25s for those 2 from McCurr. A big hitting one against Yorkshire, and then a more doughty one.
Now then, I think this might be true. Paul Rickard has been in touch. We're talking about stealing people and claiming they're from Surrey. Gentlemen, don't know if this one counts, but I think Nottinghamshire's finest, Stuart Broad, lives in Wimbledon. Strictly speaking, not Surrey, but pretty close. No, it'll do. That's very much our catchment area. I mean, I live in Tooting. I'm counting anything in southwest London. An extraordinary appeal there for a ball that's come straight off the middle of Josh Blake's bat will, I think, be turned down by the umpire, owing to the fact that the ball made it all the way to deep mid-wicket. But I like the invention of Smith's hope there. And now these 2 with 10 off the over so far have got that required rate down below 9. Still a massively tall order, but while they're at the crease they can believe. And a single to end the over. Do you think Cameron Ponsonby's just completely forgotten about the end of the game?
Probably off having another fab or a fruit split, isn't he?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that was what he was eating earlier while we were slaving away in here. There is still the hint of life in this game, though. Or, well, more than that, you'd say. I mean, Blake has shown the shots he can play, and Conor McCurr has, he's got the wherewithal to stick around. and it could easily get to the stage where it just feels a bit more nervy, and then anything can sort of happen.
Do you know what? He's made it. He's arrived. An over late, but it'll do. So, I'm going to leave you two to finish off the game, and it looks like it could yet bubble up into an interesting finish. 107 needed from 12 overs, with Blake and McCurr just putting together a partnership here. Cameron Ponsonby will take you through to stumps alongside Ben Gardner.
Hello again, Ben.
Hello.
We're now in for a treat, the treat, of watching Josh Blake bat. He's exceptionally strong square of the wicket, and we saw that with one of his sixes over square leg, whipped very straight. How was Daniel with me being an over late? Was he okay?
You know, he was looking round over his shoulder between balls, but he just about held it together. He's a professional. But then before I came on, you had John Surtees on, and there's no man more guaranteed to overshoot a stint than John Surtees.
You're a brave man to shoot at the king there. The man in control of the rotors. And that is a remarkable passage of play. Conor McCurr runs down the wicket at Goodman to attempt to launch him over the leg side, decides against it, and decides just to wear one in the back. We'll see here on the replay. It's going to hurt. But McCurr's a big, strong boy, shrugs it off.
Obviously can't run the leg by there because he's not playing a shot and not really taking evasive action.
He's done the opposite of take evasive action. He's proactively got hit by the ball. Heaves the ball into the leg side. That is one run. His kind of little period of form of the bat continues. He's got 2 scores of 25 and now 15 to go with it. I'd say Surrey are absolutely second favourites at this stage of the game, but stranger things have happened, and they're ticking along fairly nicely between this current pair.
Yeah, and you know, Josh Blake, obviously the senior man in this partnership, but also, you know, short campaign so far, made 26 in that opening game too. So if he can get a score, and the rest can sort of stick around for long enough, you just never know, do you? And when it looked like a little while ago, like Gloucestershire was sort of surging to victory, and Surrey lost a few through the middle, Surrey have done well just to keep the life in this game.
Surrey will push for 2 here. Cloths the ball out into the leg side, and because he hits it so poorly, it actually allows him to get 2 as the ball fades kind of tamely into the leg side. That is 200 up for Surrey after 38.5 overs. The equation almost at 10 and over now. Required rate 9.1. So.
But they've just about kept to that.
Inside edge down into the ground. Will complete the over after 39 overs. The score is 200 for 6. Josh Blake on 32 and Conor McCurr on 17.
Just about kept to that equation that you set them earlier, haven't they? Albeit with a few more wickets down than they'd have liked to be.
Yeah, there is. I mean, they're probably a tiny bit further behind than they would like in both columns, as it were. They're probably 20 runs shy of where they'd really like to be, and they're 2 wickets to the worse. It'll be interesting to see. So Gloucestershire's seamers. Singdale has 2 overs left. Matt Taylor has 3. And Goodman has 4. So 4 plus 3, 7 plus 2 is 9. So there's 1 over of spin still to be bowled if they choose to go seam from then on. And it's Tom Smith to bowl it now. Now, whether or not Surrey decide this is an over to target. I wouldn't be surprised to see Blake here. Either his boundary option will be to reverse sweep and try and target that short side, or he'll try and get Conor McCurr on strike to use those very powerful levers of his to lift it over the short boundary. And Josh Blake does reverse sweep. And he only gets one, but that was the option for him.
Another from the Ponsonby prediction playbook there.
What a phrase that is. 3 Ps. In my head, I think I'm Ricky Ponting at the moment. It's basically what's going on.
I personally wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he did both things. He reverse swept and got McCurr back on strike. He combined your 2 bits of advice. I wouldn't be too surprised if Goodman weren't to bowl out. I think Singdale and Taylor are your bankers.
McCurr powers the ball down to long off.
But spinners proved pretty handy throughout the game. You know, Majid and Cam Steele in the first innings. I mean, still, you know, 4 for 61, almost a 5 for. Majid bowled well, I thought, through that innings, and with the dimensions of the ground, if you get it right, you can tie people down.
Blake goes straight and powerfully through mid-off. A despairing dive isn't enough. Blake finds the boundary. You just get the sense that this pair is starting to believe they can conjure something special here. He wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, but it didn't matter. If you were to be particularly cruel, you could say that was a missed chance at mid-off. That mid-off is in the ring for just 3 more balls before the final power play starts. This time they take a single. So 2 more balls and then the third and final power play will start, which means that Gloucestershire will be allowed 5 fielders outside the ring on the boundary, whereas currently, for just 2 more balls, they're only allowed 4 fielders on the boundary.
So do you think Blake, there's no way he's not having a go at this last ball with the slightly more infield and possibly the last ball of spin that we'll see as well?
I think you're correct. I think we're seeing another reverse sweep. I'm wrong. It's over. I'm never doing it again. That was me getting arrogant, if anything. Right, the end of the 40th over. 10 overs to go here at the Kia Oval. The score is 209 for 6. Josh Blake is batting beautifully for his, has been batting beautifully for his 39 with just 32 balls. And McCurr has been kept in fine company and he's on 19. So, 93 to win. Quite easy maths of 9.3 and over required. You'd hazard a guess that Nathan Barnwell, of the batters to remain, it's Nathan Barnwell, James Taylor and Yusuf Majid. I expect Barnwell will probably come in next before Majid. He is a capable batter, but he won't have been in this situation before. You do kind of expect that if Surrey are to do this, the 2 out in the middle now will be needing to do the lion's share of work. We have quite a big conference between the Gloucestershire players at the moment. We have some movement in the field. It looks as if Goodman is going to continue, but I've been wrong before, and I'll no doubt be wrong again in the near future.
It counts as less of a prediction as well when he's standing up near the top of his mark with the ball in his hand.
Well, that is true. They were just discussing. They were just there was a negotiation in place, so you didn't know whether that was a conversation of what are you going to do or whether we're going to change. But it is indeed Goodman.
Feels like if Surrey are to make a play, Goodman is the bowler that they might need to target at some point. I mean, Matt Taylor's been almost unhittable, and Ajit Singh Dale, while he's been a bit more expensive because he's got that pace, you almost, it's harder to choose how fast you go against him. You kind of, if it's there to be hit, then you can use the pace of the ball to get it away, and if he gets it right, you're going to struggle to find the boundary. Whereas Goodman, there's just that little bit more time to manufacture something if you need to.
McCurr pulls into the leg side. Blake's interested in 2 and he's quick, and so he gets back to the non-striker's end. The field presented to McCurr is, of the 4 fielders that are in the ring, we have a short fine leg, a short third man, a point and a cover, which typically suggests Goodman's looking for pace-off options to not allow a batter to kind of ramp or scoop and kind of use the pace of the ball. And as a result, we have all the fielders on the boundary kind of in front of square and kind of daring McCurr to hit the ball over them. That goes over the offside and it will race away for 4 runs. Just skips on a tiny bit with the spin. McCurr looking to hit straight. He gets 4 runs in an unintended direction, but with the intended result.
Yeah, a moral victory for the bowler in some ways, but they don't count for much at this stage of an innings. You know, he's got it straight enough, which is what he wants with the field as well, with the guys out on the leg side, but the slice pays off.
For a 3rd match in the row, Conor McCurr is on 25. And this time he breaks a short-lived curse, if you wanted to call it as such. He moves on to 26, a new high score for the competition. Increases his average for the Metro Bank One Day Cup this season.
25 point. Oh no. 25. No, actually.
Well,
if he gets that now, it'll be 25.33.
It will indeed. But at the moment, it's 76 divided by 2, which of course is 38. I think, I hope. Driven by Blake. And they run to the man at cover. And Miles Hammond hurls the ball at the stumps. That would have been brutal on Goodman's fingers, having to field that at the non-striker's end.
He didn't even get a chance to take it on the bounce, did he? And I wonder, I didn't think that throw was too far away, but I think it was over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, I didn't get the impression. Yes, well, Goodman probably just didn't have the time to make it back to the stumps. It was a wild throw if aimed at the base. That's a slower ball gone wrong. Just sneaks out down the leg side. And you get the feeling there's just a little bit of tension surging through the Gloucestershire team at the moment. This was a match with the wicket of Patel that really seemed to be all but won. This has been a mighty fine partnership between these two that now is at 66 and counting. High into the air. Who wants it? Cover calls for it. Will he take the catch? No. A potentially massive match in this game, as the skipper Jack Taylor puts down a difficult chance, but one he would absolutely expect to take. That ball went so high, had to be called for. And he just never found himself comfortably under the ball. It was in for 1 second, it was in for 2 seconds, and then it was on the floor.
It's a big moment, almost the extra ball paying off, and you're sort of thinking, well, they've got 10 runs off the over. Do they need to go for the big hit? And then you think, well, that's it. Maybe that's game over. And then a lifeline. And I don't know if that's the pressure telling or just actually what is quite a hard catch when it goes that high.
I don't know if we're being, because I said as well, it was a difficult chance. I don't know if we're being overly generous there. I think the slice on the ball from McCurr meant the ball kind of didn't quite travel in the way Taylor was expecting. And was kind of spinning, almost holding away from him, wasn't quite getting as close to him as he expected. But nevertheless, much like Sibley's dropped catch in the first innings, it's a chance that you very rarely see dropped at this level and could have a huge impact on this game. Right, we've got McCurr on strike now, 226 after 41. The spin of Tom Smith is bowling towards that shorter boundary. McCurr has already just shown his aggression, looking to take on Goodman. We expect to see it continued in this over. He tosses it up. McCurr plays that drive through the offside so well. Strikes it hard for 1 run.
And they are continuing with the spin, so you'd expect that Goodman won't bowl out, and instead what they're looking to do is to get to that 45 over mark and then go back to Singdale and to Taylor.
Reverse comes out, a big appeal from Gloucestershire. Not given.
So you've got the situation where Surrey might have to take the risks in the next 5 overs rather than sort of leaving it until the very end as you would normally think to, and then so Gloucestershire will think, well, if they take one risk too many and it goes wrong, then we're back in.
Blake reverse sweeps again. It's a fantastic shot over backward point. He loves those sweeps, both reverse and conventional. And he missed the one earlier on this over, but he nails this one. And we have a mighty fine finish building at the Kia Oval. Don't be surprised to see if Blake goes to that option for a third time this over. He advances down the wicket and clips into the leg side. So 6 runs off this over, 4 balls gone.
I mean, it's brilliant execution. It's brave as well because there are the two men who are set for that shot, basically, especially when he goes a bit aerial with it. I mean, he wasn't trying to hit it, you know, for 6. He's just trying to get it, help it on its way, but over them, and that's what he managed to do.
Surrey are playing this perfectly at the moment. They're taking enough risk that they're finding their one boundary and over. And the skill levels on show are such that they're then able to manipulate 4 or 5 singles from the remaining deliveries. That's 8 runs off this over. 7 runs, sorry. Will Blake look to take another risk? No. Very happy to call it a draw for this over, to live to fight another day and take this game that bit deeper. After 42 overs, the score is 228 for 6. Josh Blake's on 47, which is his new best in List A cricket. And Conor McCurr is on 29. Well, I must admit, I did not expect this to be happening. I thought the game was long gone. I thought the game was long gone after Surrey lost 3 wickets. I thought it was doubly long gone after they lost 6 wickets. And yet here we are.
Yeah, and you look at it as well, you look at the worm on the screen in front of you. It's the 2 substantial partnerships. And I know that flurry of wickets in the middle just really did feel fatal. But this partnership now at 75 and coming at a good rate as well.
Goodman's furious with himself, misfielding there off his own bowling. Allows Blake to get off strike. I think the anger there is just that conceding the run more than anything. If Gloucestershire can just tie together a few dot balls, they'll really feel in control of this game once again. The DLS par score at the moment is 243, which still has Gloucestershire ahead. But earlier in this innings, sorry, 30 or so runs behind that. Now it's just 15. Goodman just stalls in his run up, a false start.
I wonder what we'll see as well. They're finding the singles well enough, but there is that huge expanse on the leg side. Can they actually just drop it in there and come back for 2, and then you don't need to find the boundaries?
And that's edged. Will it be caught? No. It goes perfectly in the gap between backward point and cover. Things are just falling Surrey's way at the moment. Gloucestershire, for all the potential for panic, are only 1 wicket away. It'll be a mighty hard challenge for the likes of Barnwell, Taylor, Majid to come in at this stage and keep 9 runs and over, 9.5 runs and over going. And this time there is that dot ball. With every dot ball, the run rate jumps dramatically. Just with that one delivery where no runs have been scored, the run rate required has gone from 9.4 to 9.6. 2 runs off the first 3 overs of this over. 2 runs off the first 3 balls of this over, to use the correct words. Blake smothers the ball into the leg side. He steps across and picks up the ball from so far outside off. And works over into the side of his preference. But it's just 1 run, 3 runs off 4 balls. A mighty fine over from Goodman here.
But it is that strike rotation that's keeping Surrey in it, really. So that was just the 6th dot ball since the start of the 36th over.
Oh, that's a good stat, Ben. I was about to call you Ben Jones there. Ben Gardner. It was a Crickviz-esque stat. McCurr pulls into the leg side, but Gloucestershire will be very happy with that. That's them bowling to their plans. To McCurr from this end with that massive leg side boundary. The plan is to stay straight. McCurr has such a strong drive through the offside and the covers. The last thing you want to be doing is giving him any width and the potential to target that shorter side. Last ball of the over coming up. 4 runs off it. Will Josh Blake look to ramp potentially and try and find a boundary of this ball? Goodman bowls a cutter. No pace on the ball. Blake misses, and at the end of the 43rd over, the score is 232 for 6. Blake is on 49, McCurr is on 31. It is around 10 runs. Yeah, 70 required off 7. 10s.
It is 10s, but also it's just 2 overs left, I suppose we think, before it returns to Singdale and Taylor, where 10s will, that'll prove hard to come by. So you've got that. It makes that 4-run over is obviously valuable in any situation when it's a tight run chase towards the back end of a white ball game. But in this situation with the bowlers we've got left, or are they going for the change now?
They are going for the change now. Matt Taylor is going to return to the attack. He's bowled beautifully so far this match. 7 overs, 2 for 22 his figures. And Gloucestershire going for the kill now, as it were. I feel like if they can just force that run rate up to keep it going up, I wouldn't be surprised, just because I think if you bowl spin from this end in particular to the right-handed McCurr, there is the opportunity for an over to go for 20 or so. And if you want to remove that from the potential equation, I think this is a positive move from the skipper Jack Taylor and Gloucestershire. McCurr on strike. Heaved long. Is it 6? It is 6. Exactly as we were talking about. Surrey looking to target that short boundary, and that's a massive moment in this match. If Gloucestershire turn to their strike bowler, and immediately McCurr dispatches him for 6. There was a drop in the crowd. I think a dad has let his friends and family nearby him down. He did look absolutely devastated, and rightly so. It was a poor drop.
Yeah, a poor drop, but a terrific shot. And as you say, if you can get that to Matt Taylor, okay, first ball of the spell.
It's short. It's taken the edge of the bat. That is out. And that is a huge moment in this match. Matt Taylor goes for 6 first ball, takes the wicket second ball, and Gloucestershire are that much closer to a victory at the Kia Oval.
Maybe it was a loosener first up.
It was a really, really strong short delivery, getting up towards McCurr's shoulders, and it just cramped him for room. It's a fantastic piece of bowling, and Matt Taylor delivering exactly what his captain required from him. And the game swings once more. Another fine innings from Conor McCurr. His own list day best of 37. But it's still a long way away for Surrey. Still require another 70 to win. And it is indeed Nathan Barnwell that comes out at number 9.
Yeah, that is the perfect short ball, and taking the shoulder of the bat as well, so it balloons up like that. That's a real treat to see. It is obviously, that is a big tick for Gloucestershire in their pursuit of victory in this game. But that partnership, I think, did just extend on long enough that we can't say that now that the 7th wicket is gone, that the game is decided again. I mean, every chance Matt Taylor does win the game in this over with some tail enders to bowl at now. But you just need 64 to win. You're just thinking, if each of those last 3 batters can just hang around for just enough time, and then you leave it to Blake at the other end, who's seeing it so well.
I'm back in Barney. On his list day debut against Middlesex a couple of years ago, he got 31, an innings that included 3 sixes at better than a run a ball. Against an attack that included Umesh Yadav. The advice from Blake might just be, get me on strike for now, but when we're back at this end, you can target that short boundary as the right-hander. That's a wide ball. Beautifully played by Nathan.
It was well played, actually, because, you know, it's down the leg side, so it's customary to give those wide. But I think he did have to tuck himself inside it slightly. You know, we've seen, you know, short balls are not. They look easy to play when you play them well, if you know what I mean. It's like, well, just get out of the way of them. But that's not always it's easy as done sometimes.
Conor McCurl will back you up on that. A very fine short ball got him. Right, Taylor once more. Short again. That's well played by Nathan Barmore. Given as one for the over. I think it was just about head height. I wondered whether it was just sneaking over Barmore's head and we given as a no ball. I think that's another very well executed short ball, and because of how good his short ball to McCurl was earlier on in the over, which didn't get above shoulder height, he's able to use that option. Barmore drops one into the offside and is off the mark. As you mentioned earlier, his first game at the Kia Oval for Surrey, which got to be a very exciting moment for a young man who's been at the club for so many years. He's still just 21 years of age.
And getting that first run will feel good. And it was, you know, it's well played, actually, because that's the sucker ball, isn't it? You know, you've been softened up by a couple of short ones. You've seen the outgoing batter get, you know, completely defeated by a short one, but then you manage to get back on the one that is there to get the edge.
Blake pulls into the leg side, and that is a maiden first-class 50 for Surrey and in list day cricket. Very well battered Josh Blake. He's giving his side a chance here. It's a muted celebration. He knows how much sweeter it would be if he was able to guide them home to an unlikely victory, but it's been a wonderful innings to watch, Ben.
Yeah, he's played smartly, and he's timed it very well. I mean, you talked about the use of reverse sweep against spin. It's been a classic wicket-keeper's innings in some ways. Lots of scampered running, busy at the crease.
Barmore ducks under another short delivery. And because of that 6 at the start of that over, yes, the wicket's fallen, but it's not too damaging for Surrey. They kept up with the run rate. With 6 overs to go, the score is 241 for 7. Blake on around 50. Nathan Barmore off the mark with a single to his name. And it looks as if Goodman is going to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, they've got to have to work out their sums a bit, because they've got 6 overs left between Singdale, Taylor and Goodman, so that works out fine, but
they can't bowl 4 from one end and 2 from the other.
Exactly, yeah, so they need to bring back Singdale at some point in the next few overs.
That's wide. Will it be caught? No. That was such a wide delivery from Goodman. Blake just about got the toe of his bat on it, and it almost ballooned to Hammond at cover. It would have been the most devastating dismissal had it reached cover. Blake trying to target and access that leg side to pull the ball from well outside off stump across his body. It's the same again. Now that one given as a wide. The previous delivery would have been given as a wide as well, one suspects. And it's very clear the plan here from Gloucestershire to Blake. They know he's trying to drag everything over to the leg side anyway, naturally, because of his natural style of play. But it's also a very short boundary there, so they're hanging the ball as far outside off stump as they possibly can. And that's pulled straight. It's Goodman's catch. Is it going to land safely? No, a fantastic catch from Goodman, and that could well be the match for Gloucestershire. He celebrates accordingly. Blake didn't get enough on the ball. It took a top edge up into the sky. Goodman having to run backwards, the ball flying over his shoulder, and he holds on to an incredibly difficult and incredibly important catch for his team. And Blake's fine innings of 50 comes to an end. Ben, is that the game?
Yeah, you'd have to say you felt that if Surrey were going to do it, it was going to have to be Josh Blake who got them there with a little bit of support elsewhere to ask the last three batters to put on 50 or more. That's going to be tough. But yeah, it's a brilliant catch. They're always the ones they say are the hardest, aren't they? Running back over your shoulder, and he's a tall man. He's got a long stride. He needed both those things, I think, to get a hold of that. There we go. Yeah, very well judged. Little slide along the turf, and rightly he celebrates.
It's a technically excellent catch, and you can see when from his run-up, from his follow-through, he has to curve off away left, immediately set off in the direction of the ball. You've got Cameron Bancroft at long off, or long on even, at first showing some interest. That's technically a very difficult catch to execute. You see the relief and the joy in his face. He may well have just won his team the match. I think Jack Taylor as well, after putting down that catch from Conor McCurr earlier, just a matter of overs ago. There's no doubt a very relieved man. So, from the neutral's point of view, disappointing. It's taken a little bit of a sting out of the game. Gloucestershire should be fairly close to being home now, but stranger things have happened. Yusuf Majid is very competent with the bat. Time for a Nathan Barnwell special, in my very honest opinion. I think that's the odds-on favourite. It's a good start from Majid. Left-handed as well, just as Blake is. And he hacks the ball into the leg side to get off the mark. First ball.
It's smart bowling from Goodman as well. I mean, as you've sort of pointed out, whether it's his plan or simply him executing it, either way, he's got to do it. You know, they set the field to. They know where Blake wants to hit it, so they bowled the ball that's hardest hit in that direction, which is wide, a bit shorter, and so he's the first time he toe ends it to sort of cover mid off. Second time miss altogether and it's wide. Third time skies it. Game over.
Barnwell drops the ball into the leg side and they pick up one. And he also was running. Oh, they pick up two. I beg your pardon. Barnwell is quick and alert to the potential for two, and that's excellent cricket. 21-year-old. Goodman, he bowled them earlier in the overs, but the wicket ball was also a cutter, and he's just basically hanging the ball as far away from Blake's hitting arc as he potentially can. And with not that much pace on the ball, it means Blake, who isn't the most powerful of players, really has to exert all the energy himself. And it was a job well done from Goodman.
I'd like to see a few more scampered twos like that. I feel like it's just ripe for it, and I love a scampered two, like a deliberately sort of bunted almost.
It's driven powerfully back down the ground. They're going for the run, and Goodman, I think, chooses not to risk the run out with no one backing up. Well, Miles Hammond is way off in the distance on the boundary, but I can't say. I praised Nathan Barnwell's running a ball or two ago. I don't think that was the correct call on that occasion, but all's well that ends well. They've come through for another run. And there, that same plan to Blake, but this time signalled a wide. Out of reach for Yusuf Majid.
Yeah, how do these two play it from here? What do they even think about the runs, or do they just think, do we just bat out time, or?
Nah. Swing for the houses, see what happens. Well, at the end of the 45th over, Surrey require 55 runs to win off 30 balls. And the problem for them isn't just the runs, it's the wickets. They are 8 down. Gloucestershire closing in on their first victory of the competition. Now you've got 5 overs left. 3 of them are from this end, and 2 from the Vauxhall end. 2 of them are from the Pavilion end. From this end is where the right-hander has access to the short boundary. And without wanting to damn Yusuf Majid, think Nathan Barnwell is a slightly more proficient batter. It'll effectively fall on him to take the risks and get the majority of these 55 runs in the 18 balls that he'll face from this end. Yes, I'm sure they'll take one if it is on offer to them, because in theory the left-hander can target it from the other end, but these are the action overs coming up here from the Vauxhall end. And Nathan Barnwell hits the ball so ferociously back down the ground. They do turn for two. It could be out. It is out. It's a wonderful piece of fielding from Ollie Price. Majid made the sacrificial decision to run back, risk the second run to get Barnwell back on strike. And little did he know that Ollie Price was about to reveal a fantastic throw, and it's a direct hit from the deep. And well, if the match wasn't over before, it's that much closer to being over now.
Yeah, I mean, an all-action ball of cricket. You had the incredibly well-struck shot from Barnwell. Technically a catching chance, but Taylor just getting out of the way of it, and then hit it so well that you can't come back for two.
So, Barnwell almost decapitates Taylor. Majid has a look, decides, yes, we will run. Barnwell sets off late. He could have been in trouble at the other end had the ball gone through. But as it happens, Ollie Price, aiming for 3 stumps from 70 yards away, hits all 3, or hits the one that matters at least. You can see Majid there thinking about it, saying yes. And that's a fantastic piece of fielding.
Just half a bit of hesitation, isn't there, from Majid returning for the second?
There was, because I think if that's in the 27th over of the innings, you just say no, you don't even think about it. But at this stage of the game, where they know that the kind of all hope they have kind of rests on Barnwell being able to take the risks and find the boundary from this end, Majid decides to basically be the one to potentially risk his wicket, and it happened. I keep on wincing seeing that replay of Barnwell striking the ball past Taylor. He really did hit it powerfully. Right, so only 1 wicket remains now, but the plan for Barnwell will remain the same. He swings and they scamper through for 1. Inside edge down to fine leg, fielded by Ajit Singh Dale, who absolutely launches the ball over to cover to get it back to the bowler.
There's a healthy dollop of hindsight in this.
Oh, yes.
But you sometimes see in modern cricket, running at the end of an innings, batters will stay in their crease to sort of manipulate who can be on strike or who's run out, or to get a batter on strikes. They might say, I'm gonna stay and you're gonna get down this end, and then I'm gonna go if it's possible, but what we're gonna make sure is the run out doesn't happen at that end. Yeah. And Barnwell was so slow to respond to Majid's call that he could have stayed in till the throw comes in, and then had a go.
Goodness me. You're thinking way ahead of everyone else here. Had it be so, he'd stayed in his ground, the ball had hit the stumps, and then he'd have set off.
Exactly that.
Goodness me. Barnwell swings and misses. Great bat speed though. I'd have gone miles. He's been to see Julian Wood.
Yeah,
I can tell you that much.
Say Julian Wood would be proud.
Oh, I'm disappointed, Ben. I thought briefly we had this like incredible finish brewing. McCurr and Blake batting so well. Barnwell on home debut. I thought it was all written in the stars.
Have you lost faith in Barnwell already?
Of course not. This is 6. Watch. There's 1. Tucks around the corner.
Does keep strike.
There is 1 ball left in the over. It is becoming an increasingly difficult task for Surrey here. 51 off 25. But if the match does follow the course that it's looking set on, there's no arguing Gloucestershire have been full value for their victory. Led by a fine century up top from Cameron Bancroft. An excellent cameos from the captain Jack Taylor. Great bowling performances from Matt Taylor. That's a lovely shot by Taylor. It could be out with a direct hit. It's a bit of a game of tip and run currently for the Surrey batters. And at the end of the 46th over, it is 252 for 9. Exactly 50 are needed off 24 balls. Stick with us to the end, because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, Miles Hammond pulled out the full Flintoff there in almost celebration to sort of comic despair, I think. Down on one knee, arms spread wide.
So you
that
see,
was close.
So we can have a look at the summary of the match here today. Cameron Bancroft top scoring with 100. Miles Hammond, fine half century at the top of the order as well. Surrey were probably the happier of the two teams of restricting Gloucestershire to 301. They picked up quite a few wickets towards the back end of the innings. Then once Ryan Patel went for Surrey, it did look like the end of... Sorry, so it looks like we've had a quick ball change to greet Ajit Singh Dale's return to the attack. But it's all come out in the wash. It's 50 needed off 24. James Taylor's on strike. Nathan Barnwell for company at the other end. And if Surrey do win from here, it's going to be something very, very special. Tip and run continues for Surrey as they knock the ball to the edge of the circle. All of Gloucestershire's fielders who are in the ring are now, of course, perched on the absolute perimeter of that 30-yard ring. 49 off 23. Don't know how much Gloucestershire will be thinking about this. They've brought up deep third into the ring. They've put mid-off out to long-off. So potentially a slower ball from Singh Dale here. Or a quick short ball asked to be pulled out into the leg side.
I was going to say, where does Barnwell target here? Because, you know, I think we've seen he's probably more of a leg side player. And that huge leg side boundary, 3 fielders out there in the deep. There is still that option of that scampered too.
Unfortunately for Surrey, 22 scampered 2 still leaves them 5 runs short. So they're going to have to try and find the boundary. Look, it's so difficult. It's such a big leg side boundary. So if Singh Dale does go short, it's so difficult to pull him the distance. Whereas that is such a safe option for Gloucestershire. They know that they can get that ball full to Barnwell. And sure, he can drive the ball along the ground to cover or long off and pick up 1. But the skill level required to then get under it and loft it for the 1 or 2 sixes and over that's required at this stage. Well, I still have faith in Barney though, it's fine. It's a fantastic ball from Singh Dale. I think it's the first time I've been on commentary whilst he's been bowling today. And it is, he looked to me like I was lying there. I'm pretty sure it's true.
I'm just surprised as how these things can work out.
I know. I mean, I've been quite frustrated, to be honest, because he's one to watch in the modern era of English cricket, because he's consistently kind of recorded as one of the fastest bowlers in the country, and he can hit a long ball from number 11, which are 2 of the premier traits required and desired at the international level. That's beautifully driven. That could sneak through for 4. It's felt really well fielded at mid-off. And that is salt in the wound for Surrey, who thought they might have just found themselves a cheap boundary. Instead, I can't quite make out who the fielder was, but whoever it was, well done. Great job.
Yeah, it's a good bit of cricket all round, you'd say. But I've liked what I've seen of Singh Dale today. I mean, the speed is obviously the first thing to catch the eye, but it's the sharp bouncer is that's quite something when he gets it right.
Barnwell slices the ball out to the sweeper, out in the offside. And that's the end of the over. 256 for 9 off 47, 46 off 18. And I must admit, even the biggest Barney believers, Barney and Taylor fans, are losing a bit of faith at the moment. There's a dart stroke in there somewhere. You've got Barney and Taylor at the hockey, at the crease. Phil the Power Taylor, Raymond van Barneveld.
Yeah.
We'll workshop it, it's fine. Right, Matt Taylor to bowl his final over. He has excellent figures of 3 for 36. And that's massive from Barnwell. He lofts it into the stands, the J.M. Finn stand. What a shot from the 21-year-old. And the belief is back. 40 required from 17. Look at this on the replay. A full extension of the arms. And that's gone rows back. I thought for a second it might be nestling in the second tier. But he hit it just past it on the right-hand side. We may well need a new ball. Nope, we found it. So, 40 off 17. 5 more of those, please, Nathan. Oh, the umpire's having a look at the ball. I think this is the first time I've been just overtly partisan on this stream.
Yeah, I prefer if he would take about 12 more 2s and then 5 3s. But
and that's beautifully struck out to the offside. They should pick up 2. Price scampers round at long off. And Fields. But Barnwell moves on to 17. God, hit the ball well.
Something for both of us, big 6.
Oh, what a treat.
And the hard run 2.
Are you happy with that as a 2? Like, that was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, he was going for 4, so, you know, take a mark off
marks.
for that. But yeah.
Oh, where's that gone? That's so almost bowled Barnwell. He got himself into a right angle as Taylor went for the slower short ball. And it bobbled around his kind of arms and his gloves and just hopped over the stumps. Slow ball into the pitch. Oh. Goodness me, that is so close to landing on the stumps. But Barnwell lives to fight another day. Swing and a miss. So 6 off the first ball of this over. It's been followed by a 2 and 2 dots. 38 off 14 required. See that replay once more. So close to bowling Barnwell. So effectively we need 5 6s. That's kind of how T20 teams work these things out. Rather than run rates required, it's how many 6s do we need? It's 5 for Surrey. And that goes high into the air. That will be out, and that will be the match for Gloucestershire, who wrap up a 37-run win at the Kia Oval to take their first win of the season. Surrey remain winless with 3 losses from 3. Barnwell plays a brave innings at the end to finish on 17. But ultimately, it is in vain as Taylor picks up his 4th wicket. He's been so good with the ball today. And all in all, is a win for Gloucestershire. Ben Gardner, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, fitting that Taylor finished it off. It was him that set up the defence in that power play. Took a wicket in his first over, getting Dom Sibley, and then it took a wicket in the last over of his opening spell, getting Ben Geddes. And they've kind of, it's a game where Surrey they've hung on to Gloucestershire's coattails for large parts of it, but where Gloucester have always kind of had their noses in front. You feel they had that big sort of top order platform laid for them, making their way to 150 for 1, and then pegged back a little bit, but still looked like it would take quite a lot of chase, and 302. That punchy cameo from Jack Taylor just gets them up to that total. And then in reply again, obviously that opening burst from Matt Taylor, and then again a couple of stands between Ben Foakes and Ryan Patel. And then a little slide in the middle, and another little stand, but always you felt like, gosh, you just had the noses in front. So good fight from Surrey. Stuff to build on, stuff to be encouraged by. You'll be encouraged by the form of Ryan Patel, by the bowling of Cameron Steele and Conor McCurr in particular. But good one for Gloucestershire, who get on the board in a competition that they'll actually would have targeted, I think, at the start of the season as one to go quite far in.
Well, that's your lot today from the Kia Oval. You'll see this match summary on the scorecard on the TV right now. Quick run through of the major facts and stats. Cameron Bancroft for 100 for Gloucestershire, and their total of 301. McCurr and Steele the pick of the bowlers for Surrey with 4 wickets apiece. In reply, Ryan Patel got 87. Josh Blake, his maiden list, a first half century for the club, with him contributing with 50. Matt Taylor, the pick of Gloucestershire's bowlers, with 4 for 44. And when it all finished up, Gloucestershire were the winners, and deservedly so, by 37 runs. We'll be back with you on the Surrey live stream this Sunday, the 4th of August, when Surrey take on Nottinghamshire at Guildford. So please do make sure you tune into then. Thank you to Ben Gardner. Thanks to all the production team and the other commentators today, John Surtees and Daniel Norcross. I've been Cameron Ponsonby, and we'll speak to you again very soon. Goodbye.
Security